Evet, beni duyuyorsun.
Shaping the future starts today. We prioritize education and building an equal, just, and sustainable future. Academics, education experts, and policymakers from around the world are coming together with the theme, Education for a More Equal and Just Society and a Sustainable Future. This year, we're holding the 4th Istanbul Education Summit online to welcome you with us. What role will education play to ensure equal opportunities and build social justice? How will new approaches shape the societies of tomorrow? On the 6th and 7th of December, we'll seek answers to these critical questions and many more at the Istanbul Education Summit. With its panels on rethinking the relations between state and education, social justice and education, new sustainable school culture, and its youth session, the 4th Istanbul Education Summit is waiting for you.
Of the Turkish Marif Foundation, esteemed academicians and educators, fellow members of the Turkish Marif Foundation, distinguished guests. Welcome to the 4th Istanbul Education Summit. I'm Efnan Han. I'm an international news anchor at TRT World, and it's my absolute pleasure hosting this event for you over the next 2 days. The Turkish Marif Foundation is Turkey's window that opens to the world of international education. Since its inception in 2016, the foundation has embarked on a mission to nurture individuals at every stage of education, from preschool all the way up until high school. The foundation is the sole institution that is authorized to carry out educational activities abroad on behalf of the Republic of Turkey. And it's come a long way in just under a decade's time, ranking among the top 5 global institutions with its extensive reach in the educational network by operating across 6 different continents. Let's take a quick look at just how far Turkish Marif Foundation has come in 8 years' time.
The world needs a new story. one that takes root in the humility of the soil and soars in the freedom of the skies, drawing inspiration from the collective knowledge of humanity, the richness of diverse ideas, from science, compassion, justice, and from the epic history of Anatolia. So, who should narrate this new story to the world? Here we are, as Turkish Marif Foundation, recognizing humans as unique beings, inherently good and valuable. We embark on a journey to tell an inspiring new story to the world by raising individuals through quality education. Critical and analytical thinkers, imbued with scientific approach, cultural and humane values, human rights conscious with a sense of history and nature, committed to living a sustainable world for the future. These are the generations we aim to raise. In our pursuit of cultivating virtuous people on 6 continents, we work tirelessly. We know that those nurtured through an education of quality are the ones who will change the world for the better. We have adopted universality, continuity in goodness, and inclusiveness in education as our vision. Our efforts are guided by values such as trust, collaboration, transparency, competence, merit. We aspire to become a branded educational institution that educates virtuous individuals who make use of their knowledge and wisdom for the common goodness of humanity, leading the way in their fields and gaining trust worldwide. With devotion to humanity, we open up Turkish culture and Turkey to the world, establishing strong relations and teach our language to children all around the world. Inspired by Turkish Marif Foundation, tens of thousands of students preparing for the future in all the countries we operate are the hope of humanity and the guiding stars in the sky. They are a breath of fresh air, carriers of civilization, glimmers of hope. We elevate our impact to higher dimensions through the quality education we provide to our students, social and cultural activities, scholarships and dormitory facilities, our internationally recognized curriculum, and the Istanbul Education Summit, where developments in the education world are shared. The different colors and stories from around the world send a message to all of us, thanks to Turkish Marif Foundation family. And they say,
Dünyayı iyi insanlar kurtaracak.
This is the short story of the seeds that Turkey has sown all around the world on the path to becoming good people. Turkish Marif Foundation, valuing education.
It contributes to enhancing interaction between cultures and civilizations, and it embraces its shared heritage of humanity and the Anatolian tradition of wisdom. As a nonprofit public foundation that has 478 educational institutions and more than 55,000 students in 55 different countries across the world, Turkish Marif Foundation is successfully advancing toward becoming a pioneering educational institution in its field. Now, the theme of the 4th Istanbul Education Summit is Education for a Fair and Equitable Society and a Sustainable Future. Very timely theme. Over the next 2 days, this event will feature high-level sessions with ministers of education from various countries, 5 panel discussions, and of course, keynote speeches. Don't forget to post about the summit on your social media platforms using the hashtag Istanbul Education Summit. And while you're at it, click the follow button of the Istanbul Marif Foundation's pages. Now it is my honor to officially open the 4th Istanbul Education Summit. To make his opening remarks, I'd now like to present to you the president of the Turkish Marif Foundation, Professor Dr. Birol Akgün.
Good morning, Your Excellencies, honorable guests, dear participants, my colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor to welcome you all to the 2024 Istanbul Education Summit, which is organized by Turkish Marif Foundation. This year, the main theme of the conference is Education for a Fair and Equitable Society for a Sustainable Future, which calls us to reflect on how education can be a powerful tool to foster justice, equity, compassion, and global peace. Before we begin, I would like to take a moment to address the recent events in Gaza. We are deeply saddened by the loss of innocent people and the suffering endured by countless families and people. As an institution dedicated to the betterment of humanity through education, we absolutely condemn violence and injustice, particularly against children and the most vulnerable ones. We believe that education is a force for cultivating empathy, understanding, and hope for a peaceful world. It is our sincere wish to see peace not only in Gaza, but in every corner of the globe, where respect for humanity and human dignity is upheld. Reflecting on the legacy of this summit, the Istanbul Education Summit has always provided a platform to tackle pressing issues in education. In 2021, we explored new trends and transformation in education. In 2022, we focused on the future of schools, post-pandemic needs of education. And the last year, 2023, we examined the critical role of leadership under the theme of leading the change in education. This year, in 2024, we turn our attention to how education can serve as the cornerstone for building fair and sustainable societies in the world. 2024 Istanbul Education Summit promises to be a transformative event. This year's high-level meeting, with the participation of educational ministries from around the world, will center on the theme of education for a fair and equitable society for a sustainable future. Alongside these 3 thematic panels also will explore critical dimensions of the main theme, which are rethinking the relations between state and education, social justice and education, a new sustainable school culture. In addition, 2 special sessions will focus on leading schools toward equity, the role of principals in shaping fair and inclusive education, and shaping tomorrow, how youth can drive equity and sustainability in education. The summit will also feature the presentation of the good practices in education, especially in Marif context, and the 5th International Marif Photography Contest, showcasing in creativity and achievements of Marif students worldwide. As the Turkish Marif Foundation, we take great honor in our mission, inspired by the wisdom of Anatolian traditions and guided by universal common values. With over 450 schools in more than 50 different countries, we aim to nurture individuals who embody both academic excellence and moral integrity. We aim to prepare young people who are not only skilled in 21st century competencies, but also committed to building a peaceful, fairer, and wiser world. One of our most significant achievements is the International Marif Program. Briefly, we call it IM program, which is a comprehensive curriculum that stands alongside globally recognized framework like Cambridge and other international programs. Our IM program integrates academic rigor with values of compassion, virtue, and wisdom. This is more than a curriculum. It is our contribution to forming a global society where fairness and equality prevail. By combining universal educational benchmarks with cultural richness and diversity, we strive to create individuals who are both competent and virtuous, or as we call them, erdemli insanlar. Our efforts extend beyond academics. We are proud to teach the Turkish language courses in our schools, not as a means of influence, but as a bridge to cultural understanding and dialogue. Through the teaching of Turkish classes, we aim to foster mutual respect, friendship, and appreciation for cultural diversity in a globalized world. Furthermore, we are at the forefront of innovation. Our artificial intelligence courses currently implemented in 7 countries, which equips our students with the skills needed to thrive in an increasingly digital and digitalized world. We believe it is essential to nurture not only consumers of technology, but also its ethical creators and stewards. Dear participants, the world is today rapidly changing. From technological revolutions to environmental crises and the rising inequalities, education must adapt to meet the new challenges. But as we innovate, we must also ensure that compassion, empathy, and collective virtue remain at the heart of educational endeavors. Through the dynamic discussions and seasons at this summit, we aim to develop practical solutions that make a worldwide impact in educational arena, whether addressing the role of the state in education, exploring social justice, or rethinking school cultures. This summit offers an opportunity to create meaningful change in our life. Special seasons highlighting the leadership of the educators and the voices of young people will remind us that inclusivity and sustainability are vital for our shared common future. As we bring this opening to a close, the Istanbul Education Summit stands as a testament to what we can achieve when we come together. The ideas and collaborations that emerge here will undoubtedly shape the future of education worldwide. On behalf of Turkish Marif Foundation, I thank each of you for your participation and your dedication to creating a more compassionate, equitable, and sustainable world through education. Together, let us ensure that education remains a symbol of hope, a driver of justice, and a bridge to a brighter common future for all humanity. Thank you for being here, and I extend my greetings to you all. Thank you.
Well, as Professor Akgün mentioned there during his speech, the Turkish Marif Foundation is working towards a more fair and sustainable future for generations to come. We'd like to thank Professor Akgün for that opening speech. Now it is with great pleasure that I present to you a message, a video message sent to our summit by the Minister of Education of the Republic of Turkey, His Excellency Yusuf Tekin.
Kıymetli bakanlar,
esteemed ministers, esteemed educators, experts, guests, I welcome you with my heart, respect, and affection. As the Turkish Marif Foundation, the 4th Istanbul Education Summit, to achieve more sustainable, fair, and equal society for education and the social justice and with its sustainability goals to achieve a better future. This is carrying a really big importance for us. And today, one of the biggest problems the fundamental problems that our humans are facing, it will be putting an important front. And of course, the summit will be taking a look at the common problems of the humanity is facing, and it will be creating a platform of discussing. It needs to be built upon trust and justice and equality as well, and to achieve more equal, fair, and sustainable development for education, the education power to change the fundamental problems of humans as well. As we had said, justice is something that protects the humankind, and equality is make sure that everyone can get their own shares equally. And education increases the awareness of people's justice and equality, and it will, for this kind, the values to be implemented in every part. Esteemed friends and guests, with the Turkey, with its long years of heritage, it will be not using the education as a development path, but also create a pioneer on creating a more equal and just future. And Turkish Marif Foundation is one of the more important steps that we have taken on this part. A Marif model is trying to find the needs of the future. Our main purpose here is that not just making our students that are with lots of knowledge, but we are trying to give them and mold them by responsibility. We are trying to make them really capable and contributing persons of society. We are trying to create a way for them to find their own potential, and we want that potential to be used to add value to the human society. And we hope that Marif model, with this understanding of creating a just and equal future, this is how we're going to do our work. Esteemed guests, with this kind of saying, while ending my speech, 4th Educational Summit to create a more just and equal society. I believe that this will be a guideline, and this is what I want to underline. And I'd like to thank Türkiye Marif Foundation and our esteemed academicians, and to our experts, I thank them very much for making this event happen, and I wish you the very best.
To Minister Tekin, who reiterated the important role the Turkish Marif Foundation is playing in the countries that it operates, highlighting the significance of compassion in education. Now, as some of you may know, the President of the Republic of Turkey, His Excellency Recep Tayyip Erdogan, has long supported Turkish Marif Foundation, and it is my honor to read out a message that he sent to our summit today. And it goes as, Vakfımızın kıymetli
Esteemed members of our foundation, distinguished guests, I greet you with my most heartfelt feelings, affection, and respect. I pray to Allah that the 4th Istanbul Education Summit organized by Turkish Marif Foundation will be auspicious. I would like to express my gratitude to all participants contributing with their valuable ideas to the summit organized with the theme Education for a Fair and Equitable Society for a Sustainable Future. I sincerely believe that the inequalities, I sincerely believe that successful results will be obtained from this year's summit, which will include findings and proposals regarding the inequalities that students are exposed to in many countries of the world. As of 2024, providing education to 338,161 international students in its universities, Turkey ranks among the top 10 in the world with this quota, which represents 4.76% of its higher education capacity. Our Turkish Marif Foundation makes tremendous efforts to carry our country's rich, fertile, and deeply rooted educational heritage to all corners of the world. Operating in 55 countries with 446 schools, 1 university, 19 education centers, 11 Turkey research centers, and 44 dormitories, Turkish Marif Foundation serves more than 50,000 students in total. Successfully implementing international educational methods alongside local curriculum in these educational institutions, our foundation is of service to raise virtuous and qualified individuals on the one hand, while contributing to the development of intersocial communication on the other. We are providing, we give the necessary support to our foundation, and we will continue to do so. And in this occasion, from Kosovo to Colombia, from Jordan to Pakistan, from South Africa to Azerbaijan, and from Afghanistan to Somalia, I would like to take this opportunity to wholeheartedly congratulate all members of the foundation. On behalf of my country and nation, I extend my gratitude to each and every teacher, administrator, and staff of Turkish Marif Foundation who proudly waves Turkey's banner of education, often under challenging conditions and facing great risks and dangers. Praying that Allah will not let your efforts go in vain, I wish the summit to be successful, and I greet you with my most heartfelt affection. I would like to congratulate all the institutions that contributed to this important summit, especially our Turkish Marif Foundation. With best regards, the Turkish President of Turkey, Recep Tayyip Erdogan.
Heartfelt gratitude and thank President Erdogan for sending us that message. Now, before we begin with our high-level session, let's delve in a bit deeper into what to expect during the 4th Istanbul Education Summit.
The future starts today. We prioritize education and building an equal, just, and sustainable future. Academics, education experts, and policymakers from around the world are coming together with the theme, Education for a More Equal and Just Society and a Sustainable Future. This year, we're holding the 4th Istanbul Education Summit online to welcome you with us. What role will education play to ensure equal opportunities and build social justice? How will new approaches shape the societies of tomorrow? On the 6th and 7th of December, we'll seek answers to these critical questions and many more at the Istanbul Education Summit. With its panels on rethinking the relations between state and education, social justice and education, new sustainable school culture, and its youth session, the 4th Istanbul Education Summit is waiting for you.
And it is now time for the high-level session of the day, again under the theme, Education for a Fair and Equitable Society for a Sustainable Future. Moderated by the president of the Turkish Marif Foundation, Professor Dr. Birol Akgün. I'd now like to introduce the esteemed panelists, the Minister of Education and Science of North Macedonia, Her Excellency Professor Vesna Janevska, Minister of Primary and Secondary Education of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Abdul Muti, and the Minister of Education of the Republic of Liberia, Her Excellency Dr. Jarso Mali Jala. The floor is yours, Professor Akgün.
Come to the first high-level panel today in our Istanbul Education Summit. I would like to welcome you all for the 2024 Istanbul Education Summit. Well, now Istanbul Education Summit has already been recognized by international educators, all the academia, practitioner, policy makers, as the leading international forum, international platform for discussing the recent trends in education and some very critical issues of development in educational arena. This year we decided to discuss education for a fair and equitable society for a sustainable future. Just a few words starting with this panel of discussion, especially with the participation of the very distinguished guests from different geographies of the world by the practitioners, but the speakers, of course, are very much really distinguished this year with their not only as being the ministers of for education, but also they are academics. So they have engaging in the issues of education through different ways of intellectually and addressing the current issues in education. And within this context, of course, discussing creating a sustainable future by creating a fair and equitable society is a key discussion in all over the world today, not only in developing societies, but also in very advanced societies in the Western countries as well. More, of course, is conflicts, war, immigrations, all kinds of social issues also build up the new additional issues on the agenda of creating how a fair and sustainable society that we can create. So from our perspective, education stands as the most powerful tool. We have to shape a fair and equitable society for a sustainable future. As the Marif Foundation, in our curriculum, our discussion and methodology, we always emphasize these aspects, as has been also emphasized by international organizations like the UN, UNDP, and many other socio-economic forums in all countries, and even the discussion on the idea of fairness in this world of the global world is also a very critical discussion among scholars as well. From this perspective, education is not just about acquiring a knowledge. It is about fostering understanding, empathy, and critical thinking. By equipping individuals with skills and awareness to address the complex challenges that we face today, we empower them to create positive change. Education helps break the cycle of poverty, promotes social equality, and ensures that every person, regardless of their background, has the opportunity to contribute to society. That's why we have to emphasize in our curriculum that through education, we have to nurture creating a responsible citizens for all the world who understand the interconnectedness of social, environmental, and sustainability in today's world. And within this perspective, some basic questions that we will discuss today with our distinguished guests, panelists. Basically, what are the most pressing barriers to achieve educational equity, and how can policymakers and educators as key players collaborate to overcome these challenges? Second, how can sustainability be incorporated into the education without overwhelming already limited infrastructure, schools, especially in unserved communities for the disadvantaged people of the world? Third, in which way can schools contribute to sustainability by fostering environmental awareness and responsible practices among students? Fourth, how can education system be restructured to ensure that equity and sustainability are core principles at all levels of schooling? Now, it is my honor to introduce our first speaker, Minister of Education and Science of North Macedonia, Professor Vesna Javansky. I would like to say welcome to her and give the floor to her for addressing the discussed issue for our panel today. Please, Ms. Vesna Javansky, the floor is yours.
Dear President of the Republic of Turkey, Mr. Tayyip Recep Erdogan. Dear President of the Marif Foundation, Mr. Birol Akgun. Distinguished participants of the summit, representatives of other countries, ladies and gentlemen. We could use hundreds of well-known messages and wise thoughts from prominent personalities from all over the world in support to the thesis that education is the most important pillar of every society and therefore the basis of global development. And in my country, we have no dilemma on the matter. Let me emphasize that we are a small country endowed with unbelievable natural beauties. However, we don't have a source of something tangible that we can export in abundance or be recognized for it that would generate high national revenues and hence make us an influence factor in our region or even wider. Therefore, we are faced with the exigency to invest in the knowledge of the citizens, in the creativity, innovation, and to enable each individual to reach their full potential. Hence, I strongly believe that every personal success is part of a mosaic that means national progress. I am part of a relatively new government in Macedonia, which came to office mere 5 months ago with a strong will and energy for change that will ensure a better and more inclusive education system. I believe you will agree, and it is clear that I am talking about two processes that are running in parallel as government and as Ministry of Education and Science at the moment. One is the commitment to better quality of our education, and the other is the commitment to a comprehensive education system. The quality of education in Macedonia needs a lot of improvement. We are not satisfied with the achievements of our students in international tests like PISA and TIMSS. We probably never will be, no matter how much we progress with knowledge, and personally, I hope that we hold on to that feeling as it will motivate us even further to invest more in each successful generation. I have a lot to say about the changes in the education in our country, but allow me to highlight briefly the goals we are aiming at. providing better quality of curricula and textbooks that integrate global innovations such as artificial intelligence and provide contents that strengthen digital and green skills. Improving the educational infrastructure to a process of optimization that will ensure the rational use of material and human resources, and by investing in improving the conditions in the facilities that will be used in the future, like procurement of new equipment, digitalization, and improved energy efficiency. Further, we are working on introducing only one shift in schools and keep children longer in the schools by providing not only classical instruction, but also extracurricular activities that are of interest to the pupils. The next goal is to increase the motivation of our teachers. They are the most important part of the educational process. We have reached an agreement with the teachers for higher salaries up to 60% over the next 3 years, and they will receive much more training that has been available to them so far. We are also working on changes to the inclusion model, so the students with disabilities receive the right attention and exactly what they need so that they too can integrate even more and more easily into social processes. Another goal is to build a better higher education, which in a few years I hope will be interesting for some of your young people, just like some of our students get their education in your country or in other countries. I'm honored that in my mandate as a minister, we have established a national coordinating body for higher education reform that will work on all the aspects of the higher education, including its internalization. Dear ladies and gentlemen, allow me to draw your attention to the basic aspects on which our, if I may say so, new education in Macedonia lies upon. They are precisely equality, equal access, and the fair chance for everyone to be educated under the same terms as everyone else. The disparity in the accumulated knowledge of the different social groups in my country is evident, and it is due to a number of reasons, actually factors that we are trying very hard to eliminate, or rather to neutralize their influence. There are differences in the knowledge of children from different regions of North Macedonia. There are differences in knowledge among students belonging to different ethnic communities. Difference in knowledge also can appear as a consequence of the social status of the families of the children, and so on and so on. We are confident that by optimizing the school network, we will eliminate the first factor. Children from rural areas, or 12% of all students in North Macedonia, will be transferred to central schools where socialization is more present, where there is greater competitiveness, and where schools are better organized and equipped. For children from socially vulnerable families, we provide special rights to financial support and stimulation for education. We are working on raising the awareness among the part of the population about the importance of education and about the greater commitment to school, and with new and strengthened legislation, we will prevent segregation and any kind of discrimination in education. And I must say, in all of our activities, we are not alone. We have a lot of support from the international community, from the European Union, from the United States, and organizations such as World Bank, but also from a number of countries that we have representatives here at this summit today. I can't help but mention the Turkish National Cooperation and Coordination Agency TICA, as for many years we have counted among the sincerest supporters of Macedonia educational institution, and I am thankful for that. I appreciate it when everyone who can afford it, in addition to putting things in order in one's yard, help their friends to do so as well. Such global humanity only leads to building a better world and a better place for all of us to live in. I think it is a view shared by all of us. Correct me if I am wrong. If I'm not wrong, then let's continue to develop education together through innovation. Let's rise further the standards of quality, and let's lend a hand to everyone to achieve those standards. Let's push boundaries to knowledge and opportunities for all our citizens. Education is the passport to the future. It provides for understanding of differences, mutual respect and tolerance. It unites and builds peace. But unity and peace, it seems, are sorely lacking in the present day. And hatred and a desire for destruction prevail. Let's change that as a leaders through continual self-improvement and greater investment in better education for all. I believe that the recommendation that will emerge from this summit will be beneficial to all participants. My government will certainly take them into account when formulating further national policies. I wish you all the best from my beautiful hometown of Skopje. Thank you. My government will certainly take them into account when formulating further national policies. I wish you all the best from my beautiful hometown.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vesna Janevska from North Macedonia. She contributes our panel today with her experience in the Balkan context, Macedonia, North Macedonia. I'm very much thankful to her insightful speech. Now, we return to different geography, the very critical country in South Asia, which is Indonesia. And our second speaker panels today is Honorable Minister of Primary and Secondary Education of Indonesia, Dr. Abdul Muti. Welcome to our panel, Dr. Muti. And I would like to hear, what's your perspective and experience of Indonesia with regard to creating a fair and equitable society for a sustainable future through education? Please, the floor is yours.
His Excellency Mr. Recep Tayyip Erdogan, President of the Republic of Turkey, His Excellency Professor Dr. Yusuf Tekin, Minister of National Education of the Republic of Turkey, His Excellency Professor Pierre Gomez, Minister of Higher Education, Research, Science and Technology of the Gambia, Her Excellency Professor Vesna Javenska, Minister of Education and Science of the Republic of North Macedonia, Her Excellency Dr. Jarso Malejalah, Minister of Education of the Republic of Liberia, Honorable Professor Dr. Birol Agun, President of Turkish Ma'arif Foundation, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning from Kupang, East Nusa Tenggara, one of the provinces in the eastern part of Indonesia. First of all, apologize for not attending this very important conference in person because of so many activities and agenda that already set as part of my activities as newly appointed Minister of Primary and Secondary Education of the Republic of Indonesia. Secondly, allow me to thank you for the opportunity to address this distinguished gathering at the Istanbul Education Summit. Although we are meeting virtually, the global community's shared commitment to building a more equitable and sustainable future through education bring us together as if we were in the same room. As the newly appointed Minister of Primary and Secondary Education in Indonesia, it is an honor for me to join this high-level meeting today and share our nation's vision and priorities for education as we look forward the future. The theme of this summit, Education for a Fair and Equitable Society for a Sustainable Future, resonates deeply with the direction of our new government and with the foundational principle enshrined in our Constitution. Ladies and gentlemen, in Indonesia, our vision for education is quality education for all. This vision reflects the ideals and aspiration of our nation founding fathers, as well as the current government commitment to strengthening human resource development. As the largest archipelago in the world, with over 270 million people, Indonesia is blessed with incredible diversity. Our challenge as well as our opportunity is to ensure that every child, regardless of where they live, their economic background, or their cultural identity, has access to the tools they need to thrive in the global society. To this end, our current education priorities are aligned with the global vision of a fair and equitable society, and we are actively pursuing policies to support that goal. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, let me take this opportunity to share the key programs and initiatives the newly established Minister of Primary and Secondary Education in advancing to support quality education for all. First, in Indonesia, we believe that education must go beyond academic achievement to shape the character of our youth. A strong, resilient society is built on strong values. This is why we are prioritizing the strengthening of character education, including improving competencies in guidance counseling, character development, and creating environment that support holistic growth. One of the key initiatives in this area is providing nutritious whole meals to ensure that children not only learn but also grow in an environment that support their physical and emotional well-being. Secondly, a core focus on our new government is ensuring that every Indonesian child has access to at least 13 years of education that lasts from early childhood education to senior higher education. This initiative guarantees that children from all walk of life, from urban centers to remote village, have the same educational opportunities. Thirdly, we recognize that the quality of education can only be as strong as the quality of our educators, teachers, at the heart of education system, and their role is central to building a fair and equitable society. Therefore, we are focusing on improving teachers' qualification, providing continuous professional development opportunities, and ensuring better welfare through certification program. This will help teachers gain the tools they need to empower students and create meaningful, lasting education. Fourth, we believe that the future of our world depends on the strength of our education system in areas like literacy, numeracy, and science and technology. In Indonesia, we are keen to strengthen these areas as early childhood education and create specialized centers of excellence in schools across the country. Furthermore, we are committed to enhancing vocational education and technical training program to equip students with the skill necessary for future careers in rapidly changing world. Fifth, in regard to access to education, we acknowledge that it is not just about teachers and curricula, it also requires adequate infrastructure. We are actively planning and working closely with the local government to improve school facilities, especially in rural areas, to ensure that our students have the best environment to learn. Last but not least, education in Indonesia is also about preserving our linguistic and cultural heritage while embracing global connectivity. We are working to elevate our national language, Bahasa Indonesia, while also protecting and promoting regional languages. In addition, we are planning to enhance literacy programs to ensure that every student can read, write, and communicate effectively both within our nation and an increasingly interconnected world. As we focus on these national priorities, we are mindful that education is not an isolated effort. It is part of global movement toward sustainable development. Our commitment to Sustainable Development Goal 4 to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education for all guides our action and policies. But achieving this goal requires collaboration and shared responsibility. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, we believe that by working together, exchanging ideas, sharing best practices, and supporting each other through this summit, we can accelerate progress toward a fairer, more equitable global society. We must work together across borders, cultures, and sectors to create an education system that empowers every child and prepares them to build a sustainable future. The theme of this summit, Education for a Fair and Equitable Society for a Sustainable Future, is not just a slogan. It is a call for action. Let us rise to that call with determination, compassion, and a shared commitment to the future of our children. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Dr. Abdul Muti from Indonesia. It was very insightful speech indeed from the context of South Asia, and it is very, very much also teaching to share what is really important in creating a fair and sustainable society through the education as the theme of the 24th Istanbul Education Summit already highlighted. And this is why we really value to discuss the social aspects of education as well. From South Asia now, we will go to African context, which is also very much critical for all of us. The next speaker is from Liberia, Minister of Education of Republic of Liberia, Dr. Jarsomali Ijela. Welcome to our panel this morning, Ms. Jella, and the floor is yours. We are looking forward to hearing from your perspective from the Liberia, please.
Greetings from Liberia. Dr. Bira Agun, President of the Turkish Marif Foundation, Honorable Yusuf Tikin, Minister of National Education of the Republic of Turkey, members of the Turkish Marif Foundation, esteemed colleagues and educators, ladies and gentlemen. It is both an honor and a privilege to be with you today as I deliver the keynote at this year's Istanbul Education Summit 2024, a gathering that embodies the hope and resolve needed to tackle the pressing challenges of our time. The theme of this year's summit, Education for a Fair and Equitable Society for a Sustainable Future, is both timely and imperative. Education has always been the cornerstone of human progress. It empowers individuals, fosters critical thinking, and drives innovation. Yet, as we face growing inequalities, environmental crises, and social unrest, it is clear that the way we educate must evolve to meet the demands of a changing world. The challenges we face in ensuring quality education are vast, and they demand collaboration, innovation, and commitment from all of us. It is for this reason that I am particularly excited to be a part of this year's Istanbul Education Summit. For the past 4 years, this summit has become an essential platform for sharing insights, solutions, and strategies that can address the most urgent educational challenges of our time. With over 50 countries represented by a diverse group of thought leaders, policymakers, and educators, we have the unique opportunity to come together and explore how education can drive social change and contribute to achieving the global goals set by the United Nations. A fair and equitable society begins with the access to quality education for all. However, millions of children and adults worldwide are denied this basic right due to poverty, gender discrimination, conflict, and systemic inequities. Addressing these barriers is not just a moral imperative, it is a foundational requirement for global stability. As a collective body, we must prioritize universal access to education. Our policies and investments must focus on ensuring that every child, regardless of their socioeconomic background, gender, or geographic location, can access quality education. Our curriculum must be inclusive and reflect the diversity of our societies, teaching respect for different cultures, gender, perspectives to build empathy and reduce prejudice. We must empower teachers by providing training, compensation, and resources to address the challenges of teaching in diverse and under-resourced environments. We must see education as a tool for sustainability. In recent years, we've been experiencing unprecedented climate crisis, a threat to our future. Education equips young minds with the knowledge, skills, and values needed to combat environmental degradation and promote sustainable practices. Moreover, environmental education must be integrated into school curricula worldwide, teaching students not just the science of climate change, but also practical solutions and the importance of stewardship. Furthermore, education systems should emphasize interdisciplinary learning, preparing students to tackle complex global challenges holistically. In this era of rapid technological advancement, digital tools can serve as a bridge to equity. However, they can also widen the gap if not managed responsibly. To harness technology's potential, we must invest in digital infrastructure, particularly in underserved regions. We must teach digital literacy, ensuring that learners can critically navigate and contribute to the digital world. And we must address the ethical implications of artificial intelligence and technology, preparing students to use these tools for the greater good. A fair and equitable society for a sustainable future cannot be achieved through education alone, but it is impossible without it. This summit must serve as a platform for collaboration, innovation, and actionable commitments. Let us advocate for increased funding in education, especially in marginalized communities. Collaborate across borders to share resources, best practices, and innovations. Commit to lifelong learning as a societal value, recognizing that education does not end with formal schooling. Ladies and gentlemen, the power of education lies in its ability to transform individuals, communities, and societies. By prioritizing fairness, equity, and sustainability in our educational systems, we are not just preparing students for the future, we are shaping the future itself. Greetings from Liberia. Dr. Bira Ogun.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jersey Male Jalla from Liberia, Minister of Education of Republic of Liberia, from British perspective, from African context, from leading practitioners as a politician, as being responsible for educational policy. I would like to thank all of our distinguished guests and panelists today. They really contributed to our International Istanbul Education Summit of 2024. We are very much grateful to their contribution. Minister of Education of North Macedonia, Dr. Vesna Jarowska, Minister of Primary and Secondary Education of Indonesia, Dr. Abdul Muti, and Minister of Education of Liberia, Dr. Jarso Mele Jella. To repeat and summarize what we have discussed and what we have learned from this high panel of 24 Istanbul Education Summit, briefly, just a few remarks for closing for this season. I think we have to value not only physical environment of education, but we have to emphasize creating a fair society indeed, and to be peaceful, to create a peaceful living environment in our national context. For a society to be truly fair and equitable, it must provide, of course, first and foremost, equal access to quality of education for all, as has been emphasized by the UN documents such as 2030 document for sustainable future, which has been widely shared for international community as Marif Foundation. We also very much emphasize sustainability, fairness, and stability in societies through education. That's very clear. This includes creating a fair society, includes not only access to schools, but also the creation of inclusive and diverse learning environments as well. A sustainable future requires a generation that is not only skilled in traditional fields like math and science, but also be versed in environmental stewardship, social justice, and human rights. So we have to, this is the second aspect, recognize the importance of raising what we call good citizens or responsible actors of tomorrow's world. And this is only possible through emphasizing these values in education. Second, or third, quality of education is important, but government support for disadvantaged groups, for supporting them to access to education is also very vital for equitable, fair society. Technology is a key factor, as has been just emphasized by the Minister of Education of Liberia, underlined, and I agree with her, really, I mean, greatly. Yes, it is a great equalizer in some way, but the structure of opportunity is not equally disturbed. So everybody cannot have access to equal internet opportunities all over the world. And the structure of this inequality in learning, in using of technology, which is very critical, also creates or grow already existing inequalities in society. So we must take care of that. Access to technology also a key for reaching out quality of education as a key factor. Furthermore, sharing good practices, as we have just discussed today, is also important. We learn from different contexts of how governments deal with quality education, creating a fair society, sustainable future for tomorrow's generation, from the Western context, from the Balkans, from North Macedonia. From Asia, we have listed Minister of Education of Indonesia, Dr. Abdul Mati, and from the perspective of Africa, from Minister of Education of Liberia. Well, these are from diverse background, from different perspective and experience. We understood that this is critical to share good practice to raise all the level of education in the world. Simply because we live in a global world. We live in an interconnected world. Connectivity is key, good or bad, but this is the reality. And especially the issue of environment, global warming, which really create a lot of new challenges for societies all over the world. So we have to raise our new generation with the creating awareness of how to live in peace with not only other human beings to create the peace in the world, but also living in peace with the nature, environment, for sustainability for our young generation and for our tomorrow world. I think this is very much critical to understand, and we have to, in our discussions, in our curriculum study especially, include all these aspects in our educational policies. And as the Marif Foundation, we are very much aware in our curriculum development program how to really teach new generation to this kind of new skills, but also being a responsible, good citizens in the world to build a world where fairness, equity, and sustainability are provided. And this is not provided by itself, and all responsible actors, including policymakers, academics, and school leaders and education leaders must face these realities and prepare for tomorrow ourselves as in terms of mentality and policies, but also in the values of our schools all over the world. Thank you very much. This is the end of the first panel of a high-level meeting, 24th Istanbul Education Summit, and we will continue other planned panels after a few minutes. Thanks a lot.
Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Dr. Birol Akgün, the president of the Turkish Marif Foundation, they're moderating the high-level session with our honorable ministers. Thank you so much for your contributions. Now, Turkish Marif Foundation is a world brand in international education, and it continues to make a name for itself with the in-school and out-of-school practices carried out in Marif institutions. As our president there mentioned, 7 years ago, the Marif Foundation introduced the Good Practices in Education platform that highlights exemplary and innovative practices carried out by teachers and students in our schools. Now, throughout the program, we'll show you 6 examples of good practices from different countries across the globe. The first one is from Mali. Let's take you now to the Dialagun Island School.
Türkiye Marif Vakfı çalışanları olarak etrafımızda, civarımızda yer almış olan diğer okulları tanımak, onlarla işbirliği kurmak görevlerimizden bir tanesi. Buna bağlı olarak civarımızda bulunan birçok okula belirli ziyaretler gerçekleştirdik. Calagun Okulu da bunlardan bir tanesiydi. Mali'den geçen Nijer Nehri üzerinde, özellikle Bamako bölgesinde irili ufaklı birçok adacık bulunmakta. Bunlardan bir tanesi de İl Calagun dedikleri Calagun Adası. Okulu gördükten sonra ve özellikle idarecileriyle ve öğrencileriyle tanıştıktan sonra bu okulla beraber gerçekleştirebileceğimiz işbirliği alanlarını düşündük, istişare ettik. Calagun Okulu ile Türkiye Marif Vakfı'na bağlı olan Türkiye Marif Okulları Badalabugu Kampüsü arasında bir kardeş okul projesi meydana getirmeyi düşündük. Öğreticileriyle, eğitmenleriyle konuştuğumuz zaman otonom bir yapısı olduğunu öğrendik. Okula gerçekleştirdiğimiz birçok ziyaretin neticesinde özellikle acil olan ihtiyaçları tespit ettik. İlk etapta tespit ettiğimiz materyaller özellikle sıra, üniforma ve kırtasiye malzemeleriydi. Hemen bir aksiyon aldık. Ülke genelinde Türkçe'ye ilgi oldukça tatmin edici seviyelerde. Kendilerine bu öneriyi sunduğumuzda çok hoşnut oldular. Badalabugu kampüsünde görev yapmakta olan Türkçe öğretmenimiz İbrahim Bey'i buraya haftada bir gün olmak kaydıyla Türkçe derslerine yolladık. Her sınıfa birer saat olmak kaydıyla Türkçe derslerine başladı.
Kedi, köpek. Peki. Merhaba tavşan. Nasılsın kedi? Kelime öğren. Hatırlıyor musun? Bambara neydi bunun?
Türkçe derslerimizde vakfımızın hazırladığı Türkçenin yabancı dil olarak öğretim programına uygun eğitsel materyalleri kullanmaktayız. Çalışma kağıtları, hafıza kartları, bunun dışında tedarik ettiğimiz kuklalar ve görsel malzemelerden yararlanmaktayız. Burada öğrencilerimizin Türkçe'ye yönelik büyük sevgileri ve ilgileri var. Ve bu ilgi yalnızca okul ortamından ibaret değil. Badalabugu sokaklarında rastladığımız öğrencilerimiz bizi Türkçe selamlıyorlar. Bizimle Türkçe iletişim kurmaya gayret ediyorlar.
Yarın, dün, bugün, çarşamba, oturma. Çok yine.
Derslerimize henüz 2 ay önce başlamış olmamıza rağmen okulumuzda ve öğrencilerimiz arasında Türkçenin iletişim dili olmaya başladığını görmek beni bir öğretmen olarak çok mutlu ediyor. Bunu bir örnekle açıklamak isterim. Okulu ilk ziyaret ettiğimde ve diğer konuklar okula geldiğinde öğrenciler onları Fransızca bonjour sözcüğüyle karşılıyorlardı. Bugün Türk olsun olmasın okula kim gelse, hangi konuk okulu ziyaret etse onu merhaba ve günaydın ifadeleriyle selamlıyorlar. Teknik olanaklar el verdiği ölçüde şarkılardan yararlanıyoruz. Temin ettiğimiz kuklaları ve görsel kartları derslerimizde kullanıyoruz. Ritmik tekrarlar öğrencilerimizin öğrendiklerini akılda tutmaları için, kalıcılığı sağlamaları için yardımcı oluyor. Tabii müzik de Afrika kültüründe vazgeçilmez bir öge. O yüzden dersimizde müzik ve şarkılardan, eğitsel şarkılardan yararlanmaya gayret ediyoruz. Nehir kıyısında öğrencilerimizle birlikte pirog adı verilen geleneksel teknemize biniyoruz. Kent merkezinden ayrıldıktan sonra yerleşim bulunan diğer adadan da öğrencilerimizi alıp okulumuzun bulunduğu Calagu Adası'na geliyoruz. Yolculuğumuz yaklaşık 1 saat sürüyor.
Le projet de jumelage signé entre l'école sur l'île Jalagun.
Burada hem öğretmenlik hem de müdürlük yapıyorum. 6 sınıfta 6 öğretmenimiz var. Ben de onlardan biriyim. 2017 yılında 47 öğrenciyle başlayan okulumuzda şu an tam 250 öğrencimiz var. Güncel eğitim yöntemlerini kullanarak geleneksel öğretim yapıyoruz diyebiliriz aslında. Otonom bir eğitim sistemi mevcut adada. Çevreyi koruma, bozo dilini öğretme, bogolan yapıyoruz mesela. Çömlek yapıyoruz, dans ediyoruz. Organik bahçemiz var. Hemen arkamda okul bahçemiz var. Bahçede çocuklar zamanla yok olmaya yüz tutan bir tarım türü olan organik tarımı öğreniyorlar. Türkiye Marif Vakfı sayesinde öğrencilerimiz Türkçe de öğrenmeye başladılar. Marif'in katkısı bizim için gerçekten çok önemliydi. Kardeş Okul projesinin onaylanmasından sonra hızlıca öğrencilerimize üniforma getirdiler. Ziyaretlerinden birinde beyaz tahta sorunu yaşadığımızı fark ettiler. Okulun gerçekten sorun yaşadığı bir dönemde bize çok sayıda beyaz tahta gönderdiler. Yerel halkın ve öğrencilerin Türkiye vizyonu gerçekten çok olumlu. Burada herkes Türkiye'nin ve Türklerin iyi ortaklar, bize yardım eden iyi insanlar olduğunu düşünüyor.
What a magnificent environment to be in. Thank you to everyone who contributed to that project as expressed in that video that we just watched there by the students and the educators. The Mara Foundation has had a profound impact on their lives. Dear guests, we are now going to take a break and we will continue our summit at 2 p.m. with a keynote speech by Professor Richard Anderson Falk on education for a fair and equitable society and a sustainable future. See you at 2 p.m.
Nakam. My name is Bilal Salah. I'm 15 years of age, and I'm currently a high school senior student at the International Marif School of the Gambia. I have something to tell you on this very special day. We, young people across Africa, are the future of our continent. Africa is much more than what you see in the mainstream media. I believe that we can change this narrative of Africa. We can challenge the cliches. If Africa keeps developing at the rate that it is, it shall become an amazing place for people to inhabit. With our growing population and natural resources, we have the potential to shape the global economy in the upcoming decades. That's why all eyes are on us, because Africa's future is bright. Africa's improved education standard over the years has helped its citizens become more educated. We still have a long way to go. Slowly but firmly, we are taking steps forward for this purpose. We are building an education system where our voice resonates. New initiatives and projects for innovation are also increasing to build a sustainable Africa. Africa's green nature as well still seems to be standing strong, as there is many wildlife conservatives keeping all types of rare and endangered species. Just like the variety of our nature, Africa's cultural diversity is unique in the world. This colorfulness gives us direction, so we will strive for protecting this diversity. And my goal is to assist in spreading these views so that people can become more aware of the situation. I will always love my continent, for its beauty is not something that can be found anywhere. A new momentum is ahead of us. We will make the rules. We will have the last word. The choices will belong to us, Africans alone. Because the future is African. Behbenen.
Şu garip halimden bilin neşveli nazlı. Gönlüm hep seni arıyor, neredesin sen? Tatlı dilim, güler yüzlüm, ecelen gözlüm. Gönlüm hep seni arıyor, neredesin sen? Tatlı dilim, güler yüzlüm, ecelen gözlüm. Gönlüm hep seni arıyor, neredesin sen? Neredesin sen? Ben ağlarsam ağlayıp gülersin gülen. Bütün dertlerimi anlayıp gönlümü bilen. Sanki kalbini bilerek yüzüme gülen. Gönlüm hep seni arıyor, neredesin sen? Neredesin sen? Sanki kalbini bilerek yüzüme gülen. Gönlüm hep seni arıyor, neredesin sen? Neredesin sen? Senemde gizli yarımı kimse bilmiyor. Hiçbir tabip yarama merhem almıyor. Boynu bükük bir garibim, yüzüm gülmüyor.
Bilal Silla. I'm 15 years of age, and I'm currently a high school senior student at the International Marif School of the Gambia. I have something to tell you on this very special day. We, young people across Africa, are the future of our continent. Africa is much more than what you see in the mainstream media. I believe that we can change this narrative of Africa. We can challenge the cliches. If Africa keeps developing at the rate that it is, it shall become an amazing place for people to inhabit. With our growing population and natural resources, we have the potential to shape the global economy in the upcoming decades. That's why all eyes are on us, because Africa's future is bright. Africa's improved education standard over the years has helped its citizens become more educated. We still have a long way to go. Slowly but firmly, we are taking steps forward for this purpose. We are building an education system where our voice resonates. New initiatives and projects for innovation are also increasing to build a sustainable Africa. Africa's green nature as well still seems to be standing strong, as there is many wildlife conservatives keeping all types of rare and endangered species. Just like the variety of our nature, Africa's cultural diversity is unique in the world. This colorfulness gives us direction, so we will strive for protecting this diversity. And my goal is to assist in spreading these views so that people can become more aware of the situation. I will always love my continent, for its beauty is not something that can be found anywhere. A new momentum is ahead of us. We will make the rules. We will have the last word. The choices will belong to us, Africans alone. Because the future is African. Beh Benin.
Şu garip halimden bilin neşeli nazlı. Gönlüm hep seni arıyor, neredesin sen? Tatlı dilim, güler yüzlüm, ecelen gözlüm. Gönlüm hep seni arıyor, neredesin sen? Tatlı dilim, güler yüzlüm, ecelen gözlüm. Gönlüm hep seni arıyor, neredesin sen? Neredesin sen? Ben ağlarsam ağlayıp gülersin gülen. Bütün dertlerimi anlayıp gönlümü bilen. Sanki kalbini bilerek yüzüme gülen. Gönlüm hep seni arıyor, neredesin sen? Neredesin sen? Sanki kalbini bilerek yüzüme gülen. Gönlüm hep seni arıyor, neredesin sen? Neredesin sen? Senemde gizli yaramı kimsin bilmiyor. Hiçbir tabip yarama merhem olmuyor. Boynu bükük bir garibim, yüzüm gülmüyor. Gönlüm hep seni arıyor, neredesin sen? Neredesin sen? Boynu bükük bir garibim, yüzüm gülmüyor. Gönlüm hep seni arıyor, neredesin sen? Neredesin sen? Neredesin sen?
Yaz dostum, güzel
Çocukken çok kötü şeyler gördüm ben. Çocuklar yemek olmadığından dolayı uyuyorlar ya da bilgi sahibi olmayan aileler vardır kampta. Ve onlara yardım ya da tavsiye verecek bir kişi yokmuş. Benim adım Mahmut Abdullah Bakır. Sudanlıyım. Baş kampında duydum. 17 yaşındayım. Türkiye Marif Vakfı'nda okuyorum. Gıda mühendisliği okumak istiyorum çünkü insanlara yardım etmek için bu mesleği seçtim. Sınav 8'de okuyorken en yüksek bir derece aldım. Vilayetin 4. oldum. Okumak istiyordum. Ben yeni dilleri öğrenmek çok istiyordum. Bunun için Türkiye Marif Vakfı'na gittim. Biraz yabancı okulları seviyorum çünkü yeni insanlarla bir tanışabileceksiniz. İse yeni bilgiler alacaksınız. Gıda mühendisliği okuduğumda ise beslenme bölümü de okuyacağım. Ondan sonra Sudan'a dönüp hastanelere de çocuklara ya da annelere bilgiler vermek, beslenme hakkında. Bu şekilde Sudanlı insanlara bir yardım edeceğim.
Nakam. My name is Bilal Sala. I'm 15 years of age, and I'm currently a high school senior student at the International Marif School of the Gambia. I have something to tell you on this very special day. We, young people across Africa, are the future of our continent. Africa is much more than what you see in the mainstream media. I believe that we can change this narrative of Africa. We can challenge the cliches. If Africa keeps developing at the rate that it is, it shall become an amazing place for people to inhabit. With our growing population and natural resources, We have the potential to shape the global economy in the upcoming decades. That's why all eyes are on us, because Africa's future is bright. Africa's improved education standard over the years has helped its citizens become more educated. We still have a long way to go. Slowly but firmly, we are taking steps forward for this purpose. We're building an education system where our voice resonates. New initiatives and projects for innovation are also increasing to build a sustainable Africa. Africa's green nature as well still seems to be standing strong, as there is many wildlife conservatives keeping all types of rare and endangered species. Just like the variety of our nature, Africa's cultural diversity is unique in the world. This colorfulness gives us direction, so we will strive for protecting this diversity. And my goal is to assist in spreading these views so that people can become more aware of the situation. I will always love my continent, for its beauty is not something that can be found anywhere. A new momentum is ahead of us. We will make the rules. We will have the last word. The choices will belong to us, Africans alone. Because the future is African. Beh Benen.
Şu garip halimden bilin neşveli nazlı. Gönlüm hep seni
okurken çok kötü şeyler gördüm. Çocuklar yemek olmadığından dolayı uyuyorlar ya da bilgi sahibi olmayan aileler vardır kampta. Ve onlara yardım ya da tavsiye verecek bir kişi yokmuş. Benim adım Mahmut Abdullah Bakır. Sudanlıyım. Taş kampında duydum. 17 yaşındayım. Türkiye Marif Vakfı'nda okuyorum. Gıda mühendisliği okumak istiyorum çünkü insanlara yardım etmek için bu mesleği seçtim. Sınav 8'de okuyorken en yüksek bir derece aldım. Vilayetin 4. oldum. Okumak istiyordum. Ben yeni dilleri öğrenmek çok istiyordum. Bunun için Türkiye Marif Vakfı'na gittim. Biraz yabancı okulları seviyorum çünkü yeni insanlarla bir tanışabileceksiniz. İse yeni bilgiler alacaksınız. Gıda mühendisliği okuduğumda ise beslenme bölümü de okuyacağım. Ondan sonra Sudan'a dönüp hastanelere de çocuklara ya da annelere bir bilgiler vermek, beslenme hakkında. Bu şekilde Sudanlı insanlara bir yardım edeceğim.
Nakam. My name is Bilal Salah. I'm 15 years of age, and I'm currently a high school senior student at the International Marif School of the Gambia. I have something to tell you on this very special day. We, young people across Africa, are the future of our continent. Africa is much more than what you see in the mainstream media. I believe that we can change this narrative of Africa. We can challenge the cliches. If Africa keeps developing at the rate that it is, it shall become an amazing place for people to inhabit. With our growing population and natural resources, We have the potential to shape the global economy in the upcoming decades. That's why all eyes are on us, because Africa's future is bright. Africa's improved education standard over the years has helped its citizens become more educated. We still have a long way to go. Slowly but firmly, we are taking steps forward for this purpose. We are building an education system where our voice resonates. New initiatives and projects for innovation are also increasing to build a sustainable Africa. Africa's green nature as well still seems to be standing strong, as there is many wildlife conservatives keeping all types of rare and endangered species. Just like the variety of our nature, Africa's cultural diversity is unique in the world. This colorfulness gives us direction, so we will strive for protecting this diversity. And my goal is to assist in spreading these views so that people can become more aware of the situation. I will always love my continent, for its beauty is not something that can be found anywhere. A new momentum is ahead of us. We will make the rules. We will have the last word. The choices will belong to us, Africans alone. Because the future is African. Beh Benin.
Şu garip halimden bilin neşeli nazlı. Gönlüm hep seni arıyor, neredesin sen? Tatlı dilim, güler yüzlüm, ecelen gözlüm. Gönlüm hep seni arıyor, neredesin sen? Tatlı dilim, güler yüzlüm, ecelen gözlüm. Gönlüm hep seni arıyor, neredesin sen? Neredesin sen? Ben ağlarsam ağlayıp gülersin gülen. Bütün dertlerimi anlayıp gönlümü bilen. Sanki kalbini bilerek yüzüme gülen. Gönlüm hep seni arıyor, neredesin sen? Neredesin sen? Sanki kalbimi bilerek yüzüme gülen. Gönlüm hep seni arıyor, neredesin sen? Neredesin sen? Senemde gizli yarımı kimsin bilmiyor. Hiçbir tabip yarama merhem almıyor. Boynu bükük bir garibim, yüzüm gülmüyor. Gönlüm hep seni arıyor, neredesin sen? Neredesin sen? Boynu bükük bir garibim, yüzüm gülmüyor. Gönlüm hep seni arıyor, neredesin sen? Neredesin sen? Neredesin sen?
Yaz dostum, güzel sevmeyene adam denir mi? Yaz dostum, selam almayana yiğit denir mi?
Yaz dostum, altı üstü 5 metrelik bezi için. Yaz dostum, boşa geçmiş ömre yaşam denir mi?
Yazsak da ya bir daha, tut defteri kitabı, sarı çizmeli Mehmet Ağa, bir gün öder hesabı. Yazsak da ya bir daha, tut
okurken çok kötü şeyler buldum. Çocuklar yemek olmadığından dolayı uyuyorlar ya da bilgi sahibi olmayan aileler vardır kampta. Ve onlara yardım ya da tavsiye verecek bir kişi yokmuş. Benim adım Mahmut Abdullah Bakır. Sudanlıyım. Baş kampında duydum. 17 yaşındayım. Türkiye Marif Vakfı'nda okuyorum. Gıda mühendisliği okumak istiyorum çünkü insanlara yardım etmek için bu mesleği seçtim. Sınav 8'de okuyorken en yüksek bir derece aldım. Vilayetin 4. oldum. Okumak istiyordum. Ben yeni dilleri öğrenmek çok istiyordum. Bunun için Türkiye Marif Vakfı'na gittim. Biraz yabancı okulları seviyorum çünkü yeni insanlarla bir tanışabileceksiniz. İse yeni bilgiler alacaksınız. Gıda mühendisliği okuduğumda ise beslenme bölümü de okuyacağım. Ondan sonra Sudan'a dönüp hastanelere de çocuklara ya da annelere bilgiler vermek, beslenme hakkında. Bu şekilde Sudanlı insanlara bir yardım edeceğim.
Nakam. My name is Bilal Silla. I'm 15 years of age, and I'm currently a high school senior student at the International Marif School of the Gambia. I have something to tell you on this very special day. We, young people across Africa, are the future of our continent. Africa is much more than what you see in the mainstream media. I believe that we can change this narrative of Africa. We can challenge the cliches. If Africa keeps developing at the rate that it is, it shall become an amazing place for people to inhabit. With our growing population and natural resources, We have the potential to shape the global economy in the upcoming decades. That's why all eyes are on us, because Africa's future is bright. Africa's improved education standard over the years has helped its citizens become more educated. We still have a long way to go. Slowly but firmly, we are taking steps forward for this purpose. We're building an education system where our voice resonates. New initiatives and projects for innovation are also increasing to build a sustainable Africa. Africa's green nature as well still seems to be standing strong, as there is many wildlife conservatives keeping all types of rare and endangered species. Just like the variety of our nature, Africa's cultural diversity is unique in the world. This colorfulness gives us direction, so we will strive for protecting this diversity. And my goal is to assist in spreading these views so that people can become more aware of the situation. I will always love my continent, for its beauty is not something that can be found anywhere. A new momentum is ahead of us. We will make the rules. We will have the last word. The choices will belong to us, Africans alone. Because the future is African. Beh Benin.
Şu garip halimden bilin neşveli nazlı. Gönlüm hep seni
Afrika Mavi Spor Oyunları ulusal ve uluslararası çapta düzenlenmiş, tüm dünyada ses getiren bir projedir. Marif okullarında öğrenim gören öğrencilerle kardeşlik duygularımızı pekiştirmek, diğer okullarla aramızdaki etkileşimi güçlendirmek bizi bu projeye yönelten etkenlerden birincisi olmuştur.
Compétition ñana ka damne anga directeur des études ani enseignant ani réunion ke ka commission sigi pour que ka se ka compétition kumbe ka abe se ka ke ka nyeto kumna.
Afrika Marif Spor Oyunlarına Mali dahil 10 ülkeden 1500 sporcu katılım sağlamıştır. Bunlardan 300'ü Marif okulları öğrencileridir. Marif Spor Oyunlarına katılımcı ülkelerin büyükelçileri, yine katılımcı ülkelerin ülke temsilcileri, ayrıca Mali'den birçok bürokrat katılım sağlamıştır. Mali Milli Eğitim Bakanı, Mali Gençlik ve Spor Bakanı, Türkiye Bamako Büyükelçisi ve Türkiye Marif Vakfı Başkanı Profesör Doktor Birol Akgün Bey'i katılımcıların arasında sayabiliriz.
Lors de ces Jeux sportifs, j'étais ravie et j'étais contente de montrer mes capacités et de pouvoir compétir avec d'autres personnes de mon âge.
Anke a participé aux Jeux sportifs fin kura de kuno parce que an ma deli ani no na ke a jara en kosebe ani ai ka fo ani ona chama ne be fa ro fe.
Afrika Marif Spor Oyunları, okul dışındaki öğrenme ortamlarına örnek olabileceği ve marif okul kültürünün hedeflediği amaca yönelik katkı sağladığını söyleyebiliriz.
Pour moi, cette récompense signifie que je peux atteindre des objectifs que je pensais ne pas pouvoir atteindre et que je pouvais y arriver. Il fallait juste avoir confiance en soi.
Mes objectifs sportifs à l'avenir sont de pouvoir m'améliorer davantage et de pouvoir participer à des compétitions de haut niveau dans d'autres pays.
Pour moi, mes objectifs, ce serait peut-être de m'améliorer sur le plan physique et technique pour peut-être participer aux Jeux Olympiques.
À l'avenir là, ame fait quand jamana les représenter. Ka yira ka fo kan fana ka dugu la sport bɛ kɛ ka ɲɛ. Ka taa international la k'an démarquer yen nɔ kosɛbɛ.
N bɛ se ka mun fɔ ka fara nin bɛɛ kan activité don yɛrɛ an ye 1 minute de silence kɛ à la mémoire des séismes. Séisme kɛra turkikaw fɛ yen a waati la donc an ye 1 minute de silence kɛ olu ye. Bon kɔfɛ fɛnɛ an bɛ se k'a fɔ fɛnɛ activité a ɲuman tɛmɛna an b'a ɲini fɛnɛ autorités fɛ Marif autorités fɛ u ka a ɲɔgɔnna organiser 2024 la Mali kɔnɔ yan.
Ce que j'ai appris de ce projet, c'est de ne pas seulement se fier à ses bras ou à son corps, mais plus sur le mental aussi. Car je crois que j'avais ce mental-là pour pouvoir atteindre la première place. Il y avait des gens plus costauds que moi.
La chose la plus importante que j'ai appris au cours de ces activités est la persévérance.
Parce que à Kerakoye, demsenu dona nyogona équipe ani demsen doye ko u sega ke athlète bawi. Donc amba ni marifu mo fe ninga ka follow me ninga na ka labay inshallah.
Afrika'da sporun birleştirici bir güç olduğunu söylemek isabetli olacaktır.
If you want something, you will work hard because there will always be some obstacle on your road or in front of you.
life through a multi-step process. The idea was born from suggestions by our students and teachers. We then embarked on a research and development process, providing a training to our students on media and podcast production. When it came to selecting topics, we considered students' interests and reading habits. Our students wrote their own scripts in different languages and transformed them into a podcast format. Finally, the podcasts were played for our students during lunch hours.
Our Marif podcast is an important project for us because we created it by ourselves. The most important thing that I want to emphasize is that we are working as a big team, from school principals, teachers, a lot of talented students, and parents too.
Taking part in this project means being able to express myself in the best way possible regarding not only the importance of my good education, but also sharing this importance to my peers. I can proudly say a lot of benefits. I learned to collaborate, I learned to speak with confidence, I learned to embrace new ideas, deliver to the many.
Taking part in this project is very helpful for me. I feel free in communicating and interviewing.
Our students had the opportunity to explore their own voices. Simultaneously, the podcast improved communication skills within our school and gave them the chance to share different perspectives.
Except discovering the new talents, this activity and project has developed also some skills on the students like confidence and literacy skills. This podcast project has created also a supportive environment for students, not only the ones who are part of this project, but also all the community.
Në momentin që ti kërkon shumë nga vetja, nuk ka hapësira më që të tjerë të korrigjon ti profesionalisht. Bë prova, gjë material, kërko, përgatitu, merri gjërat seriozisht.
The most exciting time were when we went in Skanderbeg Square and we take interviews.
The most exciting moments were those moments I saw myself being recorded, seeing how much I was grown not only physically, but also emotionally. The most challenging part was speaking freely with confidence. My advice is quite simple. Do it. Never say no to such an amazing opportunity. It will help you get to know yourself and better it in the best way possible.
To improve the skills and also our experience, it is planned to include also in this project alumni parents and students who were part of this success, and also to share their success path and inspire others.
Si ajo e ardhmja e këtij vendi që jeni. Dhe ne mezi po presim që ju të bëheni profesionist mirë, t'u lëmë stafetën dhe të çlirojmë nga përgjegjësitë shoqërore që ne kemi.
Exchanging our life experiences makes our life more colorful and more marvelous.
According to me, consistency is everything when you intend success.
Most important thing is to collaborate with each other using technology.
Every student has a unique story. How vital is it to help students discover their potential?
Despite our age, we can do amazing things. At the end, we are the future, so we better take a firm step towards it.
Gelecek programa görüşmek üzere. Hoşça kalın.
Hoşça kalın.
نقوم في ثانوية العلوم والتكنولوجيا بنشاطات متنوعة لدمج الطلاب مع بيئتهم وثقافتهم. ففي السنة الأولى قام أستاذ اللغة التركية بإعطاء درس نموذجي حول البيئة وأهميتها والاعتناء بها.
9. sınıf öğrencilerimizle kültür dersi kapsamında her hafta farklı bir konuda konuşarak farkındalık oluşturma çalışmaları yapıyorduk. O haftaki konumuz çevreydi. Çevre kirliliği, plastik atıklar, geri dönüşüm
ve doğada bizim dışımızda yaşayan canlıların yaşamı hakkındaydı. Bu konuşma neticesinde plastik atıklardan kuş yemliği yapma kararı aldık. Biriktirdiğimiz plastik şişeler ile kuş yemlikleri yapma düşüncesi beynimizde canlandı. Plastik şişeleri delerek kuş yemliği şekline getirdik ve okulumuzda bulunan ağaçlara astık. Mevsim şartları gereği yiyeceğe ulaşamayan kuşlara yiyecek sağlama imkanı elde ettik.
فكان من مخرج هذا الدرس أن اقترح بعض الطلاب بإعادة تدوير بعض الأشياء والاستفادة منها في الثانوية، فقاموا بشراء إطارات مستعملة من محل الإطارات، وقاموا بطلائها بألوان متنوعة وجميلة، وقاموا بزراعتها ببعض الزهور وتوزيعها في حديقة المدرسة.
Bu projeyi arkadaşlarımla yaptığım için ve onların başkanı olduğum için çok heyecanlıydım.
Proje esnasında beni en çok heyecanlandıran şeylerden birisi öğrencilerin takım ruhu halinde çalışmalarıydı ve hepsinin amacı hayvanlara yardım etmekti.
طبعا في هذا النشاط استفاد الطلاب من ناحيتين على اتجاهين. الأول هو تطبيق اللغة التركية أو تنفيذ ولفظ اللغة التركية، وثانيا تعاونهم على تنفيذ أنشطة حول البيئة حول بيئتهم.
Bu çalışma ile öğrencilerimiz Türkçe dersinde öğrendikleri kelimeleri günlük hayatta kullanabilmiş, aynı kavram alanına giren kelimeleri fark etmiş, çevreye karşı duyarlılıkları artmış, takım çalışması yaparak işbirlikli çalışma hakkında kazanımlar elde etmiş ve doğaya, çevreye, insanlara yardım etme motivasyonuna sahip erdemli birey olma yolunda bir adım ileri gitmişlerdir.
ومثل هذه الأنشطة تساعد الطلاب على العمل الجماعي وأهميته وتقسيم الأدوار فيما بينهم ونقل هذه التجربة إلى محيطهم، فقد استفاد الطلاب كثيرا من هذه الأنشطة وحاولوا تطبيقها بشكل مستمر في السنوات اللاحقة.
Biz bu projeyi yaparken kuşlara fayda verdiğimiz için ve okulumuzun daha iyi olmasını sağladığımız için çok mutluydum.
İnsan değeri olmayan bir şeyi çevreye faydalı bir şeye dönüştürdüğünde gurur duyar. Ve ben böyle hissettim. Şişeyi kuşlar için bir tabağa dönüştürdüğümde kendimi çok gururlu hissettim.
Güçsüz hayvanlara yardım ettiğimiz için ve onlara hem yem hem de su verdiğimiz için kendimle çok gurur duydum ve çok mutlu oldum. Günlük hayatımızda atık olan eşyaları faydalı olan bir şeye dönüştürdüğümüz zaman çok mutlu oluyoruz. Kahramanlar her zaman pelerin takmaz.
Denemek başarının temelidir.
في النهاية علينا أن ندرك أهمية التعاون ما بين الطلاب والأساتذة وما بين الطلاب أنفسهم لتستمر هذه الحياة والمدرسة بشكل جيد إن شاء الله.
Dünya sadece insanlar için değil, bütün canlıların yaşama hakkı vardır.
Daima tüketirsem tükenirim. Ancak geri dönüştürürsem doğanın kulağıma fısıldadığı teşekküre şahit olurum.
Kadrić, profesorica sam turskog jezika i književnosti. Svoje obrazovanje sam stekla dijelom u Turskoj, dijelom u Sarajevu. Što se tiče same ideje, ove tri učenice koje su učestvovale u projektu su bile zainteresirane da svoje znanje turskog jezika poboljšaju kroz dodatne časove turskog jezika. Te iste časove smo organizirali nakon redovne nastave. One su svakako svojim dolascima, svojom odgovornošću doprinijele da imamo i konačan rezultat. A u biti sve počelo tako što smo spojile konverzacijski čas turskog jezika u isto vrijeme ovaj projekat gdje smo spojili, da kažemo, te dvije komponente. Što se tiče samih faza ovog projekta, prvo smo odlučile koji će to biti jezici na kojima ćemo pripremiti riječi, zatim smo, budući da imamo učenike možda koji ne znaju ni bosanski, ni turski, ni engleski, ni arapski jezik, odlučili da pronađemo i odgovarajuće fotografije gdje će, kada prvi put vide taj rječnik, na osnovu fotografije razumjeti o kojoj riječi je riječ. Naš projekat predstavljen je široj javnosti na sajmu nauke koje je održano u prostorijama škola Marif.
what kept us excited was that we worked as a group. When we had our breaks, we had our breaks. It was always fun. That what kept us all the time motivated. It was never boring for us.
The most exciting part was knowing that other students will benefit from it as much as I benefited from it.
Kada u pitanju naš projekat, ono što su učenice i drugi učenici naučili jeste prvenstveno oni koji su radili na projektu da trebaju da dobro koordiniraju.
At the beginning, it was so difficult for me following the 3 languages that I don't know. I came here just knowing Arabic and a little English. I started to learn Turkish, English and Bosnian. Now I know English, Bosnian, and I know a little Turkish. Our friends were excited to start learning a new language, especially the students who are beginners for these languages.
I also noticed that a lot of words are similar between Arabic and Turkish. For example, Bosnian or Turkish, Bosnian or Arabic. The word kitab is similar in both Arabic and Turkish language. The only difference is in pronunciation. Even the word makas, chai, aile, and many more are really the same meaning but different pronunciation.
The idea of our dictionary was a so nice idea that it doesn't look like each dictionary you just see. It's not full of text. You won't get bored of it. You will see pictures that will make it way easier for you to understand the language and what you're reading. You won't get bored or annoyed from it. You will have a lot of small dialogues that will help you a lot if you travel.
To work in a group, how to organize stuff on time, and I have learned some new words in Turkish. My favorites were bal, sakız, and şeftali.
From my opinion, from what I learned, time or any difficulties won't stop you from doing what you're willing to do.
The most important thing that I learned in this activity that no matter what, nothing is impossible, and always remember that your only limit is you.
Na našim prostorima postoji jedan izraz gdje kažemo kad se male ruke slože, sve se.
Of this career day was to develop the students' knowledge on how the real example, real work environment looks like. So we came up with the idea. Now we thought education in learning the classroom was the only option. Now we wanted to teach them somewhere differently. So the whole purpose of this career is to give them guidance on what real world looks like when they are working professional workers experiences.
When we think about career development, we appreciate practically providing and creating a platform to demonstrate our parents, guests to practically demonstrate about their profession, how it goes also. This career event has 2 sessions, as you know. It has also in the hall, there was a lecture, introduction part, and all individuals also took their part in different classrooms, so they saw demonstration. When they see this demonstration, some of them were involved or engaged with this demonstration activities. They were enjoyed, they were amazed.
I like listening to Equitable because most countries, women don't get even a proper education, and for her to actually do such kind of things, especially mechanics and car engine, it's amazing. I wouldn't expect that too. She actually showed us that if you love what to do and if we actually know what we want to do, that we can do it. Whether it doesn't matter if you're about your age, where you came from, if you love it, if you actually like it, and if you actually know what you want to do, it's amazing. We can do it.
Nowadays, as a teacher,
when I observe our students, our generation, the first question comes from they say directly, teacher, what will we do with this information in our real life? But nowadays, these kind of questions shows us there are some problems, there are some concerns about their futures. We have to engage them with the real life. They need to understand that all these things they are learning from school will be useful for their future. As a school, this is one of our biggest duties, to prepare our generation, our students, to future. Because what we believe that they are our future. This is our Marif's culture.
Choosing your career is like being able to see yourself in that position in the future. And if you can see yourself living with that profession for the rest of your life, and if you're passionate about it, I think that's important. Our school has made us a very good opportunity by bringing these people, and then being able to see their life, you can actually question yourself. And that's one of the things you want to do for development.
First, knowing what you actually want to do. Second of all is that be sure that you want to do that job and it will actually make you happy regardless of how much money you would make a year or per month. Like, it should be something that will make you happy.
Reading is one major part of our growth in the education missing right now, and the physical activity as well.
Especially, you need more than your cognitive competencies.
I learned that hard work pays off.
I would say fruitful is the right word.
Consistency is the main key.
So strive, hard work, create success. That's what we learned.
I say I learned that commitment is very important, because without passion you can't start a work, but without commitment you can't finish it.
Yapay zeka akademimiz öğrencilerimizin ilgi ve meraklarını artırmaya yönelik bir çalışmaydı.
Popülerleşen yapay zeka ile birlikte biz bu fikri eğitime taşımak istedik.
L'idée est venue dans le sens de vouloir donner aux enfants le moyen d'apprendre par la technologie en utilisant les moyens plus adéquats, adaptés aux circonstances actuelles, bien sûr.
Proje isminde marif kelimesinin içerisindeki arif ifadesini kullandık. Hem arif bilgili anlamını sağlıyor burada. Bunun için de görsel bir tasarım yaptık, bir logo hazırladık. Bu logo içerisinde bir tane hafiye, bir dedektif vardı. Bu dedektif bir büyüteç tutarak orada bir araştırma yapıyor edasındaydı ve havasındaydı.
Eğlenceli ve ilgi çekici hale getirmek için bir telefon kulübesi inşa ettik.
Güvenli bir internet, güzel bir şekilde yapay zekanın içinde güzel bir bilgisayar koyduk. Türkiye'deki ve dünyadaki yapay zeka, popüler yapay zekaları bilgisayarımıza yükledik ve öğrencilerimizin kullanımında hazır tuttuk diyebiliriz.
Öğretmenlerimiz teneffüslerden önce öğrencilerimize belirli ödevler vereceklerdi. Bu ödevler doğrultusunda öğrenciler de kabinimize gidip araştırmalar yapacak ve sınıfa döndüklerinde verilen ödevlerin sonuçlarını arkadaşlarla paylaşacaklardı.
This project is good because it's not like internet. Because when you Google for something on internet, it will give you a lot of answers. But Arif will give you one answer, and that answer will be correct.
En tant qu'enseignant, pour moi, ce projet est vraiment louable parce que ça nous permet de pouvoir maximiser en tant que stratégie et méthodologie d'enseignement.
Ce personnage intelligent qu'on a créé, qui s'appelle Arif, permet aux enfants, bien sûr, d'accroître leur niveau en allant vers lui pour avoir des réponses à leurs préoccupations.
Telefon kulübesiyle karşılaştılar. Bunun nasıl çalıştığını öğrendikten sonra zaten daha keyifli hale gelmeye başladı. İnteraktif öğrenmeler, ödev yapmalar, gruplu çalışmalarda çok faydalı oldu diyebiliriz.
Ceci leur permettra également de pouvoir travailler, interagir avec cet outil et recevoir les réponses qu'ils auront, n'est-ce pas, à poser relatives au système éducatif.
Alme Sor projesi öğrencilerimize bilgi erişim fırsatları sunduğu gibi doğru bilgi ulaşması için de araştırmaya teşvik etmektedir.
Face à cet outil, les enfants auront eux-mêmes à travailler.
Arif vient aider les enfants à parfaire leur niveau de connaissance. C'est un atout majeur pour les enfants. C'est un projet éducatif excellent.
20 minutes Arif ne se fatigue jamais. On peut utiliser la cabine à tout moment.
C'est comme un humain qu'on a placé dans une cabine et qu'il répond à nos questions.
Geleceğin eğitimi diyebilirim.
Küçükken çok kötü şeyler gördüm. Çocuklar yemek olmadığından dolayı uyuyorlar ya da bilgi sahibi olmayan aileler vardır kampta. Ve onlara yardım ya da tavsiye verecek bir kişi yokmuş. Benim adım Mahmut Abdullah Bakır. Sudanlıyım. Baş kampında duydum. 17 yaşındayım. Türkiye Maarif Vakfı'nda okuyorum. Gıda mühendisliği okumak istiyorum çünkü insanlara yardım etmek için bu mesleği seçtim. Sınav 8'de okuyorken en yüksek bir derece aldım. Vilayetin 4. oldum. Okumak istiyordum. Ben yeni dilleri öğrenmek çok istiyordum. Bunun için Türkiye Maarif Vakfı'na gittim. Biraz yabancı okulları seviyorum çünkü yeni insanlarla bir tanışabileceksiniz. İse yeni bilgiler alacaksınız. Gıda mühendisliği okuduğumda ise beslenme bölümü de okuyacağım. Ondan sonra Sudan'a dönüp hastanelere de çocuklara ya da annelere bilgiler vermek, beslenme hakkında. Bu şekilde Sudanlı insanlara bir yardım edeceğim.
Nakam. My name is Bilal Silla. I'm 15 years of age, and I'm currently a high school senior student at the International Maarif School of the Gambia. I have something to tell you on this very special day. We, young people across Africa, are the future of our continent. Africa is much more than what you see in the mainstream media. I believe that we can change this narrative of Africa. We can challenge the cliches. If Africa keeps developing at the rate that it is, it shall become an amazing place for people to inhabit. With our growing population and natural resources, We have the potential to shape the global economy in the upcoming decades. That's why all eyes are on us, because Africa's future is bright. Africa's improved education standard over the years has helped its citizens become more educated. We still have a long way to go. Slowly but firmly, we are taking steps forward for this purpose. We are building an education system where our voice resonates. New initiatives and projects for innovation are also increasing to build a sustainable Africa. Africa's green nature as well still seems to be standing strong, as there is many wildlife conservatives keeping all types of rare and endangered species. Just like the variety of our nature, Africa's cultural diversity is unique in the world. This colorfulness gives us direction, so we will strive for protecting this diversity. And my goal is to assist in spreading these views so that people can become more aware of the situation. I will always love my continent, for its beauty is not something that can be found anywhere. A new momentum is ahead of us. We will make the rules. We will have the last word. The choices will belong to us, Africans alone. Because the future is African. Beh Benen.
Şu garip halimden bilin neşveli nazlı. Gönlüm hep seni arıyor, neredesin sen? Tatlı dilim, güler yüzlüm, ey ceylan gözlüm. Gönlüm hep seni arıyor, neredesin sen? Tatlı dilim, güler yüzlüm, ey ceylan gözlüm. Gönlüm hep seni arıyor, neredesin sen? Neredesin sen? Ben ağlarsam ağlayıp gülersin gülen. Bütün dertlerimi anlayıp gönlümü bilen. Sanki kalbini bilerek yüzüme gülen. Gönlüm hep seni arıyor, neredesin sen? Neredesin sen? Sanki kalbini bilerek yüzüme gülen. Gönlüm hep seni arıyor, neredesin sen? Neredesin sen? Senemde gizli yarımı kimsin bilmiyor. Hiçbir tabip yarama merhem almıyor. Boynu bükük bir garibim, yüzüm gülmüyor. Gönlüm hep seni arıyor, neredesin sen? Neredesin sen? Boynu bükük bir garibim, yüzüm gülmüyor. Gönlüm hep seni arıyor, neredesin sen? Neredesin sen? Neredesin sen?
Yaz dostum, güzel sevmeyene adam denir mi? Yaz dostum, selam almayana yiğit denir mi? Yaz dostum, altı üstü 5 metrelik bezi için. Yaz dostum, boşa geçmiş ömre yaşam denir mi? Yazsak da ya bir daha, tut defteri kitabı, sarı çizmeli Mehmet Ağa, bir gün öder hesabı. Yazsak da ya bir daha, tut
Afrika Mavi Spor Oyunları, ulusal ve uluslararası çapta düzenlenmiş, tüm dünyada ses getiren bir projedir. Marif okullarında öğrenim gören öğrencilerle kardeşlik duygularımızı pekiştirmek, diğer okullarla aramızdaki etkileşimi güçlendirmek bizi bu projeye yönelten etkenlerden birincisi olmuştur.
Compétition ñana ka damne anga directeur des études ani enseignant ani réunion ke ka commission sigi pour que ka se ka compétition kumbe ka abe se ka ke ka nyeto kumna.
Afrika Marif Spor Oyunlarına Mali dahil 10 ülkeden 1500 sporcu katılım sağlamıştır. Bunlardan 300'ü Marif okulları öğrencileridir. Marif Spor Oyunlarına katılımcı ülkelerin büyükelçileri, yine katılımcı ülkelerin ülke temsilcileri, ayrıca Mali'den birçok bürokrat katılım sağlamıştır. Mali Milli Eğitim Bakanı, Mali Gençlik ve Spor Bakanı, Türkiye Bamako Büyükelçisi ve Türkiye Marif Vakfı Başkanı Profesör Doktor Birol Akgün Bey'i katılımcıların arasında sayabiliriz.
Lors de ces Jeux sportifs, j'étais ravie et j'étais contente de montrer mes capacités et de pouvoir compétir avec d'autres personnes de mon âge.
An kelen ka participer aux Jeux sportifs in na fɛn kura de kun don an ma parce que an kun ma deli ka nin ɲɔgɔnna kɛ a diyara an ye kosɛbɛ ani an ye k'a fɔ an ɲɔgɔnna caman de bɛ fan wɛrɛw fɛ.
Afrika Marif Spor Oyunları, okul dışındaki öğrenme ortamlarına örnek olabileceği ve marif okul kültürünün hedeflediği amaca yönelik katkı sağladığını söyleyebiliriz.
Pour moi, cette récompense signifie que je peux atteindre des objectifs que je pensais ne pas pouvoir atteindre et que je pouvais y arriver. Il fallait juste avoir confiance en soi.
Mes objectifs sportifs à l'avenir sont de pouvoir m'améliorer davantage et de pouvoir participer à des compétitions de haut niveau dans d'autres pays.
Pour moi, mes objectifs, ce serait peut-être de m'améliorer sur le plan physique et technique pour peut-être participer aux Jeux Olympiques.
À l'avenir là, an bɛ fɛ k'an ka jamana de représenter ka yira k'a fɔ k'an fana ka dugu la sport bɛ kɛ ka ɲɛ ka taa international la k'an démarquer yen nɔ kosɛbɛ.
N bɛ se ka mun fɔ ka fara nin bɛɛ kan activité don yɛrɛ an ye 1 minute de silence kɛ à la mémoire de séisme kɛra turkikaw fɛ yen a waati la donc an ye 1 minute de silence kɛ olu ye bon kɔfɛ fɛnɛ an bɛ se ka fɔ fɛnɛ activité a ɲuman tɛmɛna an b'a ɲini fɛnɛ autoritéw fɛ marif autoritéw fɛ u ka a ɲɔgɔnna organiser 2024 la Mali kɔnɔ yan.
Ce que j'ai appris de ce projet, c'est ne pas seulement se fier à ses bras ou à son corps, mais plus sur le mental aussi. Car je crois que j'avais ce mental-là pour pouvoir atteindre la première place. Il y avait des gens plus costauds que moi.
La chose la plus importante que j'ai appris au cours de ces activités est la persévérance.
Parce que à kera koye demsenu dona nyogona équipe an ye denmisɛnnin dɔw ye ko u bɛ se ka kɛ athlète baw ye donc an b'a ɲini marifu mɔgɔw fɛ nin ka kɛ a fɔlɔ ye mais nin kana k'a laban ye inşallah.
Afrika'da sporun birleştirici bir güç olduğunu söylemek isabetli olacaktır.
If you want something, you will work hard because there will always be some obstacle on your road or in front of you.
This project came to
life through a multi-step process. The idea was born from suggestions by our students and teachers. We then embarked on a research and development process, providing a training to our students on media and podcast production. When it came to selecting topics, we considered students' interests and reading habits. Our students wrote their own scripts in different languages and transformed them into a podcast format. Finally, the podcasts were played for our students during lunch hours.
Marif podcast is an important project for us because we created it by ourselves. The most important thing that I want to emphasize is that we are working as a big team, from school principals, teachers, a lot of talented students, and parents too.
Taking part in this project means being able to express myself in the best way possible regarding not only the importance of my good education, but also sharing this importance to my peers. I can proudly say a lot of benefits. I learned to collaborate, I learned to speak with confidence, I learned to embrace new ideas, deliver to the many.
Taking part in this project is very helpful for me. I feel free in communicating and interviewing.
Our students had the opportunity to explore their own voices. Simultaneously, the podcast improved communication skills within our school and gave them the chance to share different perspectives.
Except discovering the new talents, this activity and project has developed also some skills on the students like confidence and literacy skills. This podcast project has created also a supportive environment for students, not only the ones who are part of this project, but also all the community.
Në momentin që ti kërkon shumë nga vetja, nuk ka hapësira më që të tjerë të korrigjon ti profesionalisht. Bë prova, gjë material, kërko, përgatitu, merri gjërat seriozisht.
The most exciting time were when we went in Skanderbeg Square and we take interviews.
The most exciting moments were those moments I saw myself being recorded, seeing how much I was grown not only physically, but also emotionally. The most challenging part was speaking freely with confidence. My advice is quite simple. Do it. Never say no to such an amazing opportunity. It will help you get to know yourself and better it in the best way possible.
To improve the skills and also our experience, it is planned to include also in this project alumni parents and students who were part of this success, and also to share their success path and inspire others.
Si ajo e ardhmja e këtij vendi që rjeni, dhe ne mezi po presim që ju të bëjeni një profesionist mirë, t'u lëmë stafetën dhe të çlirojmë nga përgjegjësitë shoqërore që ne kemi.
Exchanging our life experiences makes our life more colorful and more marvelous.
According to me, consistency is everything when you intend success.
Most important thing is to collaborate with each other using technology.
Every student has a unique story. How vital is it to help students discover their potential?
Despite our age, we can do amazing things. At the end, we are the future, so we better take a firm step towards it.
Gelecek programa görüşmek üzere. Hoşça kalın.
Hoşça kalın.
Arife Soru Yapay Zeka Akademimiz öğrencilerimizin bilgi ve meraklarını artırmaya yönelik bir çalışmaydı.
Popülerleşen yapay zeka ile birlikte biz bu fikri eğitime taşımak istedik.
L'idée est venue dans le sens de vouloir donner aux enfants le moyen d'apprendre par la technologie en utilisant les moyens plus adéquats, adaptés aux circonstances actuelles bien sûr.
marif kelimesinin içerisindeki arif ifadesini kullandık. Hem arif bilgili anlamını sağlıyor burada. Bunun için de görsel bir tasarım yaptık, bir logo hazırladık. Bu logo içerisinde bir tane hafiye, bir dedektif vardı. Bu dedektif bir büyüteç tutarak orada bir araştırma yapıyor edasındaydı ve havasındaydı.
Eğlenceli ve ilgi çekici hale getirmek için bir telefon kulübesi inşa ettik.
Güvenli bir internet, güzel bir şekilde yapay zekanın içinde güzel bir bilgisayar kolu koyduk. Türkiye'deki ve dünyadaki yapay zeka, popüler yapay zekaları bilgisayarımıza yükledik ve öğrencilerimizin kullanımında hazır tuttuk diyebiliriz.
Öğretmenlerimiz teneffüslerden önce öğrencilerimize belirli ödevler vereceklerdi. Bu ödevler doğrultusunda öğrenciler de kabinimize gidip araştırmalar yapacak ve sınıfa döndüklerinde verilen ödevlerin sonuçlarını arkadaşlarla paylaşacaklardı.
This project is good because it's not like internet. Because when you Google for something on internet, it will give you a lot of answers. But Arif will give you one answer, and that answer will be correct.
Eh ben, en tant qu'enseignant, pour moi, ce projet est vraiment louable parce que ça nous permet de pouvoir maximiser en tant que stratégie et méthodologie d'enseignement.
Ce personnage intelligent qu'on a créé, qui s'appelle Arif, permet aux enfants, bien sûr, d'accroître leur niveau en allant vers lui pour avoir des réponses à leurs préoccupations.
Telefon kulübesiyle karşılaştılar. Bunun nasıl çalıştığını öğrendikten sonra zaten daha keyifli hale gelmeye başladı. İnteraktif öğrenmeler, ödev yapmalar, gruplu çalışmalarda çok faydalı oldu diyebiliriz.
Ceci leur permettra également de pouvoir travailler, interagir avec cet outil et recevoir les réponses qu'ils auront, n'est-ce pas, à poser relatives au système éducatif.
Arif Sor projesi öğrencilerimize bilgi erişim fırsatları sunduğu gibi doğru bilgi ulaşması için de araştırmayı teşvik etmektedir.
Face à cet outil, les enfants auront eux-mêmes à travailler.
Arif vient aider les enfants à parfaire leur niveau de connaissance. C'est un atout majeur pour les enfants. C'est un projet éducatif excellent.
Heureusement, Arif ne se fatigue jamais. On peut utiliser la cabine à tout moment.
C'est comme un humain qu'on a placé dans une cabine et qu'il répond à nos questions.
Geleceğin eğitimi diyebilirim.
Küçükken çok kötü şeyler gördüm. Çocuklar yemek olmadığından dolayı uyuyorlar ya da bilgi sahibi olmayan aileler vardır kampta ve onlara yardım ya da tavsiye verecek bir kişi yokmuş. Benim adım Mahmut Abdullah Bakır. Sudanlıyım. Baş kampında duydum. 17 yaşındayım. Türkiye Marif Vakfı'nda okuyorum. Gıda mühendisliği okumak istiyorum çünkü insanlara yardım etmek için bu mesleği seçtim. Sınav 8'de okuyorken en yüksek bir derece aldım. Vilayetin 4. oldum. Okumak istiyordum. Ben yeni dilleri öğrenmek çok istiyordum. Bunun için Türkiye Marif Vakfı'na gittim. Biraz yabancı okulları seviyorum çünkü yeni insanlarla bir tanışabileceksiniz. ise yeni bilgiler alacaksınız. Gıda mühendisliği okuduğumda ise beslenme bölümü de okuyacağım. Ondan sonra Sudan'a dönüp hastanelere de çocuklara ya da annelere bir bilgiler vermek, beslenme hakkında. Bu şekilde Sudanlı insanlara bir yardım edeceğim.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 4th Istanbul Education Summit. Over the last couple of hours, we've heard from the Minister of Education of the Republic of Turkey, His Excellency Yusuf Tekin, the President of the Republic of Turkey, His Excellency Recep Tayyip Erdogan, and our high-level panel, with all highlighting the importance of creating a sustainable future of education in our ever-changing world. Our program now continues with a keynote speech. It is my absolute honor to present to you Professor Emeritus of International Law at Princeton University, Richard Anderson Falk. The floor is yours, Professor.
Thank you so much. I want to thank also the Marif Foundation for inviting me to speak at the 4th Istanbul Education Summit and for orienting our sense of vocation as educators toward a future that will test the capacities of every national society to address the distinctive blend of social, economic, cultural, and ecological threats that currently cast dark shadows over the human future. I will do my best, although I think the conference theme may be a mission impossible, given the world conditions and limits on the autonomy of many educators, faculty, and administrators, as well as in some instances on the students as well. I take inspirational guidance from Nelson Mandela, whose life embodied the politics of impossibility, emerging from prison after 27 years to lead his country to a peaceful post-apartheid future. Nelson Mandela's words, "Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world." Mandela's uplifting affirmation of the importance of education leaves open the haunting question of how this may be done in various settings of diverse academic institutions throughout the world. It also leaves open the question of change for what? Despite the difficulties, my answer to this question is the same as those who set the 2024 summit theme in relation to societal equity and developmental sustainability. In facing the darkness of our time, highlighted by the inability of the international system of norms present in the UN Charter and the refusal of leading political actors to take steps to stop Israel's genocide in Gaza, Israel's genocide in Gaza, and even worse, these UN members actually facilitated the continuation of the genocide with unabated fury for the past 14 months. It would be easy to succumb to despair given these horrifying realities. We must struggle against such a surrender to these evil forces. I continue to believe that if we can find the techniques and deploy the wisdom to correctly manage this time of global transition, mobilized humanistic energies have the ability to bestow on coming generations a world more peaceful, just, and resilient than what currently exists for the majority of peoples throughout the world. Such a challenge of global scope centers on the sustainability of our natural habitat, a worrisome circumstance that has never before so threatened all of humanity throughout the whole of world history. This novel set of circumstances calls for new thinking, new values, and adaptive visions of how we live together in ecologically durable and ethically fulfilling ways. For us today, wherever we are on the planet, this current agenda raises crucial questions about the nature of desired effects on the educational experience of youth and whether it is feasible to change the teaching, learning experience in various concrete circumstances so that the injustices and environmental crimes can be described and solutions envisioned. It is also possible to take the existing framework of education as itself in need of fixing so that it will be more responsive to the values of an equitable society and the adjustments that need to be made to ensure that the inclusion of sustainability considerations in every young person's educational experience. Having this special opportunity to reflect on these issues, I intend to explore the implications of the summit theme as posing more fundamental challenges that are associated with those planetary dangers peculiar to this historical moment. As I see it, the deepest educational responsibility and opportunity is to prepare students to live in a world facing drastic change and profound challenges to traditional ways of knowing, believing, and acting. At first glance, a new educational priority would clearly be to teach skills and understandings appropriate to the digital age, but much more is at stake than digital literacy if society is to withstand the gathering storm. What is most needed is types of learning that equip students when they finish their education to be positive contributors to a better future by way of their social engagement relating to that future. This means not being content to be passive spectators in a world they believe beyond their capacity or will to influence. Let me now speak briefly about a few ideas about how more innovative pedagogies might be developed and applied so that citizens of the future might become committed to adaptive change. First, the global context. Most education that I'm familiar with, starting with high school, concentrates on distinct subject matter, separated silos of knowledge and learning, such as math, science, economics, history, and literature. Such an education seeks to prepare students by in-depth teaching of various strands of knowledge useful for later employment or for a more appreciative, humanistic sense of culture, generally emphasizing national or civilizational perspectives. Most teaching takes the natural setting of human activity for granted. There to be exploited for the benefit of various national societies and their commercial entrepreneurs. Such an approach served the modern world quite well until recently. It encouraged a sense of reality and knowledge as fragmented, a matter of mastering a part with little sense of the whole. It also was insensitive to the stark reality that societies could no longer assume the sustainability of their natural habitat that has allowed individual and collective life to flourish for several centuries without taking account of remote environmental harms. It also mirrored the global reality divided into parts in the form of sovereign states with little sense of responsibility for the stability and even sustainability of the whole. Our learning experience beyond the domains of technical knowledge and by and large nurtures love of country, its history, culture, language, along with the distinctive ethnicities that give national identities to the sovereign states that we live in. I think these ways of breaking up reality, whether political, societal, or educational, are practical accommodations to our experience of living, doing, and being, reflecting the enclosures that shape and condition our lives. These enclosures are part of who we are and should not be rejected, but rather enlarged, merged, and adapted. This expresses the growing need to supplement traditional ideas about the role of higher education as imparting knowledge as specialized and fragmented. This would adapt the world we are accustomed to inhabit to this broader, growing awareness of wholeness, interactivity, and interdependence, as well as otherness. This is a recommended partial reorientation of education for the future of the sort envisioned by the summit theme. It is what I believe will produce more fulfilled lives for present and future generations of students. Hopefully, it will also give rise to a social and ethical consciousness in harmony with emergent realities and challenges. However much this adaptive approach to education seems persuasive, it will face formidable obstacles, including from special interests that benefit from the existing order and from entrenched beliefs resistant to change. Economic elites often resist equitable and ecological adaptations, whether due to their short-run negative effects on profitability or economic growth. This is reinforced by the tendency of dominant political classes to oppose changes that displace national security by appeals to human security as being subversive of military spending and societal safety in relation to foreign threats. Nationalists and fundamentalists, whether secular or religious, tend to be protective of beliefs that privilege the part over the whole. And thus, if we are to take this summit theme as seriously as it deserves in generating guidelines for educational adaptation, it will confront stiff opposition and resistance. Nevertheless, reality has its way of forcing itself upon social consciousness sooner or later, and education helps explain why. Oddly, perhaps the best way of learning to face a challenging future is to consider the past. From the pre-modern ways of being in the world, we can learn the importance of living with nature and more adaptable ways of living together. From the modernist liberation of law, politics, and ethics from the tyranny of religion brought many benefits of technological and material progress that freed many millions of people from poverty, illiteracy, short life expectancies to experience more satisfying lives. Modernity led to educational adaptations to meet the needs and beliefs of a science and knowledge-based new order. Similarly, the destructiveness of religious rivalry and its connections with civilizational expansionism led first to imperial politics and colonialism, and then to nationalist movements of self-determination and resistance. The point I am trying to make is that the critical study of the past helps students realize that the challenges of the present that seem so threatening and new were fused with their life experience as long as humans have inhabited the earth. True, the emergent future we now face are both more radical and original in substance and scope, expressive of the underlying rhythmic ebb and flow of history. Current challenges can be made less menacing if tempered by sensitive portrayals of past historical analogs and the efforts of contemporary storytellers to narrate the dilemmas of change versus tradition in human relations and in the broader dynamics of organized society. More specifically, we can now ask in this hyper-modern atmosphere, where does this lead society? I offer 3 talking points that depict the tension between needed change and self-interested resistance to change. Under wholeness, first of all, the sense that in addition to national, ethnic, religious, cultural, class, and gender identities, we are now in need of developing what can be called a human identity or a species identity. What is declared is a condition of mutual dependence when it comes to addressing climate change, biodiversity, ocean resilience, and global security. A second way of conceiving this abstract issue is to select a concrete instance where global security shifted from a reliance on military superiority to one of bonded interests for even in the most hostile confrontations with enemy states. The use of atomic bombs at the end of World War II against Japanese cities signaled the onset of this fundamental break in the dynamics of global security. It led to divergent responses that are still competing for acceptance in the world, ranging from relying on these weapons for security to balancing the power to destroy with a sense that one would destroy oneself in the process. This is creating a new awareness of mutual interdependence that is so fundamental to both our sense of danger and our struggle to reestablish some durable form of security that might serve the present and future generations of people. But it is this sense that global security depends on the primacy of geopolitics, which means how the dominant states live with a kind of negative wholeness that is the characteristic of the nuclear age. It also means foregoing the opportunity to build a peace and security system on the basis of positive wholeness that relied on respect for law and morality and recognized that retaining these weapons of mass destruction meant permanently living with the menace of a nuclear war that could occur at any moment, likely destroying all that has been built over the centuries. Underneath retaining the capability to destroy civilization was the holistic realization that a major war fought with nuclear weapons would destroy not only the warring states, but spill its lethal effects over the neutral, potentially in the sense spill to neutral states, potentially putting modern life of the entire planet at risk. In this sense, the negative wholeness of a possible nuclear war remains an abiding danger that has failed to produce sufficient pressure to bring about change that would respond in a creative way to the opportunities for a more positive shaping of the wholeness that is part of this hypermodern experience. So we are doomed at present to live indefinitely with the awareness that life continues under the shadow of nuclear weapons and is a catastrophe waiting to happen. Such a prospect has been given a frightening plausibility by the recent escalations in the Ukraine war, Ukraine being given recent permission to shoot long-range weapons deep into Russian territory, and Moscow threatening to use nuclear weapons in retaliation against NATO weapons that have been supplied in recent years. How should educators treat this defining reality of the last 80 years? Or should such a reality be outside what we want young people to learn about? Do we want to shield students from the grim features of the present human condition, or do we have the courage to expose these dangers in ways that include presentations of ways to surmount such catastrophic scenarios of the future? This same logic applies to ecological challenges of our time. Most notably, global warming endangers social well-being, even our physical survival throughout the planet. But it cannot be overcome without a strong turn toward positive wholeness and a cooperative approach that requires every country in the world to make sacrifices and to exhibit their willingness to make commitments. In addition to wholeness, the emphasis needs to be much more evolved in relation to equity. In addressing ecological challenges, for instance, it is necessary to use cooperation among grossly unequal states with respect to responsibility for the buildup of carbon emissions that is the main cause of global warming. Unlike the situation with nuclear weapons, there is a consensus among governments that a positive adaptation to climate change requires an unprecedented level of cooperation among national governments that can only be forthcoming if fairness prevails and the richer, earlier industrial countries help the poorer ones to adapt. The late developers are far less responsible than the highly developed economies of Europe and North America for industrial development and reliance on fossil fuels than have been the late developing global South. There is a widespread recognition of a vital equity component in an effective policy of ecological adaptation. But little agreement has so far emerged as to how to calculate the level of subsidy and the allocation of amounts, with degrees of supervision needed to ensure that the funds made available were being used to reduce carbon emissions rather than to accelerate industrial development of less in less developed countries. Another dimension of the ecological challenge involves preserving tropical rainforests currently under threat from various private sector developers, as in Brazil and elsewhere. These rainforests absorb carbon and are valuable repositories of biodiversity. Here, the adaptation issue involves compromising territorial sovereignty to promote the global public good. It involves the wholeness of perspective together with the equity of application. In addition to equity and wholeness, I want to call attention to the importance of otherness. Identity politics at all levels of social and political consciousness stress and privilege differences and generally view others with suspicion, hostility, and a sense of rivalry. Often in world affairs, aligned identities confront what they believe to be a menacing otherness. The ultimate expression of hostile otherness is in the context of war, whether opposing alliances internationally or in the internal struggles or civil wars between adversary formations, typically taking the form of social movements that oppose existing elites that control the apparatus of government that controls the way in which states address challenges to their well-being. Samuel Huntington, at the end of the Cold War, followed by the collapse of the Soviet Union, predicted not a peaceful sequel, but rather taking the form of a clash of civilization, most specifically the global West against a rising global Islam situated along Middle East fault lines involving Western ensured access to energy reserves and the security of Israel, as opposed to resistance to such encroachment. The historical context also exhibited the collapse of the European colonial system, which was a form of otherness that involved domination by the colonial power and subjugation of the indigenous population. The apartheid structure of racial domination in South Africa, exploiting the Black African indigenous majority as the other to the white settler minority, is a prime example of the repression of the other. Ending colonizing and racist otherness has been widely regarded as a desirable flow of history that liberated many people suffering from abusive forms of otherness, vertically arranged as in master-slave or white-black hierarchies of domination. This pattern is also evident in societal contexts by the othering of deviant lifestyles as expressed over the centuries by such behavioral patterns as homophobia and xenophobia. The most extreme form of otherness involves the total dehumanization of the other, what has been labeled and outlawed as genocide since the Nazi Holocaust, a Jew-hating slaughter that featured death camps and mass killings, extending its lethality beyond ethnicity to gypsies and to left political activists and intellectuals. We now live at a time where Israel has conducted a genocide against the entire population of 2.3 million Palestinians living in the Gaza Strip. It recalls for me a line of poetry from W.H. Auden: "Those to whom evil is done do evil in return." It has been proclaimed by Israeli leaders in the language of total dehumanization, operationalized by a daily spectacle of horrifying atrocities assaulting the eyes and ears of the peoples of the world in real time. TV journalism of the digital age. And despite this awareness is continuing, the genocide is continuing and spreading beyond the borders of Gaza in ways that threaten regional wars with global proxy participants. The UN and others have been either unable or unwilling to stop this genocide. Shamelessly, the liberal democracies of the West, led by the United States, have refused to exert leverage on Israel and have been complicit in direct violation of the Genocide Convention by lending active support through supplying weaponry, financial assistance, diplomatic support, and even military intelligence. Seen in the broader sense of civilizational orientation, the supporting governments of Israel are all from the global west of North America and Europe, and the most dedicated support for the Palestinian resistance is from Islamic majority states and political movements, especially Hezbollah and the Houthis. It is a reminder that clash of civilizations are part of the historic present, resulting in instances of genocide at their extreme and evident in such national settings as Myanmar and Sudan, where the dehumanization of the other leads to genocidal politics, often intertwined with material ambition relating to land and resources. You who are listening may wonder what these psychological and political and institutional patterns contradicting the premises of wholeness, equity, and otherness have to do with an enlightened approach to education. I'm trying to convince you that these features of our world dangerously inhibiting adaptation to the ethical and ecological imperatives of the well-being of present and future generations. Our students deserve to learn how to live useful lives that are sensitive to these concerns. There is a folk saying that imparts wisdom. If it's not broken, don't fix it. But there is a secondary wisdom in relation to global security and its prospects for stability and sustainability. If it's badly broken, do everything possible to fix it. I think there are many fix-it approaches worth pondering in classrooms without presupposing a sophisticated view of the complexities of the contemporary world and its challenges. Let me venture 2 lines of educational opportunity. Civic engagement. It seems clear that the current leadership of both governments and corporations are not oriented toward addressing wholeness, equity, and otherness in creative and ethically meaningful ways. Governments are preoccupied with the pursuit of national interests, with governing performances judged in terms of short-term solutions and results. Most important is whether the quality of economic and political life for the national citizenry was being widely regarded as improving. The dominant logic of such styles, if governance is to disregard wholeness and to conceive of equity as a matter of how national population is being treated. Natural distancing to varying degrees from alien forms of otherness is treated as though it were a natural element of the human condition. Creative pedagogy would teach a greater appreciation of others as connected with living and acting effectively in the world as it now exists. The corporate outlook shared with banks and finance is preoccupied with profitable manipulation of money and maximizing the growth of GNP. It is not concerned with equitable distribution or with fixing a precarious framework to enable a sustainable existence. In fact, the prevailing ecological logics of both capitalist and socialist orientations is to minimize interferences with profits and economic growth by being in various states of denial with respect to harmful ecological dimensions of this modernist ethos of efficiency and growth. As such, the main justification for modern economic activity is associated with the embedded belief that more and bigger is better. The educational opportunity is to present small is beautiful views of benevolent political and economical life. Instead of a worldview that presupposes a win-lose outcome, it would be helpful to find situations where a win-win approach is viable for all participants. Games and stories that impart win-win outcome could be drawn from history. Ideas of human security and common security based on a cooperative view of the sort pioneered by regional communities such as the European Union or in the elaborate Chinese Road and Belt Project, where the rewards of cooperation and mutual benefit replace one-sided patterns of exploitation and conquest that are meant to divide winners from losers. The costly and menacing militarism of current international relations needs replacing by vastly cheaper frameworks of peace building and mutual tolerance. Similar narratives can be developed to support for the rule of law as a replacement for the rule of the gun. Internationally, it can be shown that respects for international law frees resources for constructive use in relation to the demands of fairness and equity, as well as facilitate greater investment in ecological sustainability. If not wholeness, then communities of states acting regionally can solve common problems of security and sustainability, and thereby provide framing of better lives and more benevolent governance in a period of transition. I've argued that the U.S. would be much better off if it had shaped its foreign policy in conformity with the constraints of international law, rather than with the opportunities to follow the path of global ambition. It would work more effectively and much less expensively, leaving increased funds available for sustainability and better lives through a reliance on the guidelines of international law, rather than, as has been the practice of great powers, by engaging in futile, unlawful interventions costing trillions. The remarkable rise of China for over the course of the last half-century, without relying on conquest or exploitation, despite its own deficiencies, offers a model of extremely successful alternative paths. Also instructive would be a comparative study of U.S. and China in relation to these three signposts on a path to rational sustainability in the 21st century: wholeness, equity, and otherness. A comparison of the treatment of the poor, vulnerable, and internal others or minorities victimized by discrimination. A look at the experience of the last several decades would confirm this line of policy reform. It has not yet happened because the established order resists with all the policy instruments and brainwashing propaganda at its disposal. Special interests have been increasing their influence on the behavior of governmental institutions, working day and night for higher military budgets and on behalf of profit growth-oriented policies. Especially the lucrative arms producers that have a vested interest in exaggerating security threats and the dangers of diverse ideologies or energy giants that seek to keep carbon fuels flowing without concerns about climate change. Education shapes minds, transforms societies, and helps discover and explore pathways to a sustainable, just, and peaceable future. As educators, we should commit to making education a catalyst for fairness, equity, and sustainability. In the process, nurturing a sense of wholeness that cannot be exaggerated. Ideally, education at all levels should prepare students for active societal roles as participating in organizing the shaping of public policy, and to not be mere passive spectators in the face of developments and challenges that threaten their future and that of future generations. Public pressures from below can potentially make political leaders and media platforms take more account of demands for reform carried out within a more globalist way of interpreting and understanding than what now prevails in most societies, including those that have free elections and independent political parties. From an educational perspective of both preparation for a professional career and for benign citizen engagement, it seems essential to prepare students for technological innovations on the horizon. It is obvious that AI or artificial intelligence will exert a growing influence in all phases of future lives in ways that are liberating and patterns that may cause educators a host of troubles in the educational process. Of immediate access to knowledge undercuts the value of writing assignments and tests posing fundamental become more complex as AI trajectory of rapid and continuous improvement. Robotics, likewise, is relevant from the perspective of progress and employment choices and opportunity. There is a need to evolve courses and study programs that take account of changing job markets and societal proprieties. What educators need to think about is how to create courses assuring that students achieve digital literacy even if they are not inclined to seek a career directly related to such transformative technologies that will strain existing societal ideas of fairness and equity. Beyond this is the social regulation of innovative technologies that endanger the safety of society or has provocative capacities to disrupt cybersecurity within and among states. In other words, new technologies can endanger social peace within societies by making many forms of work obsolete or even dangerous. It can also cause havoc in international relations by introducing variants of stealth and remote weaponry, of which attack drones are illustrative. These weapons can undermine existing patterns of security which are themselves unsatisfactory and dangerous. Unlike nuclear weapons, there is no way to control the spread of drones throughout the world. More than 20 years ago, a technologist named Bill Joy wrote a provocative article, "Does the Future Need Us?" In other words, it's human ingenuity generating uncontrollable dangers in relation to conflict while rendering most learned skills and hence jobs superfluous. It seems that creative and ethical innovations to keep pace with the technologies would have to become equally innovative, reinventing roles for body and mind, and in the process posing drastic challenges on we who are educators to remain relevant to the life experience of our students and the society that awaits them. And it is in that context that it becomes so important to educate as best we can the political elites that are running and governing our world and still are captive to an outmoded sense of what provides security and progress in the 21st century. Educational endeavors are challenged as never before, but under a variety of diverse conditions involving cultural norms, political structures, economic practices, and spiritual aspirations. Of course, diversity of experience exists within national and civilizational boundaries as well as within regional and global spheres of human activity, with different perceptions of what constitutes appropriate response. This will produce a bewildering variety of responses, not all in keeping with the theme of this Istanbul Educational Summit. Hopefully, some of the responses will be responsive, and on those we can build a viable future. As is so often the case, the insights of great men and women are fertile sources for those of us who have chosen to be educators at this hour of ferment in the world. Despite the turbulent times, Mahatma Gandhi remains a guide for all humanity. And he once said, "Learn as if you will live forever. Live as if you will die tomorrow." These are my parting words. I thank all who have listened to these remarks and regret that we have no time for conversation.
Professor Falk, thank you so much for joining us at the Istanbul Education Summit. It was an absolute pleasure hosting you here. Professor Falk talked about some obstacles we may face in trying to create a more conscionable environment through education, and I think that has laid the perfect foundation for our upcoming panel discussion titled Rethinking Relations Between State and Education. But before we go to that panel discussion, we're going to take a 30-minute break. We'll meet you back here at the Istanbul Education Summit in half an hour's time.
neredesin sen? Ben ağlarsam ağlayıp gülersin gülen, bütün dertlerimi anlayıp gönlümü bilen, sanki kalbini bilerek yüzüme gülen. Gönlüm hep seni arıyor, neredesin sen, neredesin sen? Sanki kalbini bilerek yüzüme gülen. Gönlüm hep seni arıyor, neredesin sen, neredesin sen? Senin gizli yarımı kimsin bilmiyor. Hiçbir tabip yarama merhem almıyor. Boynu bükük bir garibim, yüzüm gülmüyor. Gönlüm hep seni arıyor, neredesin sen, neredesin sen? Boynu bükük bir garibim, yüzüm gülmüyor. Gönlüm hep seni arıyor, neredesin sen, neredesin sen, neredesin sen?
Yaz dostum, güzel sevmeyene adam denir mi?
Nakam. My name is Bilal Silla. I'm 15 years of age, and I'm currently a high school senior student at the International Maarif School of the Gambia. I have something to tell you on this very special day. We, young people across Africa, are the future of our continent. Africa is much more than what you see in the mainstream media. I believe that we can change this narrative of Africa. We can challenge the cliches. If Africa keeps developing at the rate that it is, it shall become an amazing place for people to inhabit. With our growing population and natural resources, we have the potential to shape the global economy in the upcoming decades. That's why all eyes are on us, because Africa's future is bright. Africa's improved education standard over the years has helped its citizens become more educated. We still have a long way to go. Slowly but firmly, we are taking steps forward for this purpose. We are building an education system where our voice resonates. New initiatives and projects for innovation are also increasing to build a sustainable Africa. Africa's green nature as well still seems to be standing strong, as there is many wildlife conservatives keeping all types of rare and endangered species. Just like the variety of our nature, Africa's cultural diversity is unique in the world. This colorfulness gives us direction, so we will strive for protecting this diversity. And my goal is to assist in spreading these views so that people can become more aware of the situation. I will always love my continent, for its beauty is not something that can be found anywhere. A new momentum is ahead of us. We will make the rules. We will have the last word. The choices will belong to us, Africans alone, because the future is African. Beh Benin.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're all energized and ready for the first panel session of the day, titled Rethinking Relations Between State and Education. The relationship between the state and our education systems is an important one. It has a profound impact on individuals that play an important role in our society, both during their time in school and beyond. Moderating our panel today is Professor Dr. Ibrahim Hakan Karataş. He's part of the Educational Administration and Istanbul Medeniyet University. Joining Professor Karataş is Professor of Education Policy, International Studies in Education at Michigan State University, Amita Chutgar, former Minister of Education and Training, Kingdom of Lesotho, Her Excellency Dr. Mampono Haketla, and the president of the Albanian Academy of Arts and Sciences at the University of New York, Tirana, Professor Dr. Fatos Tarifa. The floor is yours, Professor Karataş.
Thank you, Efnan. As you said, just after Professor Richard Falk's keynote, it would be a very well-based panel held today. Good morning, good afternoon, and good night for everyone from all over the globe, because it's really an international summit, and we have very different participants from all over the world. So I am welcoming to all participants and audience to our panel. This is a part of fourth Istanbul Education Summit organized by Turkish Maarif Foundation. This summit is really a key platform for exchanging ideas and practices in education, bringing together academics, policymakers, and educators worldwide. This year's theme is Education for a Fair and Equitable Society for a Sustainable Future, highlighting education's role in achieving global equity and societal transformations. Now, let's focus on our panel topic. It's rethinking relations between state and education. We will discuss how the state's role in education must adapt to meet the needs of a rapidly changing world. Historically, the states has controlled education through centralized policies. However, as societies become more diverse and technologically advanced, we need to rethink the relationship. So I need help. I think the audience can see my presentation now, because I also want to share the main topic and the main discussion question of this panel. Actually, our esteemed speakers know about the topic and the questions today we will focus on, but also I need to share, I need to show the audience today's topic and the questions. I think it is shared right. I'm sorry. Okay. I think it would be here. Okay, now I succeed to share my screen, I think. Today's topic is policy and governments. The role of the states and government in education to provide equity, fair education services to all people, because we have a really very challenging world in this today. And the questions here just want to share for the audience because my speakers know what we discussed today. But just if you see the questions, maybe you can focus well to our discussion today. But please just let me share some theoretical framework for this discussion, because our speakers from Africa to US, from Balkans, we will listen very special examples or the implementations of the policies and related topics about the relation between states and education. But it should be better to see the framework of state education relations. Actually, in my short brief, I think it will take only 3 minutes. In my short research, I see the 9 different stages we have in relation between state and education. As you see, in the agrarian era and modernization era, industrial revolution era, actually we have very weak or almost non-existent relations between state and education. But in the second group, nation state era or welfare state period or the post-World War II development era, we have very directly and strong relations between state and education. But because the topic and the focus is today for our discussion today, we should focus mostly neoliberal era, knowledge society era, and especially the most current era, post-COVID and the AI era. In this period, we have very ambitious, mixed, shared, ambitious, imperative, sophisticated, and interconnected relation between state and education. But there are some limitations in this grouping or classifying the relationship between state and education, because when we look at this classification, mostly we see a Eurocentric timelines, but actually there are very different experiences all over the globe. So we should open our minds and perspectives to understand how, for example, Africa or socialist countries or Eastern Europe or the Muslim world lives these kind of relations and how kind of experiences they witness during this term. And the second important limitations for this classification is state education dynamics, because it is driven mostly by nation building, economic goals, and cultural diplomacy, influenced by global institutions like the UN and the World Bank or EU or other regional organizations all over the world. And my other presentation, I have only just opened the minds, will share some priority principles of relations between state and education. Because what we are looking for from this relation, what we expect from this relation, the most important thing is in managing uncertainty and adaptability. And the second one, bridging the digital divides and having some implementation or intervention to solve and to manage this situation, and leveraging research and evidence and quality education and continuous improvement. And in this period, my last share about this topic is the priorities of relations. As you see, the Web3, metaverse, and blockchain dominates all aspects of lives, including education and educational policy. And migration is also another important topics of this process and the current times. And the financing education is getting more difficult and tough for all countries, because more people, more young people ask to access to the education all over the world, and the uncertainty mostly challenging the future of education. So these all are topics today I want to share with you, and I will now share my table with my esteemed speakers. As Efnan introduced, we have Dr. Amita Chudgar today here from Michigan State University. She is from US, but engaged deeply to Africa and India, right, Chudgar? So you have very broad idea about the policies globally. And Dr. Fatos Tarifa, as a politician, as an academic, and as a sociologist, I think very clearly witnessing and watching what's happening all over the world, and also very important that of the globe, Europe and the Balkan. So we will listen your ideas as well. And Dr. Mamfono Katila, Her Excellency from Kingdom of Lesotho, she is a mathematician, she is a teacher, and she is an academic, and also a very valuable politician in her country, and is a former Minister of Education. So if you allow me, please let me give the floor first to the Dr. Her Excellency Mamfono Katila, because it will be better to see different aspects of the world from Africa. A vision, it would be very insightful for this discussion. As I said, we have only 2 or 12 minutes, Dr. Mamfono. We will have 2 times, in total 24 minutes for our presentations. Please use your first 10 minutes or 12 minutes, and the floor is yours, and we will very excited to listen your presentations, to your ideas, Dr. Mamfono.
Thank you so much. My name is Mamfono Katila. As you mentioned, I'm from the Kingdom of Lesotho, and I must say I'm very glad to have been invited to be part of this panel. Today I'm going to share insights into the intricate relationship between the state and education in Lesotho. And I understand we have over 20,000 participants, and some of them are wondering, where is Lesotho and what is Lesotho? Lesotho is a country in Southern Africa, surrounded by South Africa, but not part of South Africa. It's an independent state. It has a population of 2.1 million people, and we always boast that we have the highest, lowest elevation in the whole world, because the whole country is above 1,000 meters above sea level. So, and it's the only country in Africa that has a ski resort. So not all of Africa is hot. We are in summer now, but in winter, if you come to Lesotho, I'll gladly take you to the ski resort. Now, enough about my plug on tourism. As the moderator indicated, I have been a mathematics teacher, lecturer, and ended up as a politician, as a Minister of Education, amongst the many portfolios. The education system is very unique in that it has historical basis, that schools in Lesotho were started by the missionaries. When the first French missionaries came to Lesotho in 1833, they found people, they were already civilized, but they did not read and write. So the first schools really were set up to teach people how to read the Bible and how to interpret for the priests. So there has always been that relationship between the state and churches, because the state in Lesotho, or government, sets the curriculum. Everybody, regardless of the school they go to, follows the same curriculum. They write the same examination. Although the schools are not owned by government, out of 100%, 86% of the schools are church-owned. Roman Catholic Church, Evangelical Church, Anglican Church. Government only owns 11% of the schools in Lesotho, but government dictates, because it sets the parameters of what can be taught and when and how. And you can see that dynamic because the churches have their own interests. They want their children to be taught religious education, moral education, and so on. So there's that thin line that has to be crossed by the churches and government. Because the churches were struggling, government decided to pay all the teachers in the schools. We made education in the primary school or elementary school free from 2000. So children should have access to school regardless of their family background. So we have free primary education where children get their books, they are fed at least 1 meal a day. And I must say Lesotho is, according to the World Bank, a lower middle income country. So we have a lot of pockets of poverty, especially in the rural areas. So the government has taken over the running of schools, even though the schools do not belong to them. So it pays the teachers, it sets the curriculum, it sets the tests, it builds the schools, the infrastructure from scratch or repair that has been damaged. So ownership belongs to the churches and ownership belongs to government to a very less extent. Like I said, it's 86% churches and maybe just 11, 12%. Now the latest development is that there are now private schools coming in. And those private schools still adhere to the government curricula, but they have added things like, let's teach our children coding, artificial intelligence, computer, and so on. Unfortunately, now those private schools charge fees, meaning that you leave those children who are not able to afford the fees vulnerable because they will not have access to this fourth industrial area. So as I mentioned, the state has a very critical role in the establishment of or the running of schools. There was a question in the questions that we were given about decentralization. And I can understand that for countries that are huge. If you take, for example, the US with 51 states, each state could have its own rules about education. But for a small country like Lesotho, with a population of 2 million, it doesn't make sense to say you are decentralizing education. What you have to do is to standardize, to make sure whether you are in Maseru, which is the capital, or you are in the rural area, you get the same level of education. So in terms of decentralization, we in Lesotho are not there yet. And it could be possible in other jurisdictions. The relationship or the challenges in the state-church collaboration. Because the states provide the resources, the autonomy of the church schools can complicate oversight because the schools or the churches still run, they select their boards, they select their teachers. So there might be a little bit of conflict. But otherwise, in my experience as a lecturer and my experience as a Minister of Education, the relationship between the state and the churches, who are the owners of the school, is very cordial. So now let's talk about opportunities for strengthening the relationship. First, there's regular policy dialogue among the state, the churches, and the private sector, because we are always saying we have a lot of children who complete our schools, but they are unemployed. Why? Because what they are being taught in schools does not resonate with the private sector. So what we are saying is that there has to be a policy dialogue between the state, the churches, and the private sector. The private sector says we need engineers. So we should be teaching subjects in our schools that will enable our children to become engineers. So policy dialogue is very important between the three parties, the private sector, the church owners, and state. The second one is investing in capacity building. I mentioned earlier on that the government or the state pays literally everything for the schools, but we need to have capacity building, enough teachers. For example, in Lesotho, we have only one teacher training college. We have a university and a few other institutions. So we need to expand that and also look at the financing models. We have to talk about the public-private partnership, because if the private sector says we need people who are water engineers, for example, Lesotho is abundant with water, but we don't have people who can deal with that. So they should be able to join government to finance the new curriculum that we are talking about. So I'm looking at my time. I do not want to take too much time, but I think one of the things that I would like to emphasize is that for Lesotho, the relationship between state, church, schools has been going on for almost 200 years, and it has we have maneuvered, we have survived, and I don't think there is at this point any reason to change the status quo. All we need to do is to strengthen this by having more dialogue between government, between the schools, and the private sector. I'm not excluding the parents, because the parents also play a very critical role in this. So I'd like to conclude by just saying that the relationship between state and education in Lesotho, as an example, is complex but also interdependent. One cannot divorce the other ones. So we have to work together to create a robust education system that meets all the needs of the Basotho. You mentioned earlier about issues of culture. Is our education protecting our culture? Issues of religion. Is the education system allowing the churches to practice their religion? So we are having a balancing act, and I think we are still on track. Thank you very much. I would like to close by saying thank you again for the opportunity to share these perspectives, and I look forward to listening to the other colleagues on this panel, and maybe I'll come back in the second round. Thank you, Sam.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Mafono. We get an idea about the actors of Kingdom of Lesotho in education and the relation between state and education. So we will come back to you and we will move to Dr. Anita Chudgar from US, from Michigan State University, because I believe you will connect the experiences in US, in India, and Africa as well in your academic legacy. So please let us listen first, second turn you, then we will move to Dr. Fatos.
Thank you, Dr. Ibrahim. Good day, colleagues and listeners from all over. Greetings from the state of Michigan in the United States, where I'm a professor of education policy and also the interim associate dean for international studies in our College of Education. I welcome you all to the panel. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. I want to thank the organizers of the Istanbul Education Summit for inviting me. My sincere gratitude to all of you, to the organizers who are working very hard in the backgrounds, who we don't get to see, but who have made this panel possible. So it's my great pleasure and honor to be with you today. And I know that this panel provides us an opportunity to have a wide, rich global discussion, and I very much look forward to that with my esteemed panelists. I hope we will have a fruitful discussion on some of these important questions. So the theme of our panel is rethinking relations between state and education. And I will respond to this theme by also leaning into the overall theme of the conference, which is education for fair and equitable society for a sustainable future. As we have already heard from Dr. Ibrahim, Dr. Mamfono, the minister, we are in an ambiguous, complex time of interdependence, and where the role of education, the role of state in our society is shifting rapidly. So this panel is very timely. To structure my remarks, I want to offer three observations at the outset. To first situate the education in the relationship between education and state, if we think in the terms of economics, in economics, we often think of goods or commodities which are considered public goods or private goods. There are different ways in which we classify, but the idea is that if something is thought of as a public good, then we have an argument for the state to play a particular role in the provision of such a good. So for example, street lights, clean air, these are very good examples where we would say the state does have a role to play in provision of those things to the society. And most would agree that education is also a public good where the state indeed has a role to play, just as we were hearing from the Kingdom of Lesotho just a few minutes ago. Whereas some things are private goods, for example, our clothing, our vehicles, our phones, these are private commodities, and we don't necessarily make an argument for the state to make provision of all of these for all the citizens. So if we think about education as a public good, there is not necessarily a debate that the state, the government has a role to play in education, but there are very robust debates in the literature in education across the world in terms of the kinds of role, the extent of the role, the nature of the role state should play in the provision of education. With that in mind, let me present three ways we might think about some of these challenges and debates, and each of these have already been echoed in the remarks of my colleagues who have preceded me. One way to think about the role of state is to think about different levels of education. So for instance, what is the role of the state in ensuring that all the citizens have basic literacy and numeracy, that all citizens are able to essentially read and write, at least in one language, in the national language, and have basic numeracy knowledge? One might argue that the state has a very important role to play at that level of education. What about higher education? What is the argument for the role of the state for higher education? It's an entirely different question. For instance, the World Bank many years ago, now this research is dated, argued that higher education brings much more benefit to the private individual. So if I have higher education, it brings me more benefit than it brings my society. So what is the argument for state's involvement there? Perhaps state involvement should be lower, but is that the only way to think about it? What about nations that are seeking to grow their scientists, their engineers? What is the role of the state in higher education? What about early childhood education? This is yet another area of education where we might think about the role of the state in different ways. There is extensive research that has shown that investing in children's learning early, by which I mean at the kindergarten stage and before kindergarten stage, early learning is extremely valuable to ensure that our children are set up to be successful through their future education journeys. So what is the role of state investment in the case of early childhood education? We also know that provision of good early education for children might make it more feasible for women to join the labor force more easily and contribute to the economy. So I present these ideas and questions to lay out how, in terms of thinking about levels of education, basic literacy and numeracy, higher education, early learning, we can see how there are different ways to argue about the importance of the state and the role that state may or may not play in this context. Now let me present a different perspective, which is also something that we have heard in the preceding comments, which is to think about the role of the state, not in terms of the levels of education, but in terms of the finance. Finance is crucial, and we have already heard some of the comments preceding that very much speak to this. So what should be the level of financial commitment that the state or the government makes in supporting national education systems? And as you can see, I'm asking questions, I'm not necessarily answering them. And the reason I ask these questions is because I think these are the questions that are compelling, that demand our attention. And I don't think there is one simple answer, that, we have to be aware of the context. As again, I was very struck by the presentation from the minister in terms of the unique context of Lesotho, where certain things might be appropriate and certain other things may not be appropriate for the national context. So what should be the role of the state in education finance? What should be left to the private funds? What should be left to the parents? What about private entities? What about international foundations, international donors? As we know, in many countries, global non-governmental organization, bilateral actors play a very significant role in funding and supporting financially the education systems. What are the roles of these entities? These are very intense debates. In the United States, and Dr. Ibrahim mentioned, my expertise actually are not in the United States. My expertise are in other countries all over the world. But even in the US, there are fierce debates. For example, you might have heard of questions of school vouchers. So where there are proponents who say the government should provide school vouchers to parents so that they can send their children to any school of their choice. People who are against the idea would say, no, this is not a good idea. The government money should not be spent like this because it can lead to some inequities in the distribution of education. In the broader global context, the Global Education Monitoring Report, the GEM report that many of you might be aware of that UNESCO puts out every year, calculates that in order to achieve the 2030 target for universal basic education, which means that we would have pre-primary education, primary education, and secondary education in low and lower middle income countries. So these are countries that, according to the World Bank, have a certain level of income, less than a certain level of income. We will need to spend $461 billion annually. We are looking at $461 billion every year between now and 2030. This is a huge amount of money, and it makes it very clear that governments, states will indeed have a role to play. In fact, the Education 2030 Framework for Action has set key financial benchmarks for the amount of contribution governments are expected to make to their education systems as a portion of their gross domestic product or their public expenditure on education. I share all of this to say that we can see that there has been a strong and steady argument for state to make financial contributions towards education systems. But here is an interesting sort of twist to that data as well. So while state is a significant contributor to financial health of a national education system, data shows that households, the minister mentioned the parents, indeed the parents actually pick up a very significant portion of the education expenditure in countries across the world. So in an average, in a median country, parents pick up about 25% of the overall education expenditure. And what is very interesting and compelling is that, in fact, in the lower middle income countries, so in the countries which have less resources, parents spend about 45% of the overall education expenditure. In rich countries, parent contribution is 20%. So what this is telling us is that, in fact, in richer countries, such as the one I'm located in right now in the United States, the state is indeed funding a larger portion of education expenditure than it is often able to in lower income countries. So this is a very striking statistic that, in fact, the state is overall spending more money in richer countries. And these are data from the recent UNESCO reports. So again, in the realm of finance, we can see that there is a complex question here about the role of the state, which is indeed essential, but one has to think through the nuances in terms of the extent of financial contribution the state makes and the implications of that. And I will make one final observation before I stop, which is to think about the role of the state not in terms of the level of education, like I was mentioning, literacy, numeracy, early childhood, higher education, not in terms of finance, but in terms of policies and regulations. That is yet another important way in which the state comes in and plays a role within our education system. We often see, again, I'm going back to the remarks from Lesotho, that state may not play a financial role. It may do that, but it might often play a very important regulatory role. It might often regulate, it might often set policies and guidelines. And this is a complex question as well, because there is, again, a balance here. It is possible that the policies can be so rigid, so centralized that they might stifle innovation, they might stifle new ideas. Or it is possible that policies might be such that they might allow state to promote certain ideas and maybe curb certain other ideas, which might be aligning with the preference of the state. But at the same time, is it wise to say that we don't want state policies and state regulations? Because indeed, state does play a very important role as a regulator of quality when we want to ensure that all of our children do have access to quality education. So here I'm reminded, of some of the work that I have done, we have heard about education systems across the world where teacher capacity development is a very important concern. And often where there is a need, there is a great surge of private teacher training colleges across the world. And I'm thinking of specific countries, but I don't have to necessarily name names of countries where there might be a big surge in private education, teacher education training institutes, which is very good because teacher training is needed. But then if there is no check on regulation, no check on quality, which is an important role the state plays, we again have this problem of the balance between the importance of state as a regulator in terms of policies and regulations, where it can play a good role, but it can also be overbearing. So I will stop my remarks here. I really appreciate this opportunity. And just to summarize, as we can see, the question of the role the state plays is indeed very complex. And I have laid it out in 3 different perspectives. And I'm looking forward to the conversation. And I know I haven't answered any of my own questions, but I hope we will discuss them together. Thank you.
Dr. Anita, actually nobody have exact answers for all questions, but really the differences role in terms of level of education and financing education and regulating is actually very interconnected with the international organization. Actually, in Turkey, we have a very recent example because of we are in the way of full membership of European Union. So we always also take into consideration the rules of regulations of European Union. And also the same, Uganda, for example, they have an Eastern African communities, and they are closing to close each other. The education systems, they always follows their regulations, and they make a lot of meetings during that time. Last things about your insightful speech. In Uganda, for example, because I am here, a very fresh experiences here I have, most of the schools, even primary schools, even kindergartens and secondary schools, I'm not talking about higher education, most of them are tuition fee they ask for from students because governments cannot afford enough finance to the schools. The universities, I think only the salaries paid, the state's universities salaries paid by the governments, but the other all cost held by households or the students by themselves. Thank you very much. And let's move very special part of the world, Balkans, because the multiculturalism and interesting relations happens in the Balkans, and also education. For example, I heard, I visited Macedonia, Albania, and Serbia and Bosnia, and they have, for example, different languages in even same school. And the governments regulate these relations. It's really exciting relationship between state and education. The floor is yours, Dr.
Well, thank you. Thank you. Well, it's a pleasure to be part of this panel. I enjoyed the discussion so far by the previous 2 colleagues and your moderation as well. I come from a special country. Why do I say that? When I studied at the University of Tirana before the 90s, I always thought and believed that I was never going to leave the country. So the entire world was the size of Albania because we're living in a communist rule state where nobody could get out and nobody could come in. So everything changed then with those, what we call the post-communist revolutions, and I was given a chance to study again in the United States in a good school like the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, where I graduated, got a PhD in sociology, a discipline that was previously considered the bourgeois science in Albania. But anyway, so I speak as a scholar, not as a politician, as you introduced me. I was a diplomat for a number of years, serving as ambassador in the United States and the Netherlands, unless you consider diplomacy politics by other means. But academia has been my lifelong profession for over 40 years now, teaching at several universities, including one in Michigan, like Eastern Michigan University, and the Netherlands. But I also come from two different societies, so this is probably, if I may call it a privilege, from a sociological point of view. I lived under communist rule, a dictatorship, and now in democracy. We're trying to build democracy here, so the perspectives are different. Plus, the university where I teach now, the University of New York, Tirana, is the only private university in Tirana where English is the language of instruction. So there is a lot of international experience here. International staff, international students, international programs, a double program of the State University of New York. We have also connection with Turkey, a joint doctoral program. But let me start with the topic that we're going to discuss today. It is interesting to see that we talk about an issue like that state and education relationship that is at least 2,500 years old. And I said that because it was Plato in his Republic where first asked the question, is the education of citizens a private matter, or is it a matter primarily a concern for the state? And we know all that Plato very much emphasized the role that state should play in educating its own citizens. In his ideal states, citizens should have an ideal education. Only that way they may create an ideal state. He also saw the training of students and children as traineeship for leadership, citizenship and leadership. His ideas were, as we know, and I will be very brief in this historical overview, very, very important and influenced a number of philosophers we know, beginning with Montaigne and Hobbes and Spinoza and Rousseau, John Dewey in the States, and John Stuart Mill, Nietzsche, and what have you. But it suffices to recall that Rousseau, especially, is remembered to have said that if you would like to have an idea of what is public education, just read, the Republic by Plato. It is not a work of politics, he said, but it's the finest work on education that has been ever written. So their ideas still are challenging in today's world, which is a very different world indeed. And it became so by the early 19th century, then the entire 19th century. By the middle of the century, we have Herbert Spencer, who said that now, today, it is widely accepted that the role of the state is important in the development of education at any society. But let me come to the point, indeed. There is no denying, indeed, that education is fundamental to the economic and social development, growth, and well-being of every society. It delivers, and this was what was discussed here, large returns in terms of nation's wealth, as well as the wealth of individuals and families. In our days, knowledge, as we all know, and education are typically viewed as synonymously with formal schooling. Over the 20th century, state-provided schooling became a norm in old industrialized world. In recent time, in the US, for example, 85 to 90% of children are educated in schools that are publicly financed and run. But several questions, important questions, demand answers. What power should the state have on education? Or how much say does or should a government have over schools? How much government control on what is taught inside kindergartens through the 12K education? Do or should higher education institutions have greater freedom and autonomy when it comes to the curricula. I'll skip this part because it has to do with the concept of the academic freedom that is baked into the policy statement of every university. But there are profound questions that need answers today, and the answers to these questions are neither easy nor do they rest in one's point of view. The answer to this question vary, but one thing is certain. Education is particularly important, not only to individuals, it's important for every society indeed. That is why education is mentioned in the constitution of every state. And this is the context in which we're talking today. So let us not forget, everywhere education is, for the most part, financed by the state, by central and local governments through legislative and policy decision-making processes. In fact, education is the largest item in public expenditure in almost every developed country today throughout the world. This fact alone justifies the government's role and authority to appoint people to executive branches, positions, although many times they have to be approved by legislatures. Government may also nominate people to serve on state boards and commissions which can influence education. I assume we all agree that education is too important to be left to teachers or schools alone. It is the responsibility that falls on the shoulders of many actors, parents, teachers, education experts, education boards and state agencies, legislatures, and the government itself, of course. There is no country that I know of in which the state has surrendered its educational duties and responsibilities to teachers, to experts, or to institutions themselves. Government have always been responsible for the oversee actually the K-2 education system to ensure universal access and affordability for all. Despite the diverse options available to families in various countries, such as private school, homeschooling, and the charter schools, traditional public schools continue to serve most of the populations almost everywhere. The logical consequence of this premise is that states must continue to support and transform the K-12 system to meet the demands of a very rapidly changing world. But how? That's the basic question. There are a number of ways in which government can help education and even take the lead in reforming the system. Besides tracking education statistics, for example, or using a complex system of funding mechanisms by states and local tax revenues, and policy directives focusing on non-discrimination and accessibility, quality education, fostering opportunity for all, governments also have soft but considerable powers to shape what, how, and where students learn, strengthen the education system across early childhood education, which was mentioned here rightfully, K-2 education, higher education, and workforce development, which is very important in today's world. It all boils down to increase states' investments to build upon the benefits and values of the public education system while addressing the challenges education systems facing today, students also, families and educators in this 21st century. We should not forget we're almost a quarter of a century now, a new century, and we're still discussing about important issues that will be more important even in the future. So the challenges are numerous and varied from the K-12 education to postgraduate education. They required policymakers, education experts, and teachers to think and find innovation ways of how students at all levels can thrive to this digital age that has changed and is changing with each passing day. The traditional ways teachers teach, students learn, along with the meaning of education itself. I will speak a little bit later and focus on a few challenges pertaining to the profound effect of the internet and artificial intelligence on education today and in the near future, a future that, as an AI-driven world, it becoming ever more difficult to predict. In our days, the traditional functions of schools and universities, as we all know, as agents of knowledge dissemination and socialization, are largely affected and seriously undermined, indeed, by the internet and the modern information and communication technologies. The internet has become an integral part of almost everybody's life, a place in which people work, play, communicate, and learn, to a point that the boundaries separating now our physical life from our digital ones, are becoming almost invisible. The latest information technologies and communication technologies are intensely challenging the system of education at all levels. From the kindergarten, I am a grandfather, and I can testify that it has become urgently necessary that these methods are thoroughly adjusted and transformed due to the numerous new possibilities and resources of information and informal learning that are now available in a new learning ecology and almost for everyone. So today, generations of students, Gen Z and Gen Alpha, are vastly different from all previous generations. They are no longer the students our education system or designs to teach. Today's students have not just changed their slang and clothes and hairstyle and body adornment. They have changed almost everything. In fact, a really big discontinuity has taken place, changing things to so fundamentally that there's no way back anymore. Then due to sheer amount of information provided by the internet and the interaction with today's students think and process the information in ways that are very different from the way we, their parents or grandparents, are used to, or with other generations. And let me conclude with one remark. Unfortunately, most of us, the adult generation and educators, continue to ignore or refuse to accept this new reality. Let us accept it. Many of us are actually unable to cope with it. The facts are persistent and most consequential. Today's students are a generation that has grown up with this, internet and digital technology. They are net generation, net screeners. They are raised in a technologically interconnected world and social environment, which is largely in the infosphere, a world in which the boundaries of work, home, entertainment have all fallen. And if they seek information, they are practical and driven by the quick results found on the web, and which the school does not provide, or the Google or Wikipedia or ChatGPT. And these are becoming the source of information. So let's not be mistaken again, and I'll conclude with these words. We're living not only in a world that is changing so fast and in uncertain ways, we're also living in very turbulent times. The sooner we understand and accept these new realities, the better. For as Peter Drucker has pointed out, the greatest dangers in times of turbulence is not the turbulence. It is the temptation to deny a reality. And we're living this reality. I'll continue later with my other points.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Fatos. Actually, we use time good, but not as good as we wait. So we will shorten our next turn speech to 9 or 8 minutes. But just before that, really, I agree with you. And I think the most important problem is the deeply changing shape of the education or the generation's understanding of life. So I think the main problem between the state and the education is the politicians is a bit unseasoned or get older, and it is difficult for them to understand what's happening in the schools, in the classrooms, between children and young people.
Sure.
So I think this is one of the main challenge for the policy and the relation between state and education. If you let me, I will share what is happening in Turkey about education and what is the relation experiencing in Turkey. So let me share just one slide, then I will let you go on, Your Honor, Excellency, Dr. Mofana, to listen your insightful ideas about the Lesotho. Because I need also manage my screen, and I think I succeed, and my friends can share my slide on the screen. Okay. In Turkey, actually, we have 12 topics in last 2 decades. Mostly the states engaging in education. The one and most important topic in Turkey was, it's not as much as in the earlier time of these 2 decades, but the efforts toward liberalization and democratization. It's kind of inner problem, but also it's a general political problem in all over the world. Investment in expansion and equity, we made a lot of investment in education in the last 2 decades, and mostly the government resources used for those. And curriculum reform and constructive approach also implemented in last 2 decades. Digitalization and ICT integration is very important aspect of our relations in Turkey, and almost all schools have internet, broadband internet, and necessary tools in the schools. Enhancing teacher quality, as Dr. Amita mentioned, and alignment with EU and OECD standards, you know, the PISA result, TIMSS result, always, and very big discussion in Turkey, as also always we are getting position according to the results of those examinations and reports. And investments in development and growth, actually, by investing in the technoparks, in the innovative or research and development centers. Privatization and diversification is also very important policy in Turkey. And as Dr. Amita mentioned, as in USA, our governments also try to share some resources with the private schools by paying to the parents directly. And emphasis on religious values and cultural identity. It's also a very important topic in Turkey. And massification and internationalization of higher education is the very most important current agenda in Turkey in the last 2 decades. Research, innovation, and technological collaboration is also on the agenda. And the strengthening and expanding vocational education to assist the economy and to foster the development and growth in economy. So these are the topics of Turkey in last 2 decades, and we are continue to discuss on those topics. And now I will leave the floor to Your Honorable Dr. Mofana, and it's just a directing question. What are the specific problems and your own solutions in Lesotho? Mostly it's not discussed in developed countries or other side of the world. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, moderator. I'm really surprised that we are all speaking from different perspectives, but there's a common denominator, that it is very difficult to separate state from education. So it is a question of levels. At what point and how far are we allowing this to happen? The issues that you just raised about Turkey, you can just remove Turkey there and put Lesotho, and I'll say, yes, this is the same of the problems we have. I think we are now shifting from purely academic education to vocational education, because of the needs, like we said, of the market. So the market dictates what has to be taught. Because if we continue teaching people reading, writing, arithmetic, and ending there, we'll just have a lot of graduates, but people who cannot actually do work. So I just thought I would mention that that from where I am, I can see that we are all the same, regardless of where we are. And my passion in teacher education, I could see your comment there about the quality of teaching, is that we have to train our teachers, because what was taught 20 years ago when I was a teacher trainer has changed now to meet the demands of the new needs of the country. The gentleman from Albania was talking about how his grandchildren are so now tech savvy, right? And for us, it used to be paper and pencil, but now you can just actually live off your cell phone. So I'm just saying I'm amazed or marveled at the fact that we are all the same despite of where we are. That's my take on your comment. I'll come in if other people have questions also. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Mofana. And let's move again, Dr. Anita, and to connect ideas. And if you have more to share, it's your turn, please.
Sure, yeah, I'm happy to. This was such a rich, it is such a rich panel, and thank you, Dr. Fotosh, as well, for your comments, so valuable. I could not agree more with Dr. Mamfona that we seem to all be in agreement about the important role of state, and I think the question is about the levels, about the nature of involvement and what that might mean, depending on the context. So that, I mean, it seems to rise very clearly to the surface. I thought maybe I will bring in 2 or 3 other considerations just for our collective thinking, and maybe other speakers or Dr. Ibrahim, you might have some ideas on these as well. So one of the things, while we are in agreement about the important role of state and the government, we would be remiss if we don't recognize that there is actually a growth and a surge in private provision of education across the world. And I know this more clearly in some countries and contexts which I'm more familiar with, but my sense is this is a general trend. And what we see happening is, this idea of parents seeking specific kinds of experiences, or often what is called voting with your feet. You want to try, go to a system which you consider to be perhaps different or better. Like we heard from Lesotho, the private educators are able to provide certain experiences that the government is not yet providing. But that growth is inevitably leading to some important considerations in terms of who is then able to access private education and the inequalities that it creates, because more likely than not, private education will require, and I was struck by the example from Uganda that you mentioned, Dr. Ibrahim, where parents are required to pay, because we know that that is a big barrier to so many of the parents and children across the world. So what are the implications of that? There is also the questions about regulations and oversight. There are different ideas and models and variations in terms of what kinds of regulations might private schools experience in terms of the curriculum they teach. Perhaps that might be regulated centrally, but I have seen interesting variations in their practices to hire teachers. So we know that in education systems, one of the largest expenses is teacher salaries. And private schools often can have very different teacher hiring practices than government schools. Government teachers are often civil servants, and they have different working conditions. So the growth of the private sector, which is undeniable for a range of different reasons, I think raises some really important questions for a panel such as ours, where we are trying to understand the role of the state with education. As state perhaps is pulling back in some ways if the private sector is coming in, its role is growing perhaps as the regulator, moderator, quality controller. And where is the balance here, I think, is an important and interesting question in my observation, and I would be curious to hear the other panelists' views on this. I will raise 1 or 2 other points, and then I will turn it over to the other colleagues. is the interesting question, again, something that I've observed in my work, and I think the panelists here have deep experiences of their own, is that often, I mean, we were talking about the issue of teacher quality, and this is a real concern in how do we help support, train, retrain, the professional development of our teachers as the demands of the education systems are changing so rapidly that we need this constant infusion of new knowledge and new learning opportunities for our teachers. Those opportunities are often expensive and costly. So for instance, I have seen models repeatedly, and I'm sure you're all familiar, where there is reliance on international funding, bilateral funding from international actors or multilateral funding. This raises another interesting question. What happens to the balance of the role of the state in regulating, managing, guiding an education system when there is external funds coming in? And, in the global work, we often talk about the donor funding, right? And the ways in which it might shape and change the state's agenda, state's approaches. And I think that question deserves some thinking and attention as well, and would be interesting for us to explore. And then maybe I'll make one final comment, and then I will turn it over. This is something that I have explored a fair bit in my work with various colleagues, is the ways in which the state often pulls back as if its own regulatory and financial roles to actually make education more accessible. So the example that comes to mind is the example of relying on contract-based teachers. This is something that I've studied a fair bit, and maybe some are familiar with this idea. But providing teachers with a certain degree of education and experience across remote parts of the world, of the country, can often be a big challenge. So many countries, particularly in Africa and in Asia, have relied on this practice of contract-based hiring, where the government itself will say, while we have requirements for what a teacher should be trained in, we will take that requirement away because we can't find all these teachers with this level of training. And we will accept people with less training, less formal education as a teacher, and have them teach in these remote rural locations, but they will also get paid much less than the regular government teachers. So here is an example where often it is a government policy solution where both the regulations are changed, the policies, and also the financial implications are that this government is actually spending less. But the result is that the government is unable to make education accessible in otherwise hard-to-reach areas. I mean, it's a very complex question, and the literature on contract-based teaching is very complex. I don't mean to simplify the point, but I'm just laying out a few other points for our considerations, in terms of the complex role of the government, the role of the private sector, the role of international finance, and how we think about each of these pieces. So thank you so much, Dr. Abraham.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Anita. Actually, it's really a complex issue to understand the relation between state and education, because actually we, as a parents, as a teachers, even as an academics, if we are not focused on specifically the educational policy field, we don't understand what factors behind their minds or in front of their tables waiting for them to decide. So it's very important and how much money we have in the treasury and how kind of actors asking different kind of privilege from the government. So these all make it complex, but all citizens asking the best supply, best service in education. Actually, they deserve that. And even the state's most important role in education to supply all citizens in current world for the migrated people as well, the best educational possibilities, opportunities, and these are all challenging issues in all over the world. And Dr. Fatos,
yes.
As a sociologist and as a Balkanian, we will listen your last comments.
My last comments will start with the frightening observation. The students I teach at the university are born in the year 2005, 2006, and the age gap between us educators, professors, and students is widening to a frightening degree.
It is same for politicians, as I said.
Well, that's even worse because they make decisions.
Yeah,
but the plain truth is that today, almost every student uses AI. Lots of teachers do not, meaning the students are well ahead of their teachers, especially in secondary education level. And they have a much better idea of what the future brings to do than we do have. In this situation, if this situation doesn't change, we as educators will miss a unique opportunity indeed to guide students in harshening the AI potential while teaching them to think critically about its limitation and impacts. This is a challenge that we have never faced before in our human history, never in the past. As educators, in many cases, we must probably abandon our own pre-digital instincts and comfort zones, remembering that we are teaching students born, as I said, in the 21st century, not in the mid-20th century or later on. Well, one might ask, rightfully so, what's the government got to do with it? What is the state's responsibility in all this? And specifically, what role should the state play? So the state's responsibility is large, and the role it can play is immense indeed. Advancing nations' global competitiveness and promoting fair education requires not only substantial investments in education, but also sound state policies that can successfully address these unprecedented issues. Governments engage in shaping education policies everywhere and in playing a significant role in furthering changes within the education system. They provide adequate and equitable funding to improve working conditions for teachers, and it was very rightfully mentioned here, to improve working conditions for teachers and services for school. Governments also support a well-prepared and skilled educators workforce, train students as teachers and students, increase teachers' pay to recognize their value because they are undervalued almost everywhere, invest in their professional development, improving learning opportunities for teachers so that these activities are effective and relevant to their roles, approve credentials for teachers to validate their professional abilities for instruction and intervention in these new times. Government also support and should better support modernized school facilities and infrastructures. Most of the schools are built 50 years ago in our countries, in Albania as well. So new schools are needed for this new era and for this K-12 education and students that are born in this age. Government also need to subsidize, and this is important, broadband delivery in rural areas and improve connectivity in remote areas to ensure that students in remote rural communities who lack access to broadband and high-speed internet can use digital tools just like their peers in urban areas. Government also have the duty to ensure that students with disabilities, and this is very important, as human rights are very important, too can develop digital literacy and in better ways than that used to do in the past. Now, all being said, it is both a moral and a civic duty of every government to guarantee a high quality free public education that is accessible to all children. And upholding education as a fundamental and universal human rights requires not being left behind and achievements of the fourth industrial revolution, characterized, as we all know, by a convergence of digital, physical, and biological systems involving technologies such as automation, data exchange, cyber-physical system, cloud and cognitive computing, etc. But the combined of all this is shaping our future. And this is what we should be looking for. Now, in closing, and I'll be brief, I have 3 comments to make. First, the reformation of the education system cannot succeed unless it is extended over the entire pyramid system of education. This requires rethinking how knowledge, learning, and education at all levels can address future challenging and opportunities in line with the vision of the International Commission of the Future of Education established by UNESCO in 2019 to look at the education beyond the year 2050. Secondly, it is our historical responsibility as a generation of adults to pass on to the young generation an education system in which they will receive the necessary language, our colleagues from Lesotho rightly emphasize this, and skills that are needed in the coming decades of the 21st century. In the years 2060, 2070, if we neglect this obligation or do not abide by it, we will not only fail to fulfill our intellectual mission to our society as teachers, but will also be judged and held accountable by generations to come. For we are accountable for both our acts and our failures to act. As Molière used to say, that it is not only what we do, but also what we don't do for which we are accountable. And lastly, and related to the second one, for the education system and the policies that will affect the education and professional development of the younger generation, the decision-making stays in the hands of the adult generations. It's those politicians that you mentioned that decide. Regardless of how wise and well-informed we are, or we may think we are, even those among the most prominent of us, our responsibility to the education of the young generation can only be fulfilled successfully if we know their skills, their talents, and their wants, and invest accordingly. I think these were the last comments I wanted to make.
It's all wonderful. Thank you very much. Very clearly and definite comments and ideas to follow after this panel. I am being in Uganda, I need to share some statistics. They are very current statistics published by the National Statistic Bureau of Uganda to understand how the situation, conditions are different all over the globe. Only 50% of the population have access to the electricity in Uganda. It's an administrative statistic. And only 10% have access to the internet, and only 3.4% of household has computers or laptops. Even when I'm talking with the PhD students or master degree students in here, Makerere University, I'm asking them, do you have access at your home to the internet? Do you have a laptop? Do you have a chance to search online? Mostly they say, yes, if we are in the city, in the town, it's easy. But if you go to the village or the rural areas, it's very difficult. So why I'm talking about those, when we are talking about artificial intelligence and machine learning and technology and digital transformation, digital shift in the world, we also need to look at the all part of the world. Because I'm talking about sub-Saharan. Your Excellency, Dr. Mufana, you know well better than me how the conditions in sub-Saharan Africa. Also, I think mostly similar conditions we have in India, for example. Maybe we have in Pakistan, in Afghanistan, in some East Asian countries. And I don't have any idea, but I think in Latin America also we have some very difficult situation in some places. So equity and fair and the sustainability are very important terms actually when we talk and when we think all over the world. And if we talk about only European and Western and developed countries, it's very easy to deal with the challenges, but it is very difficult in other side of the world. Actually, we have 7 minutes to finish our session. I have very personal questions to the former minister, honorable guest, Dr. Mofana. If you get again the role of ministry in your country, what is your priority in education and state roles in education? How do you answer this question?
If I understood your question well, you're saying the role of government.
If you get the role of minister in your country,
I see. Okay, okay,
your own priority in the government? Yes.
The role of the minister, you know, in Lesotho, ministers are more policymakers than implementers. So you have to listen to say the mandate that your party or your government got into government was because you said you'll have more access made possible for everybody. So as a minister, yours is to ensure that the officials within the department are implementing what you have promised the electorate. So as a minister, yours is to see that what you promised is implemented. So it's a very tricky situation because coming from an academic background and going into a political background, the switch is very difficult. You still have the temptation to go deeper into the actual delivery. But I must say that the relationship between the minister and the school owners, who are churches in this case, is very cordial at the moment, and that makes it easy for things to happen. So let me just conclude by just saying the gentleman from Albania mentioned that the issue of reform has to go through the entire pyramid. You know, I was just talking about education in general. I didn't even touch on higher education, inclusive education, and all the other facets of education because I was looking at the time frame. But the minister is responsible for policy to ensure that the policy that the government entered into office is being fulfilled by the officials. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Mofana. Can I ask you the same question, Dr. Anita? If you have a kind of role, what will be your priority for the role of, in terms of role of state in education?
Thank you. That's very kind of you. I am very much an academic, and I don't have the luxury necessarily to be thinking in those terms. I hope my research guides it, but I think I might say that what I have come to observe through my research and observations is the really central role of teachers in a few different ways. So one is, of course, the undeniable importance of teachers for what our children will learn and the future we can prepare them for. It is just beyond doubt that a good education system requires teachers who are prepared to take on the challenges. And I don't believe there is any dispute there. And I don't believe the technology, however successful, is going to entirely, have us do away with the importance of teachers. So having recognized that, the other piece is that the expenses, teacher salaries are very significant aspect of education budgets, current education expenditure budgets, which makes teachers important also from a policy, just kind of a financial economic perspective. And then the third piece is this piece of teacher constant preparation and the ways in which we might best help and support them, which is a very complex question as well, as much as we would like things to be simple and straightforward. So I find myself thinking a lot these days about questions surrounding policies that are important for the teachers, because I see how it has connections to so many aspects of the success of our education system, from regulation, finance, to ultimately what is best for our children. So that's where my thoughts are these days in response to your question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And the same questions to you, Dr. Fatas. Just I'm asking for about hope and dreams.
Yeah, well, we dream a lot, but what we dream is not always easy to realize. Now, my teaching experience has been at the university level all my life, but I've had the opportunity to check, review textbooks that are used in high schools as well. And having, as I said, two grandkids and looking at the textbooks that are used in school, I think that there's a lot of to desire. I mean, what do we teach students today? Usually teachers teach them what they were taught themselves. There are teachers in high schools and lower levels of schools who never change the textbook because it's easier for them using the same textbook years after years. They don't have to prepare for new knowledge and get that knowledge. If you do not receive new knowledge, you'll not transmit that knowledge to the young generation of kids. And that's a problem. So a minister of education, I'm not in a position to give advice, but will keep in mind that we're living in a very dynamic world, especially in the area of technology. Our knowledge on technology is doubled every other year. So what do we have to teach them? How should the government assist, not only financially, but also investing in teachers' education? That is very important. Not leaving teachers at the same level. Many countries require that teachers today get a master's degree in education or somewhere else, so they could be better prepared to teach, to do their job. A few years ago, we passed a law on higher education in Albania, and my concern was that the system should not be reformed from the top level, should be reformed from the preschool level. There were politicians that will say that, in 5 years we'll have the same universities as Europe. Indeed, only when our 5 years kids today will reach the university age, then our school system can change. It doesn't change overnight. It takes time and passion.
Yes. Okay, thank you very much. It's a very good time to finish our discussion. Thank you to our esteemed panelists for their insightful contributions, to everyone for actively engaging in today's discussion. We have explored the complexities and diverse aspects of state education relations, from global technological investments to regional nuances, shaped by historical, cultural, and political context. It's clear that the relationship between state and education is dynamic and requires ongoing adaptations, as you said, Dr. Fatos, to meet the evolving needs of society. As we conclude this panel, I encourage all of us to continue reflecting on the key takeaways and how they can inform our work and policy making in the future. The challenges are significant, but so are the opportunities for positive change. Thank you once again for your participation. And I sincerely look forward to further discussions with all of you and collaborations as we work together toward a fairer, more equitable, and more sustainable education system. Have a good day, all audience and all who engage with us today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
It was a really enjoyable discussion, exchange. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye.
A very interesting discussion indeed. Thank you so much to our moderator, Professor Karataş, and of course our esteemed panelists for your contributions. Moving on now, earlier, if you've been watching us since the early hours of the day, I had mentioned the Good Practices Initiative. Here's our second one out of the 6 that we're going to showcase to you throughout the summit. Let's take you to Kosovo this time and see how young people, when supported, can beautify their societies with their projects. Here's Marif Environmental Volunteers.
A dedicated team of teachers, administrators, and students participated in this project. We managed the process with 2 teachers and 2 administrators.
Unë së bashku me arsimtarën e gjeografisë zonën Albana Sallauka kemi realizuar një projekt me motën mbrojtja e mjedisit, ku përmes këtij projekti ne synuam që të ndërgjegjësojmë dhe vëdësojmë edhe nxënësit tanë, po edhe qytetarët e komunës të Prishtinës.
Projekti ka përfshirë pastrimin e disa hapësirave publike, Shadërvanin, pjesën e Marashit, Lumbardhin e Prizrenit, si dhe parkun e qytetit. Po ashtu në kuadër të këtij projekti është përfshirë edhe shpërndarja e broshurave dhe disa panele me mesazhe të ndryshme sensibilizuese, riciklimi, mbjellja e disa luleve nëpër këto hapësira të caktuara. Po ashtu është bërë edhe vendosja e tabelave informuese për kozgjatjen e dekompozimit të disa materialeve të caktuara.
Kam përfituar dijeni rreth mbeturinave që kanë kohën e tyre të dekompozimit, edhe sa më shumë që i hedhim nëpër tokë, ato e dëmtojnë aq më shumë mjedisin.
Këtij projekti jemi munduar që sadopak të kontribuojmë në të mirën e vendit tonë, duke e ditur se planeti ynë është duke u përballur me sfida të ndryshme dhe një prej sfidave mjaft të mëdha është edhe ndryshimet klimatike, të cilat po ndodhin si pasojë e faktorit njeri.
We want to thank the municipality of Prizren for their support in this project.
Ne gjithmonë kemi pas raporte të mira me institucionet e shtetit mik këtu, sidomos me institucionet edukative arsimore, në këtë rast me shkollën Marif. Por shikoni, është një projekt shumë i rëndësishëm sepse ka të bëjë me ambientin, me natyrën, ku ne i kalojmë të rjetën tonë. Prandaj rezultatet e tilla tregojnë për nivelin e rritjes të vetdijes mbi domosdoshmërinë e mbrojtjes së ambientit. Edhe sidomos është e rëndësishme që ky projekt të realizohet në bashkëpunim me komunën, edhe ne natyrisht se për projekte të tilla gjithmonë japim përkrahje. Prandaj sukseset e tilla na motivojnë edhe më tepër, edhe tregojnë se bashkërisht jemi më të fortë, përveç tjerash edhe për të krijuar ambient më të mirë për të gjithë neve që jetojmë në territorin e komunës së Prizrenit.
Që pa marrë parasysh çfarë moshe kemi, të gjithë jemi përgjegjës për mbrojtjen e mjedisit tonë. Por më e rëndësishmja është që ne të rinjt kemi më shumë energji dhe po ashtu më shumë kohë, prandaj jemi ende më të rëndësishëm për mbrojtjen e mjedisit tonë.
Si një e re, unë besoj se secili nga ne duhet të kujdesemi në mënyrën tonë për ambientin, duke filluar kryesisht nga hapësira ku ne jetojmë, duhet të kujdesemi sa më shumë për bimët, për hedhjen e mbeturinave në vendet e tyre e tjera. Andaj ju kisha lutur që këto këtyre të mirave t'u dim vlerën, t'i përdorim e mos t'i keq përdorim, nga se në fund të fundit çdo njeri është peng i veprave të veta.
Mendoj se gjatë këtij aktivitetit ne mësuam shumë si ta mbrojmë ambientin tonë dhe ishte një ndjenje fortë për shkak se kjo botë është e jona, gjithmonë ka qenë e jona dhe do të jetë e jona derisa ta lëmë.
Është një ndjenjë shumë e mirë për ne, përderisa shkolla të tjera kanë mësuar diçka nga ne. Ky ishte edhe qëllimi jonë.
Unity and awareness.
Thank you to our students and educators there in Kosovo who are working towards a sustainable future and are setting a good example for not just the generations to come, but for those who are supposed to be leading the way. As Sumaya mentioned in the video there, and I quote, "I believe that regardless of age, we all have the responsibility to protect the environment." I'll leave you on that note for now, but do stay with us. We'll be back in 30 minutes' time. When we're back, we will continue with our school leaders session titled Leading Schools Toward Equity, the Role of Principals in Shaping Fair and Inclusive Education. See you then.
diğer kabinimiz öğrencilerimizin bilgi ve meraklarını artırmaya yönelik bir çalışmaydı.
Popülerleşen yapay zeka ile birlikte biz bu fikri eğitime taşımak istedik.
L'idée est venue dans le sens de vouloir donner aux enfants le moyen d'apprendre par la technologie en utilisant les moyens plus adéquats, adaptés aux circonstances actuelles, bien sûr.
Proje isminde marif kelimesinin içerisindeki arif ifadesini kullandık. Hem arif bilgili anlamını sağlıyor burada. Bunun için de görsel bir tasarım yaptık, bir logo hazırladık. Bu logo içerisinde bir tane hafiye, bir dedektif vardı. Bu dedektif bir büyüteç tutarak orada bir araştırma yapıyor edasındaydı ve havasındaydı.
Eğlenceli ve ilgi çekici hale getirmek için bir telefon kulübesi inşa ettik.
Güvenli bir internet, güzel bir şekilde yapay zekanın içinde güzel bir bilgisayar kolu koyduk. Türkiye'deki ve dünyadaki yapay zeka, popüler yapay zekaları bilgisayarımıza yükledik ve öğrencilerimizin kullanımında hazır tuttuk diyebiliriz.
Öğretmenlerimiz teneffüslerden önce öğrencilerimize belirli ödevler vereceklerdi. Bu ödevler doğrultusunda öğrenciler de kabinimize gidip araştırmalar yapacak ve sınıfa döndüklerinde verilen ödevlerin sonuçlarını arkadaşlarla paylaşacaklardı.
This project is good because it's not like internet. Because when you Google for something on internet, it will give you a lot of answers. But Arif will give you one answer, and that answer will be correct.
Eh ben, en tant qu'enseignant, pour moi, ce projet est vraiment louable parce que ça nous permet de pouvoir maximiser en tant que stratégie et méthodologie d'enseignement.
Ces personnages intelligents qu'on a créés, qui s'appelle Arif, permet aux enfants, bien sûr, d'accroître leur niveau en allant vers lui pour avoir des réponses à leurs préoccupations.
Telefon kulübesiyle karşılaştılar. Bunun nasıl çalıştığını öğrendikten sonra zaten daha keyifli hale gelmeye başladı. İnteraktif öğrenmeler, ödev yapmalar, gruplu çalışmalarda çok faydalı oldu diyebiliriz.
Ceci leur permettra également de pouvoir travailler, interagir avec cet outil et recevoir les réponses qu'ils auront, n'est-ce pas, à poser relatives au système éducatif.
Alme Sor projesi öğrencilerimize bilgi erişim fırsatları sunduğu gibi doğru bilgi ulaşması için de araştırmaya teşvik etmektedir.
Face à cet outil, les enfants auront eux-mêmes à travailler.
Arif vient aider les enfants à parfaire leur niveau de connaissance. C'est un atout majeur pour les enfants. C'est un projet éducatif excellent.
Heureusement, Arif ne se fatigue jamais. On peut utiliser la cabine à tout moment.
C'est comme un humain qu'on a placé dans une cabine et qu'il répond à nos questions.
Geleceğin eğitimi diyebilirim.
Of this career day was to develop the students' knowledge on how the real example, real work environment looks like. So we came up with the idea. Now we thought education in learning in the classroom was the only option. Now we wanted to teach them somewhere differently. So the whole purpose of this career is to give them guidance on what real world looks like when they are working, professional workers experiences.
When we think about career development, we appreciate practically providing and creating a platform to demonstrate our parents, guests, to practically demonstrate about their profession, how it goes also. This career event has two sessions, as you know. It has also in the hall, there was a lecture, introduction part, and all individuals also took their part in different classrooms. So they saw demonstration. When they see this demonstration, some of them were involved or engaged with this demonstration activities. They were enjoyed, they were amazed.
I like listening to Chromosome because most countries, women don't get even a proper education, and for her to actually do such kind of things, especially mechanics and car engine, it's amazing. I wouldn't expect that too. She actually showed us that if you love what to do and if we actually know what we want to do, that we can do it. Whether it doesn't matter if you're about your age, where you came from, if you love it, if you actually like it, and if you actually know what you want to do. It's amazing. We can do it.
Nowadays, as a teacher, when I observe our students, our generation, the first question comes from they say directly, teacher, what will we do with this information in our real life? But nowadays, these kind of questions shows us there are some problems, there are some concerns about their futures. We have to engage them with the real life. They need to understand that all these things they are learning from school will be useful for their future. As a school, this is one of our biggest duties, to prepare our generation, our students, to future, because what we believe that they are our future. This is our Marif's culture.
Choosing your career is like being able to see yourself in that position in the future. And if you can see yourself living with that profession for the rest of your life, and if you're passionate about it, I think that's important. Our school has made us a very good opportunity by bringing these people, and then being able to see their life, you can actually question yourself. And that's one of the things you want to do for development.
First, knowing what you actually want to do. Second of all is that be sure that you want to do that job and it will actually make you happy regardless of how much money you would make a year or per month. It should be something that will make you happy.
Reading is one major part of our growth and education missing right now, and the physical activity as well. Especially, you need more than your cognitive competencies.
I learned that hard work pays off.
I would say fruitful is the right word.
Consistency is the main key.
So strive, hard work, create success. That's what we learned.
I say I learned that commitment is very important, because without passion you can't start a work, but without commitment you can't finish it.
Kadrić, profesorica sam turskog jezika i književnosti. Svoje obrazovanje sam stekla dijelom u Turskoj, dijelom u Sarajevu. Što se tiče same ideje, ove tri učenice koje su učestvovale u projektu su bile zainteresirane da svoje znanje turskog jezika poboljšaju kroz dodatne časove turskog jezika. Te iste časove smo organizirali nakon redovne nastave. One su svakako svojim dolascima, svojom odgovornošću doprinijele da imamo i konačan rezultat. A u biti sve počelo tako što smo spojile konverzacijski čas turskog jezika u isto vrijeme ovaj projekat gdje smo spojili, da kažemo, te dvije komponente. Što se tiče samih faza ovog projekta, prvo smo odlučile koji će to biti jezici na kojima ćemo pripremiti riječi, zatim smo, budući da imamo učenike možda koji ne znaju ni bosanski, ni turski, ni engleski, ni arapski jezik, odlučili da pronađemo i odgovarajuće fotografije gdje će, kada prvi put vide taj rječnik, na osnovu fotografije razumjeti o kojoj riječi je riječ. Naš projekat predstavljen je široj javnosti na sajmu nauke koje je održano u prostorijama škola Marif.
what kept us excited was that we worked as a group. When we had our breaks, It was always fun. That what kept us all the time motivated. It was never boring for us.
The most exciting part was knowing that other students will benefit from it as much as I benefited from it.
Kada u pitanju naš projekat, ono što su učenice i drugi učenici naučili jeste prvenstveno koji su radili na projektu da trebaju da dobro koordiniraju.
At the beginning, it was so difficult for me following the 3 languages that I don't know. I came here just knowing Arabic and a little English. I started to learn Turkish, English and Bosnian. Now I know English, Bosnian, and I know a little Turkish. Our friends were excited to start learning a new language, especially the students who are beginners for these languages.
Also noticed that a lot of words are similar between Arabic and Turkish. For example, Bosnian or Turkish, Bosnian or Arabic. The word kitab is similar in both Arabic and Turkish language. The only difference is in pronunciation. Even the word makas, chai, aile, and many more are really the same meaning but different pronunciation.
The idea of our dictionary was a so nice idea that it doesn't look like each dictionary you just see. It's not full of text. You won't get bored of it. You will see pictures that will make it way easier for you to understand the language and what you're reading. You won't get bored or annoyed from it. You will have a lot of small dialogues that will help you a lot if you travel.
To work in a group, how to organize stuff on time, and I have learned some new words in Turkish. My favorites were bal, sakız, and şeftali.
From my opinion, from what I learned, time or any difficulties won't stop you from doing what you're willing to do.
The most important thing that I learned in this activity that no matter what, nothing is impossible, and always remember that your only limit is you.
Na našim prostorima postoji jedan izraz gdje kažemo kad se male ruke slože, sve se.
نقوم في ثانوية العلوم والتكنولوجيا بنشاطات متنوعة لدمج الطلاب مع بيئتهم وثقافتهم. ففي السنة الأولى قام أستاذ اللغة التركية بإعطاء درس نموذجي حول البيئة وأهميتها والاعتناء بها.
9. sınıf öğrencilerimizle kültür dersi kapsamında her hafta farklı bir konuda konuşarak farkındalık oluşturma çalışmaları yapıyorduk. O haftaki konumuz çevreydi. Çevre kirliliği, plastik atıklar, geri dönüşüm ve doğada bizim dışımızda yaşayan canlıların yaşamı hakkındaydı. Bu konuşma neticesinde plastik atıklardan kuş yemliği yapma kararı aldık. Biriktirdiğimiz plastik şişeler ile kuş yemlikleri yapma düşüncesi beynimizde canlandı. Plastik şişeleri delerek kuş yemliği şekline getirdik ve okulumuzda bulunan ağaçlara astık. Mevsim şartları gereği yiyeceğe ulaşamayan kuşlara yiyecek sağlama imkanı elde ettik.
فكان من مخرج هذا الدرس أن اقترح بعض الطلاب بإعادة تدوير بعض الأشياء والاستفادة منها في الثانوية، فقاموا بشراء إطارات مستعملة من محل الإطارات، وقاموا بطلائها بألوان متنوعة وجميلة، وقاموا بزراعتها ببعض الزهور وتوزيعها في حديقة المدرسة.
Bu projeyi arkadaşlarımla yaptığım için ve onların başkanı olduğum için çok heyecanlıydım.
Proje esnasında beni en çok heyecanlandıran şeylerden birisi öğrencilerin takım ruhu halinde çalışmalarıydı ve hepsinin amacı hayvanlara yardım etmekti.
طبعا في هذا النشاط استفاد الطلاب من ناحيتين على اتجاهين. الأول هو تطبيق اللغة التركية أو تنفيذ ولفظ اللغة التركية، وثانيا تعاونهم على تنفيذ أنشطة حول البيئة، حول بيئتهم.
Bu çalışma ile öğrencilerimiz Türkçe dersinde öğrendikleri kelimeleri günlük hayatta kullanabilmiş, aynı kavram alanına giren kelimeleri fark etmiş, çevreye karşı duyarlılıkları artmış, takım çalışması yaparak işbirlikli çalışma hakkında kazanımlar elde etmiş ve doğaya, çevreye, insanlara yardım etme motivasyonuna sahip erdemli birey olma yolunda bir adım ileri gitmişlerdir.
ومثل هذه الأنشطة تساعد الطلاب على العمل الجماعي وأهميته وتقسيم الأدوار فيما بينهم ونقل هذه التجربة إلى محيطهم، فقد استفاد الطلاب كثيرا من هذه الأنشطة وحاولوا تطبيقها بشكل مستمر في السنوات اللاحقة.
Biz bu projeyi yaparken kuşlara fayda verdiğimiz için ve okulumuzun daha iyi olmasını sağladığımız için çok mutluydum.
İnsan değeri olmayan bir şeyi çevreye faydalı bir şeye dönüştürdüğünde gurur duyar. Ve ben böyle hissettim. Şişeyi kuşlar için bir tabağa dönüştürdüğümde kendimi çok gururlu hissettim.
Güçsüz hayvanlara yardım ettiğimiz için ve onlara hem yem hem de su verdiğimiz için kendimle çok gurur duydum ve çok mutlu oldum. Günlük hayatımızda atık olan eşyaları faydalı olan bir şeye dönüştürdüğümüz zaman çok mutlu oluyoruz. Kahramanlar her zaman pelerin takmaz.
Denemek başarının temelidir.
في النهاية علينا أن ندرك أهمية التعاون ما بين الطلاب والأساتذة وما بين الطلاب أنفسهم لتستمر هذه الحياة والمدرسة بشكل جيد إن شاء الله.
Dünya sadece insanlar için değil, bütün canlıların yaşama hakkı vardır.
Daima tüketirsem tükenirim. Ancak geri dönüştürürsem doğanın kulağıma fısıldadığı teşekküre şahit olurum.
Dear guests, welcome back. Throughout the day, we've had eye-opening discussions on the future of education and how to better improve our systems for a more sustainable future. We've now come to the final panel of the day, and it's a special one because both the moderator and the panelists are school administrators of the Turkish Maarif Foundation. So we're in for an interesting discussion. Moderating the panel titled Leading Schools Toward Equity, the Role of Principals in Shaping Fair and Inclusive Education is the Vice Principal of the Maarif School in New Jersey, Ms. Khaldia Mustafa. And joining her are Dr. Zarfishan Adnan, the Principal of the International Maarif Schools in Islamabad, the Vice Principal of Maarif Schools of Cameroon, Dr. Nsaga Samuel Saiben. Also with us today is Mr. Naufal Neshi, the Vice Principal of International Maarif Schools of Tunisia. And last but not least, Ms. Lidra Meidani, the Vice Principal of the Maarif Tirana Campus, New York High School. Welcome to you all, and over to you, Ms. Mustafa.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It is my honor and privilege to be here today with my esteemed colleagues and principals, vice principals, and leaders of schools. Today, we gather to address an important need in our educational landscape, leading our schools through true equity and inclusion. And our goal and mission today is to create environments in schools and classrooms where every student, regardless of their background, learning style, or family status, feels welcomed and empowered to succeed, inshallah. As principals and leaders of the schools, we must work diligently to cultivate our school environments to be equitable and accessible to all learners, honoring the diverse backgrounds and needs. This commitment should extend to the classroom, where staff are trained to demonstrate compassion and empathy ensuring that every student is provided with equal opportunities to learn and succeed. School leaders must set that tone for inclusivity by prioritizing equity and policies in their everyday practices. Please allow me again to introduce my esteemed colleagues and principals who will be presenting speeches that hopefully will help everyone learn and understand the important need of this inclusive and equal environments and creating equitable and sustainable futures for our students and our schools. This is a goal that is very crucial. And we will have collaborative efforts together in the future as well, and learning together how to make our schools equal and accessible to every student. Our first speaker is Dr. Zurfishan Adnan, who is a principal of the school in International Matter School, Pakistan. She is an IBPYP head of school as well, and is a passionate climate activist dedicated to promoting global citizenship and fostering international mindedness. She will be speaking right now about the inclusive practices in the schools by integrating culture, curriculum, and innovative practices. We welcome you, Dr. Zurfishan. You will have your 10 minutes, inshallah, to present your speech. Jazakumullah khair again.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Good evening from Pakistan. As educators, we know the pivotal role a principal plays in building successful inclusive schools. Through my journey, I have come to realize that the principal active participation is not just important, it's a cornerstone for driving meaningful change and improving services. Speaking from my personal experience, inclusion is not a task, but a continuous process. It's a journey, a never-ending search for better ways to respond to students' diversity. For me, inclusion is about learning how to live with differences and how to learn from differences, embrace them, and grow from them. Every year, we have added layers to our practices, and yet I have discovered that there is always room for improvement. Inclusion is more than a concept. It's about breaking down the barriers and ensuring the presence, participation, and achievement of all students. This belief is what has shaped my leadership approach. And today, I'm here to share how we turn this vision into reality in our school. An approach that can be implemented in your schools as well. The journey begins with building a supportive school culture. Culture is a backbone of equity, and it is foundational to how fairness, inclusion, and overall school practices are implemented in schools. Learners should not have to adapt themselves according to the education system. In fact, its education system should adopt itself as per the learner's need. When the students do not feel welcome at school, they are less likely to learn, and this is everyone's loss. So to create an inclusive culture, principal must take certain steps. And the first step is to set up an entire vision statement that is totally aligned with inclusion. So clear, centered equity, vision as well as mission statement must prioritize fairness, inclusion, and the holistic development of all students. At my school, we work tirelessly to ensure that every stakeholder understood this vision and implement it in its truest sense. Then comes the policies. There are many policies which are associated with inclusion, but here I would like to discuss the most important one, that is anti-discrimination policy. We develop system to ensure fairness in admissions, grading, and discipline. Whenever any incident of discrimination occurs, we address them swiftly, firmly, and appropriately. We implemented zero tolerance policy for all kinds of discrimination and guided the learner how to deal with conflict resolution, which was highlighted and extensively covered in our discipline policy. As a result, it helped us in reducing the instances of discrimination, fostering a safe and supportive learning environment for my students. We implemented inclusive curriculum to reflect the diverse perspective and unique needs of the students. Students need a curricula that is flexible, creative, and relevant to them. And this is the duty of the principal to ensure that the curriculum implemented in the classroom is totally aligned with learners' need. Equity audit becomes a regular practice, allowing us to assess and realign the distribution of resources and opportunities. The third key focus area, which I'd like to highlight here, is fostering inclusive practices with differentiated instruction and assessment at its core. Differentiated instruction became a useful strategy. We tailored lessons to suit the diverse needs and the interest of the students, allowing them to choose the learning medium that matched their strength and help them to achieve common objectives. As a result, we have observed improved academic performance and more confident students in the classrooms. Assessment methods were diversified to ensure that every student had the opportunity to demonstrate their learning effectively. Every student, regardless of their background or their abilities, received an equal chance. In short, we have provided a complete support system to the students with diverse needs. It will be unfair if I do not talk about the most powerful tool, that is the learner's agency. We empowered the students to take the ownership of their learning by offering them voice and choice, encouraging their active participation in the learning process. They became the co-constructor of their learning goals and the success criteria that helps them to define their own ways and strategies for learning. During this process, they help their peers if they require any support. Subsequently, students are more confident, independent, and they have the sense of purpose. Also, they were making learning more meaningful. Club activities and the event like bake sale and the cultural festival provided students with a platform to showcase their unique skills and interests. While assigning responsibilities to the learner, we always look into the consideration their personal strength to ensure that they should have the sense of achievement, responsibility, as well as ownership. Equity and fair culture will not be possible without inclusive spaces. We have an advantage of spacious classrooms with flexible seating arrangement, interactive learning stations, and access to digital tools to support the diverse needs of the learners. And the choice of setting is given to students to foster autonomy, collaboration, and enabling students to select the arrangement that best suits their learning style, whether they prefer working independently, in pairs, or in groups. This inclusive setup promotes a sense of belonging and sense of ownership. It also enhances the engagement of all learners in the classroom. Dear colleagues, be mindful. Diversity is about acknowledging and celebrating differences, while inclusion is about embracing those differences, and they go side by side. Regular recognition of inclusive practices encourage a school-wide celebration of equity and diversity. We hosted Cultural Heritage Days and the Exchange Forum, where parents and students from diverse backgrounds shared their experience and promoting sense of belonging to the wider community. Another crucial aspect here I would like to highlight is the role of counselor. Counselors provide consistent socio-emotional support through regular check-ins and group discussions. These practices help identify and addresses emotional challenges, stressors, or anxieties that may hinder the learning process and the personal growth of the student. These regular interactions have provided a supportive environment where students feel heard and valued, encouraging open dialogue as well as building confidence in managing their emotions. Whenever we feel, we involve the parents in that process too. How can I forget the role of my teachers in inclusive schools? Teachers have the key to turn a vision into reality. How we prepare our teachers matters a lot. In our school, professional development became a non-negotiable priority. Teachers underwent professional development workshop on inclusive teaching method, such as which help them to transform the classroom into dynamic spaces of engagement. Teachers trained and they provided differentiated teaching approaches that cater to varying learning styles of the learners. And they became pro in having all kinds of strategies that can be implemented in the classroom. Here I would like to salute my teachers because they embrace those strategies exuberantly. And the results are transformational, not for the students, but for the teachers, in fact, for the whole community. I just wanted to wrap up by sharing this, that every student, regardless of their background and their abilities, has been given an equal chance to thrive academically, socially, and emotionally. Our school transformed into a community where inclusion was not just a policy, but a way of life. I shared this journey with you not as a blueprint, but as inspiration. What we have achieved in our school is possible in yours too. So together as principal and educators, we have the power to create an environment where every child feels valued, supported, and empowered to succeed. So let's work together to lead school towards equity and inclusion, a mission that can transform not just education, but the society itself. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Jazakallah khairan, Dr. Zarfshan, for that eloquent speech that you've just given on inclusive schools and culture, and the activities that you have implemented into your school are very impressive. And keeping, citizenship and equality in mind in your policies and your procedures and your staff development and culture is really impressive. And we thank you very much for that beautiful speech that you have given. And now I'm going to move the floor to our second speaker, who is my brother, Mr. Nofal Nichi, Vice Principal of International Ma'arif Schools in Tunisia. He will be speaking about leading schools towards equity and inclusive environments through various practices that he and his team has implemented in Ma'arif Tunisia. Welcome, Brother Nofal.
Thank you. Good afternoon, esteemed colleagues, distinguished guests, and fellow educators. It is both an honor and a privilege to address you today on a topic that lies at the very core of our professional responsibilities as leaders, which is leading schools to equality. Well, as Deputy Head of the International Ma'arif Schools of Tunisia, I've had the profound opportunity to witness the transformative power of education. In our school, we have taken deliberate steps to foster a culture of equity and inclusivity. And today, I would like to share how these principles are being translated into our practices. Equality in education is not just an ideal. It is a commitment to ensuring every student, regardless of their background, is given the opportunity to succeed. At International Ma'arif Schools of Tunisia, this principle is embedded in everything we do, from offering scholarships to supporting underprivileged students to adapting teaching methods for diverse learning needs. Equality is at the heart of our mission. In our school, equality means providing access to high-quality education for all students while respecting their individual differences. Whether a student comes from a rural area or an urban setting, whether they excel academically or need extra support, our goal is to give every learner the tools they need to thrive. First and foremost, let me start with the role of school leaders. Well, as administrators and leaders at the International Ma'arif Schools of Tunisia, our role is pivotal and crucial. We are not just managers, we are leaders tasked with creating a vision of equality and turning it into reality. At our school, this vision has been shaped by our commitment to inclusivity and our belief in the transformative power of education. For example, we have implemented policies that ensure no student feels excluded. Our disciplinary measures are designed to be fair and restorative rather than punitive. We have also taken steps to foster a culture of respect, where students and teachers alike feel valued and empowered. These initiatives reflect our belief that equality begins with leadership that is both visionary and compassionate. Now, it is important to note that teachers are the backbone of any educational institution. And at Ma'arif Tunisia, we invest heavily in their professional growth. We provide regular training sessions to help our teachers adopt inclusive pedagogies, such as differentiated instruction and student-centered learning techniques. Our teachers are encouraged to collaborate, share best practices, and support one another. For example, we support peer mentoring programs where experienced teachers guide their colleagues in implementing inclusive teaching strategies. This collaborative approach ensures that every teacher is equipped to meet diverse needs for our student body. In addition to all of that, at Ma'arif Tunisia, we firmly believe that students are the heart of the educational experience. To this end, we have created avenues for student engagement that go beyond academics. For instance, we have introduced student councils where representatives from different grades come together to discuss school policies and share their perspectives. Of course, this is a part of the Student Council program. This initiative not only empowers students, but also gives them a sense of ownership and responsibility. Additionally, we celebrate cultural diversity through events such as International Day and Cultural Day, where students showcase their traditions and learn about others. Such practices promote a sense of unity and inclusivity within our school community. Now, it is essential to emphasize that parents as well are key partners in our mission to create an equitable and inclusive school environment. At International Ma'arif Schools of Tunisia, we have implemented several initiatives to foster strong parent-school relationships. Regular parent-teacher meetings, workshops, and family engagement events are integral and fundamental to our approach. These interactions provide opportunities for parents to voice their concerns, share their insights, and actively participate in their children's education. By involving parents in decision-making processes, we strengthen the bond between home and school, creating a supportive and balanced network for our students. To bring everything into perspective, the practices at International Ma'arif Schools of Tunisia demonstrate that leading schools to equality is not just a vision, but a tangible reality. However, this journey is far from over. As we reflect on our successes, we must also look ahead and commit to continuous improvement. I urge each of you to join me in taking these principles to the next level. Prioritize equity in every decision and policy. Empower teachers to innovate and adopt inclusive strategies. Engage students as leaders and active participants in their education. Strengthen partnerships with parents to build a united school community. Together, we can ensure that International Ma'arif Schools of Tunisia and all other schools become models of equality and inclusion. By breaking down barriers, celebrating diversity, and fostering respect We are not just shaping better schools, but building a better future for our society. Thank you.
MashaAllah, Jazakallah khair, Brother Nufal. That was very impressive address to the community. I would have to say that the focus point that I noticed most was including your parents into the mission of equality and keeping them informed and involved and fostering that inclusive environment and collaborative work together with parents, teachers, and families. This is a key to having inclusive schools and creating safe spaces for our students. Jazakallah khair again, barakallah feek. We'll be moving now to our third esteemed colleague. I believe it is Sister Lidra Maidani, who is the Vice Principal of Ma'arif Tirana campus in New York High School. She will be speaking, I think, on video. I don't know if it's live right now, but it is her 10 minutes right now. So we will have Sister Lidra Maidani's speech right now, and she is speaking about creating supportive environments for teachers, students, and parents as well.
Dear representative of Ma'arif Foundation, dear colleagues, leaders of Ma'arif School Institution, dear participating teachers and students in this meeting. Regarding today's topic for discussion, I would like first of all to make a simple explanation of the concepts we'll be using. When it comes to inclusive education, we always refer to the term equity, adapted as equality in access and justice in the provision of
international schools, and talking about the very importance of leading with equity and inclusion and shaping fair and inclusive education, which is something that in the United States, well, I will be speaking about in a little bit, some of the laws that are inclusive for all students with learning differences. That will be my speech, inshallah. But right now, we hope that we can get Sister Lidra's voice on and we hear her talk.
Organized by education specialists. The training offers a more practical and contemporary approach to teaching. I am saying with humor that those who work with me know that if it is for trainings, for specializations, for postgraduate courses, my answer will be yes, they must be training continuously. We guarantee the necessary infrastructure, make a distribution of schedules in order to lighten the load of each of our colleagues, simultaneously adapting to the needs of their personal facilities in these trainings. Being flexible and prepared for any unexpected that schoolwork offers remain one of the activities, a model school that best responds to the contemporary requirements in education. Personally, I never tire of saying that collaboration is the key word in teaching, but here I am not only talking about the cooperation of the leader with the teachers in the hierarchical plan. The leader assigns tasks and the teachers carry them out. Such relationships that remain only in the framework of legal obligation risk turning into formal statistics that fill institutional files. Although these are necessary, as the case may be, I want to talk today about another dimension of cooperation. The spirit of cooperation in the school guarantees the success of teamwork. Successful leaders are those who create good teams, a multifunctional mosaic starting from the personal values of each teacher. According to this model, a leader encourages the exchange of values between actors participating in education, students, parents, teachers. The strength of each link, in this case, becomes the strength of the school as a whole. It is understandable that direct work with students is an attribute of teachers. Plans for individual work with students can be compiled by teachers depending on the problems he sees during classwork. But the leader in this case coordinates the progress of these plans for a group of different subjects in the respective environments. It is true that for students with behavioral problems, the psychologist gives his opinion as a professional, but the manager creates the connecting bridges exchanges between the teachers and the psychologist for emotional problems of the child. The same relationships are created with parents as participants in education. Although in any case their interests do not go beyond grades, we must understand that our work is the best indicator. Our individualized work with students proves that the purpose of the school is not only grades, but also the well-being and the development of multiple intelligence of the child. In this context, our School for Successful Parenting in Marif Tirana campus, New York schools for 7 years was a valuable asset in helping parents, students, and teachers. The leader plays the role of a buffer in the conflict that may arise between teachers and parents. He is the negotiator and relator of this relation. It is true that he does not take sides. The priority remains the interest of the child. The leader does not stand in the middle of this conflict to assign the culprit and the victim. Absolutely not. A visionary leader work offers remain one of the key points in our work. Flexibility is not absence of long-term platforms during the learning process, but personalization and occasional changes of these platforms depending on the situation or problems that arise. The role of a leader is to accept diversity and respect the human values that emerge through education. Education today is one of the fields that is changing at an extraordinary pace, questioning every rule that has worked so far. The students with whom we are every day are no longer those of 10 years ago. I even dare to say that this generation is different from their peers from 5 years ago. What used to be called normality at school, I mean our concept for discipline, today is part of violation of students' freedoms and rights. More and more, the culture of diversity is emphasized as essential element of universal pedagogy. As a result, multiple communication and problem-solving techniques are required from us as teachers at school. Universal pedagogy sees each student as a unique, irrepeatable being with cognitive, mental, and emotional abilities different from any peer. When we talk about diversity at school, we must keep in mind that every young person has his own style and way of acquiring the knowledge and skills he gains. Thus, with the student aiming for Olympiads, we will work on additional material and do more advanced differentiated work in classroom. But the statement is even more important if we consider students with behavioral problems or students with learning problems, students with ADHD. The inclusive approach to school considers primary task the guarantee of a learning process as efficient as possible for everyone. In this case, the idea of equal chances is the best solution. They are different from other children in school, but they should have the same opportunity in education. How to understand this paradox? They are equal to every other student in class, but they are not the same. Only in this way we can understand the idea of equity in education. A good manager emphasizes this diversity as one of the strengths of the institution he leads, without being afraid of prejudice, leaving aside stereotypes of any category. A leader knows that diversity is, after all, a real factor of the school today. Consequently, our plans and objectives must take this factor into account in the effort to create a supportive and inclusive environment for students. According to a philosopher of education, Edgar Morin, the treasure of humanity is its creative diversity, but the source of creativity is its unity, which best explains the concept of equity. In our mission as teachers, we recognize that our students are the product of this ever-changing age. Each of them is a unique being, but altogether they are our future, that we ourselves as parents, as teachers, as decision makers have educated them to become social beings. Thank you.
Mrs. Haldia, floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much, Sister Lidra. That was a very impressive speech as well. And she was highlighting, I believe, the role of the leader in accepting diversity and looking for respect for human values that appear through education. It was, very impressive to hear her contemporary techniques and approaches and strategies that she's using in her school to create that inclusive and equal environment. Our next speaker now will be our dear brother, Dr. Musaga Samuel Seben, who is the principal and coordinator of education in Ma'arif, Cameroon, and we welcome him to his speech. Welcome, Dr. Samuel Seben.
Thank you very much. I'm very elated to partake in this insightful discussion on inclusive education, a very challenging topic within the post-colonial era. I want to talk on behalf of Ma'arif, Cameroon, of whom I belong. It's a wonderful school where we do every possible means to make sure that every learner finds himself, he is included in the learning process. I'm going to be talking from different angles. First, what we the leaders do, or the principals do, to ensure that there is inclusive education that is fair and that leads to sustainability. The first thing I want to say is that we ensure that our lesson plans are well done, taking into consideration the competence-based approach, making every student to belong, making them to participate in lessons, and we ensure that by the end of the lessons, all of them are included. We use multinational topics. We equally strive to be culturally inclusive, because in Cameroon we have children that are coming from different backgrounds. I want to insist that Cameroon has about 7 campuses. Yaoundé, we have Douala and Gaoundéré. So the principals really ensure that the lessons are carried on well. We equally have, we have put in place PTA, as Parents Teachers Association, in all the campuses. We make sure that there is continuity, there is follow-up between the school and the parents. We equally have different WhatsApp groups where we give detailed information to see that our children belong. In order to see how gifted the children are, we look at clubs, different clubs, to see their different performances. Remember that if we are teaching without making these children discover the competencies that are in them, then it means that the teaching process is problematic. So we put a lot of interest on that to do follow-up, and we have different class masters and mistresses. In all the classes, we have a teacher that follows up the children to see who actually needs help. At times we do refresher courses with the kids. At times on Saturdays, we come to school and we work with them to make sure that they are inclusive in the education. Permit me equally talk of our class sizes here in Cameroon. Our class sizes are unique. We don't have many children in the classroom, just to ensure that the teacher goes around using the kinesthetic method in teaching. Teaching is not just to stand on one position. You need to move around. You need to find out, are they writing the correct spellings? Are they following up the lessons? How can we help? And we make sure that teachers go through the books. They must read what the students write and then help those actually who are in need. We equally do not accept violence. Violence is not acceptable in our school. The children must feel belonging. We must use a diction that is welcoming, a diction, the choice of words that a child comes to school and he wants to come again to school. That impacting the children with knowledge calls for a lot of time taking in constructing whatever you're going to do in the classroom. Permit me talk about somebody who is looking at an approach that is very interesting. He's called Polo. He's saying that if we have to teach without constructing knowledge in the children, then there is a problem. That is why here in Marif, Cameroon, we make sure that it is participatory teaching learning. What do I mean by participatory teaching learning? It's interactive. The teacher cannot just be a monologue, talking all alone. In the past, we used to have the objective-based approach where the teacher will come and present everything and the students just copy. No, we say in order to include them, we must understand that the children have something in them. They carry something. There are moments in the classroom you learn from the children, because when you give them an opportunity to talk in your lesson, you guide them. And at the end of the day, you discover that you have actually constructed the society. Permit me talk about this technique, which is very important in our school, that we always ensure that teachers go through the technique in teaching, this technique of participatory teaching. The technique helps us to make the children understand their cultural realities, their historical realities, where they come from. And at the end of the day, when they know this, they are able to fit themselves in the lesson. And as the lessons go through, by the end of the academic time, you discover that the children have really been impacted, and then they can impact the society. In our lessons, we equally look at aspects like brainstorming. You do not begin a lesson without doing brainstorming, because in brainstorming, you discover that the children have something to say and you know how to help them. I want to remind us that we are just facilitators. The principals have the role to let teachers know that they are facilitators, helping the children and guiding them into becoming responsible citizens. We have different methods like the aquarium method that we equally encourage. We have role play in the classroom. Permit me just talk about a teacher who comes to the class and he wants to teach English language, for example. He wants to teach on adjectives, and then the students are there. He wants to make it inclusive. He notices that there is one child who is fond of coming late to school, and his objective is to solve the problem so that that child stops coming late to school. What does he do? He will come to the class and ask this question to the children. This is the question that he will ask them. Have you ever experienced a problem of darkness? And there is one child who will tell the teacher, yes, I have experienced. The teacher will ask the question, how do you think this problem can be solved? How do you think this problem can be solved? Because the teacher wants to include the child in the learning process in order to transform the society. And the child can tell the teacher, I think that we can install street lights in our neighborhood. And the teacher will look at the child and say, that is good, excellent. Okay, I want all of you to write a letter to the city mayor and tell him to install street lights in the, let me say, quarter like Mokolo. By the end of the day, you see that you have not just taught alone, but you have included the children in the teaching process. And by so doing, you have impacted the society where you are. So inclusive education in Marif, Cameroon is the order of the day, and we make sure that the learning process is fair and the equity is respected. Thank you very much.
Jazakallahu khairan. Thank you very much, Dr. Siben, for your excellent speech and focus on students. It seems like in your school you are very student-centered and supporting of your teachers in making sure that you have an inclusive environment for all types of learners. Thank you very much for that. Thank you all. Now I will be speaking a little bit myself concerning, creating that positive school culture. And how do we create a positive school culture? Building a culture starts with the values, instilling those values into your students and into your staff and teachers, of course. The teacher is the core of the learning process, and making sure that there is equity in the lesson planning, there is equity in the classroom, in the support of the teachers. And I would like to start actually by defining equity and inclusion. What is equity? Equity means providing each student with the specific resources and support that they need to succeed, and recognizing that this will vary among all students. Not all students learn in the same way, like most of you have already eloquently stated. Students learn in different ways. Their brains work in different ways. And how do we include them in every of the learning? How do we make sure that they are learning? Inclusion is about cultivating a school environment where every student feels that they belong, they feel respected, they feel fully integrated into the school as they walk into the building, as they go into their classrooms. And there is a core difference between equality and equity. While equity treats everyone the same, equity gives each student the individualized resources to thrive. So in equity, we have to understand the individual learning style of every student. And here in Ma'arif USA, we have implemented a special education program. We are working along with the district that we have our school based in Bloomfield, New Jersey, where students who we feel or teachers recognize are having learning issues or learning differences, where we include a child study team, which includes a psychologist, a learning specialist, a social worker who give an actual academic test as well as social emotional learning, because the social emotional learning of the student is core as well in making sure that they have equity in their learning, and creating that school culture in your daily activities, in your programs, in your extracurricular activities. And here at Ma'arif, we do instill the core values of respect and honesty and humility, and creating those safe spaces for our students and our teachers. We like to provide safe spaces where students can freely express their identities and their experience, either through culture days or through actual learning in the classrooms, in English classes, in Islamic studies classes, even in science and math. We integrate all of these values of equity and inclusion as our religion, Islam. Alhamdulillah, we are Muslims. We are in international schools, but our base is Islam, which teaches us to be fair and honest and just in every way. And the roles of principals and leaders of school is to instill those values in your mission statements and in your core of your school, and encouraging our students and our leaders to treat each other with respect and diverse and love each other for whoever we are. And understanding how to teach every single student, again, goes back to the principals in creating those spaces for teachers through staff development, through either having consultants come into the school and talk to us here at Ma'arif. We've had several different people come in, a psychologist who comes and did workshops for our teachers. We as well have done trainings for our teachers, and we are able also to do some outside research, inshallah, to help our teachers and students. But again, I want to reiterate the importance of having those practical strategies to lead towards equity. And how do you do that? Action steps towards equity and inclusion include data-driven insight, using data to identify gaps in achievement and engagement, guiding, our targeting support for our students who are maybe underserved. We need testing to understand as well those gaps and see where we need to strengthen those weaknesses. Again, staff training and student-centric support, developing flexible learning as well. It doesn't, many of you have mentioned that. Learning styles are very different, and also teaching strategies must meet those needs. We have visual learners, audio learners, kinesthetic learners, and learners that need to maybe have more hands-on, maybe more one-on-one. And if I have time, I did have something where we can actually do accommodations and modifications for each student. What are modifications? They are actually allowing those students who have those learning differences to meet the learning goals. We have to create learning goals for each and every individual student in the classroom. And I think if we can focus a lot more on the individuals and not just on the material and the resources we want students to get, what are the main ingredients that we want taught in the classroom, the main concepts and ideas. And as long as somebody understands it in a way that works for them, it should work for us as a school and a teacher. Not everyone learns in the same way. And having those collaborative efforts for lasting change here, again, we can't emphasize more the role of the leaders. The school leaders set the tone for the inclusivity by prioritizing equity in the policies in their everyday practice, in their discipline policies, in their attendance policies, in their educational policies in the classrooms as well, in English and math and science and all of the core subjects. And again, most importantly, many of you have mentioned family and community engagement, where we're having our PTOs as a part of our school, making them feel included in their children's. This is the main thing. So accommodations, I will go back to that because a lot of our schools maybe don't understand how to give those students the learning goals that they need. So for example, whenever giving a test to your entire student body, but you have different learners, you can actually give different forms of tests. You can ask students to learn orally. You can ask students to write maybe instead of 5 paragraphs, 2 paragraphs, as long as the main concerns are being met in their writing. So I think we must maybe learn more about what kind of accommodations can be given to students who have learning disabilities. I personally don't like to call them disabilities. I would rather call them differences, as our brains learn differently. And I have seen many, many successful students who have been struggling in education through this IEP system, the individual education plan that we give to each of the students who are classified after following the child study team testing. So I think, this was a wonderful session that we have importantly included the goals and the vision of our principals of Ma'arif schools and how we should engage our parents, engage our teachers, support our students for creating that inclusive and equal environments where students feel valued again and feel that they can succeed and they are empowered to succeed. We love our students very much, and our aim and goal of, I believe, all our schools is to create successful, young, civic-minded students who will go out into the real world and study in their universities and, give to society as much as they can. And that is really the major goal. So I think a final takeaway for me, and maybe each one of you can also give a final takeaway, is to build an equitable and inclusive school culture. We must commit to long-term strategies, collaboration with one another, and a shared vision. And I thank you all very much, and I hope that this session was beneficial to everyone. Jazakumullah khairan. And again, a final takeaway from each of my esteemed colleagues. Thank you.
Inclusive practices in detail. And it's really nice to hear that the global community of Ma'arif is going in the right direction and contributing positively. As a principal, I just wanted to share with you a kind of a checklist or the indicator to be ensured that how successfully inclusion has been embedded in the system. So you just need to check that the students are actively participating in the classrooms and teachers are developing their skills and they are focusing on the abilities of the students as well as they are celebrating diversity. So if there is a cross on any of the area, that principal must have to find out the reason. Actually, we have focused too much on the inclusive practices, but yes, there are some barriers to inclusion as well. And as a principal, I think we should focus on those barriers. And I'm sure that if you are keen to bring improvement in your system, you can do that. So that's just advice from my side. Thank you.
Excellent. Maybe Brother Norfolk?
Yeah, so thank you again. So our final conclusion, I would say that all of us, we have to become models of equality and inclusion. We need to break down barriers, we need to celebrate diversity, we need to foster respect, and we need to push our students to believe in that. We are not just shaping better schools, but we're building a better future for our society. Remember, we are teaching the builders of the future, our students, the builders of the future. So we should do that, and we should focus on them and their future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, Sibel.
Dr. Sibel, now it's your final takeaway, and then we will conclude.
Yes, thank you very much. As conclusion, I want to say that inclusive education is very important, and we just need to be patient as leaders in the schools, principals. We need to be patient because it's not a daily journey. It takes time, and then we have to collaborate with the teachers and work hand in glove with the parents and keep insisting to see how closer we get to the children. Because if we succeed in making this a beautiful journey, the end result will be remarkable. Thank you very much.
Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Just say thank you, and we are concluding.
All right, a very informative session from our administrators across the world with the Turkish Maarif Foundation. I thank each and every one of you that have given very important messages over the last hour and a half, and I want to take this opportunity to thank all of the administrators of the Maarif Foundation, because the role that you play is what has a lasting impact on the students well beyond their time in school. It's what shapes their decisions in building a strong future for themselves. So thank you for all that you do. I really appreciate it. Having said that, I want to take you now to Ethiopia for our third Good Practices in Education segment titled Little Travelers.
Projede okul müdürümüz, okul öncesi ekip arkadaşlarım ve Kosovo Project okul öncesinin 17 öğrencisiyle Etiyopya CMC Maarif okul öncesi öğretmenleri, öğrencileri ve Mişa Gültar hocamız yer aldı. Sosyal bilimler dersimizde bulunan kendi kültürümüzü ve farklı kültürleri öğreniyoruz çalışmalarımızdan yola çıkarak farklı kültürlerin varlığından haberdar olma ve tanıma etkinlikleri kapsamında birçok farklı etkinliklerle bu ülkeleri çocuklarımıza tanıttık. Süreci ekip olarak yürüttük. Öğrencilerimiz kültürleri tanırken bir yenisini daha canlı bağlantıyla deneyimleyerek öğrenmiş oldular. Dünyanın farklı kıtalarında, birçok ülkede, yüzlerce okulda, binlerce erdemli çocuğu yetiştirmenin ortak gayreti içerisinde olduğumuzu onlara göstermek istedim.
IAM okul öncesi programının sosyal bilimler dersinin bir parçası olan kıtalar ve ülkeler ünitesi, çocukların farklı kıtalar, ülkeler ve kültürler hakkında farkındalık geliştirmesini amaçlıyordu. Bu bağlamda fikir Ravza Hanım'ın bize ulaşarak çocuklar için daha kalıcı ve etkili bir öğrenme deneyimi yaratma önerisiyle ortaya çıktı. Bunun üzerine Etiyopya'nın coğrafi özellikleri, dilleri, iklimi gibi temel bilgileri ve bunun yanı sıra Etiyopya'nın geleneksel yemekleri, müziği ve dansları gibi kültürel unsurları öğrenme sürecine dahil ederek çocukların etkileşimde bulunabileceği bir çevrimiçi ortam oluşturduk.
Sharing my country tradition made me happy. I was proud when I talked about my culture.
Through the expression of this exchange of culture, our students learn the value and respect of other culture, that even though we come from different countries, we both as Marif family share similar core values.
Okul öncesi çocuklarımız önce kendi kültürlerini tanıyıp öğreniyor, seviyor. Daha sonra dünya kültürleriyle tanışıyor. Onların şimdiden dünyaya bakışlarının genişlediğine inanıyorum.
Çocukların kendi kültürlerinin farkında olmalarını, farklı kültürlere saygı gösterme ve empati geliştirmelerini sağlaması bu projenin en önemli çıktısı olarak değerlendirilebilir.
Sharing games and songs was so much fun. It's so much fun to learn different things.
ማሪፍ በመማራቸው ከሌሎች ባህል ካላቸው ሰዎች የባህል አለባበሳቸውን እንዲያውቁ፣ የባህል ምግቦችን እንዲያውቁ እንዲሁም የተለያዩ ቋንቋዎችን እንዲያውቁ ጠቅሟቸዋል ብዬ አምናለሁ።
Përmes kësaj lidhje online me shkollën e Etiopi, djali ynë ka mësuar shumë mbi kulturën dhe mënyrat e jetesës së fëmijëve nga një vend tjetër. Ai ka zhvilluar një ndjenjë të re të respektit dhe kuriozitetit për botën rreth tij.
Duke i ndihmuar të ndërtojnë një urë lidhëse me bashkëmoshatar nga kultura të ndryshme në tërë botën.
Marif primarily provides a cultural awareness in the immediate environment within the Ethiopian. We have different ethnic groups and different cultures, so students need to learn primarily about their culture here within the country, and then it brings about other cultures from different parts of the world.
Connection.
Value. Discovery. Saygı. Empathy. To share. Happiness. Argatim. Friendship. Proud.
Aidiyet.
What an incredible journey full of fun and learning, discovering love and respect, sharing, belongingness, and happiness. These are all the feelings experienced by students from different continents who come together at Marif schools. And that brings us to the end of day one of the Istanbul Education Summit. Tomorrow, we'll bring you more expert analysis on our theme this year, discussing various aspects of education for a more equal and just society, and of course, a sustainable future. Our program will begin tomorrow at 6:30 GMT, 9:30 local Turkey time. Until then, I hope you all have a great evening. Bye for now.
Shaping the future starts today.
We prioritize education in building an equal, just, and sustainable future. Academics, education experts, and policymakers from around the world are coming together with the theme, Education for a More Equal and Just Society and a Sustainable Future. This year, we're holding the 4th Istanbul Education Summit online to welcome you with us. What role will education play to ensure equal opportunities and build social justice? How will new approaches shape the societies of tomorrow? On the 6th and 7th of December, we'll seek answers to these critical questions and many more at the Istanbul Education Summit, with its panels on rethinking the relations between state and education, social justice and education, new sustainable school culture, and its youth session. The 4th Istanbul Education Summit is waiting for you.